Triple Gem. I worship Triple Gem very respectfully, and also I worship Antaran Mahanse's feet, who is our spiritual teacher and guide on this Buddothpado Dhamma path. And also, all of you who are listening at this moment, may you be blessed by Triple Gem. And I'm very grateful and also thankful to our Dhamma friends who are helping with the technical aspect of these Zoom discussions. Your contribution is greatly appreciated always. So this is yet another session of our Buddothpado PeoTV channel in English medium, and this is conducted throughout the 24 hours. Whenever your time warrants and whenever you are free, you can join the Zoom or via the YouTube to listen to us. One of our Dhamma friends will be talking at that time, and we are always supervised and guided by our teacher, our noble friend R.N. Mahanse, on these sermons. So this is an effort that was a brainchild of our R.N. Mahanse, our teacher, to give the Dhamma facts to the world. The people who are not uh, conversing in Sinhalese language uh, from different countries, from different races. There are many people who are trying to find the truth. What is this true Dhamma? They have been trying various beliefs, maybe various religions. So many websites are available today, and so many gurus or so many clergy are preaching Dhamma in different aspects and different ways. So at one point, it might be difficult to exactly find out what is the true Dhamma. And even Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha has said that with time, the Dhamma disclosures that he made at that point can change. That is because of the influence of various other beliefs, and sometimes when they are translated to different languages, it can change depending on the translator's ability and proficiency in the language. It has actually happened when this main book, which we call Tripitaka, uh, is translated to Sinhalese language. There have been many influences and many important facts have been skipped actually. So, really speaking, for a person who knows Pali very well, he can understand and read and understand this Tripitaka, which is in Pali. So these were the challenges actually with the time over this nearly 2600 years ago. It was disclosed by Lord Buddha, but now it has sort of changed. Various new facts have been added, particularly from the Hinduism, where uh, this originated, where Lord Buddha was born and who lived for some time. Lord Buddha has visited Sri Lanka 3 times, but origin was from India. So the Hinduism being one of the main religions in that country with that vast population, there was a significant influence uh, on Buddhist teachings. So things have changed actually. That may be reason why when you listen to different monks or nuns, you might hear some sort of slightly deviated facts. That is their level of understanding. So you have to be, in a way, you have to be very careful when you are selecting what you are going to follow. So, what is the way to find out exactly what is the true Dhamma? It's actually something that you yourself has to understand. The fact that all your defilements are getting less and less. Your burns, your fires which was ignited in your mind getting less and less. That is the way to find out what is true Dhamma is. But if you understand a particular sermon very well, but there is no way of applying it practically to the day to day life, and also you don't feel that your defilements are getting less and less, then you have to take a step backwards and think, is this true that I am listening? So, here now, if you happen to listen to these sermons, these Buddothpada teachings, uh, you are surely on the correct path. You have found the address, so don't worry. Most of us, have had the same experience. We listened to so many sermons, so many monks' teachings, and also we meditated. Most of us did meditation also in large ways, but we didn't really find that we weren't satisfied at the end. We felt that something is lacking, something is missing. So that is why we came to this path, and finally we felt that you can very clearly apply it to the day to day life, and you really feel that the heaviness in the thoughts and the fact that uh, the clinging aversions, sorrow, sadness, or whatever heavy feelings that you had getting less and less. So that's the beauty of this that Buddhothpada teaching is. What we learned actually as a subject in the school and also from the sermons, what we learned was actually you have to uh, make a big effort, a huge effort to reach the first level on the path, that means the Sotapanna level. And it said that when you reach that Sotapanna level, you are not, uh, you will not turn back. Your path is clear, but reaching that point is extremely difficult. Extremely difficult, I would say. And we also had the idea that I have to get rid of my self view. So they are the biggest pitfall. I am going to get rid of my self view. So myself was saved, and then I was trying to get rid of something within me. It sounds really funny now, but that was a belief that we had. Also, we were given the idea that we have to be uh, born 7 times. That means 7 lives to end the samsaric journey if I have reached that Sotapanna level. So that was another big myth actually. So being born and living and then dying seven more times, and it looked as if it was really impossible. And also the fact that we were given the idea that we might have to see the next Lord Buddha who is going to be born in well uh, millions or billions of years time, who is Metta Lord Buddha, Maitri Lord Buddha. So these were all misconceptions that we had. Very, very wrong, very incorrect concepts and ideas. So it was sort of unachievable type of a goal for us. And the beauty is that now we are listening to a Dhamma which explains that everything is in this moment, in this thought, in this mind. And you can achieve or you can realize this nirvana at this moment in this stimulus. How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that explanation is? And it very well tallies with Lord Buddha's teachings. Lord Buddha always said that this is a timeless uh, teaching, or this is a timeless concept. Buddhism is a timeless concept. Akalika, the word Akalika is a Pali term. There's no time for that. That is the meaning of that. So if he says that this is an Akalika Dhamma, it will very beautifully tally with what our noble friend R.N. Mahanse is teaching us. What he says is that exactly what Lord Buddha has mentioned. We didn't understand what it was actually. We didn't try to and sort of try to understand either. We just took it very superficially, and we thought the nirvana, attaining nirvana, is an impossible task. So we thought we will do some good acts, meritorious things to collect some merits, like adding some money to an account and having a good collection. We thought that adding some merits to our account will help us to be born in heaven, which is supposed to have several thousands of years of lifespan, so that you can do some uh, marking time sort of thing until the Maitri Lord Buddha is being born. See how funny these things are. This is actually still the teaching of most of the monks in our country also. I am sure it is the same of the most of the monks in other countries also. The word, the value of this word, the real meaning of this word akalika has not been simply understood. So they were counting time, they were saying 7 births, and then maybe millions or billions of years until Lord Buddha, Maitri Buddha, is being born. So still our most of our people, I mean our poor people, poor, the word poor, I meant that their inability to understand the real teaching. So they are still following these paths actually, but the R.N. Mahase is trying in his best to spread this teaching throughout the country, and it has sort of uh, got the spreading to the other countries also, because now, as you know, this 24-hour deshana, these sermons are being done by different people from different countries throughout the world. So it's getting there little by little, and people are sort of trying to understand the real truth. And more people, when they really feel that there is uh, no truth in what they hear, or when they feel that it's not possible to believe, they turn to this direction. So, as I said, all of you are, who are listening to these sermons have found your path and the address. So, that is the beautiful part of this. So, we have been explaining, the different speakers are talking on different topics, and as I mentioned, the ways of explaining and the examples given may vary from person to person. But basically, we all are trying to come down to a particular point where we try to understand our RN Vahase's teachings. So here we are. I'm also trying to give some message. I'm trying to convey something to you all who are listening at this moment, or for a person who is going to listen later on, in my capacity, and hope I'm clear enough, and hope that you will be able to get some knowledge or some understanding from what I am trying to explain. So it's not Dhamma which is focused to the future. It's not a Dhamma which is focused from the past, and nothing solid at this moment also. So the three times, the past, present, and the future, are simply thoughts. What about the time? Now, sometimes when you wake up after a sleep, you suddenly want to see the time. And as soon as the time becomes time, you check the time and you find the time, then see the amount of perceptions that rally around that time thought. Because in the sleep, you have no idea about this time. That is exactly what is the true state is actually. Thought is something that has been acquired as an experience. Just think about it. The little baby has no idea whatsoever about the thoughts, about the time. And even the older child, even if the child knows the time, he is not putting a weight or a value to the time. Now, you might remember some experiences from your small age, or sometimes your own children or grandchildren who are playing in the afternoon, and you might call, come now, that's enough playing, come inside. The time is 5 o'clock now. Child knows that five, what is meant by five. He knows that something called clock, and the arms should be in these positions to call it 5 o'clock. And he also knows that it is a little bit towards the late evening now, towards the evening. But does the child get any important perceptions rallying around that time, so called thought of time? No, that is simply another thought, isn't it? But for us, when we say, oh, it's 5 o'clock in the evening, each person will get a huge number of, unaccountable number of perceptions around that thought. I have to do this, I have to do that, I haven't finished this work, and then I just managed to do the things by 5 o'clock, and maybe 3 more hours for my dinner time, and then yesterday 5 o'clock also I did these things, and 5 o'clock is usually the beautiful time to go out and uh, see the sunset. See how much of perceptions you get around that thought called time. Simply, all these are thoughts, and changing pattern of thoughts is called living. Just I'm telling that sentence once more. Changing pattern of thoughts is called living, because there is some change, a changing pattern. You feel alive. If that has been static, and in the same way, you will not have that feeling that you are living, isn't it? So, this is the funny side. Thoughts are manipulating everything. Everywhere it is a thought. Thought is a sound, isn't it? Thought is a sound, whether you tell it loud or not. It's a sound. Now, just in your mind, you say mangoes, but the or if you can tell us as it is a sentence, I am going to buy some mangoes. I want to buy some mangoes. It's just a simple sentence in your mind. You are not telling it loud. But that itself is a sound, isn't it? Whether you tell it loud or not, it's a sound in your mind. So it's another thought. See whether you can find anything that you cannot put into this box called thoughts. Everything is a thought. What comes to your mind, any word that comes out, and any action, all are thoughts. They are also called in Pali Sankara. Sankara means constructs. Constructs means something collectively prepared. So, all thoughts are constructs of the mind faculty. How do they get constructed? How does the thought gets constructed? So this fact I think we have discussed earlier also, but it's still worth talking about it again, simply because thoughts is something very important to understand as a part of this true Dhamma teaching. This is what something that you have to actively do. Listen and read these true Dhamma teachings and then find out very clearly, should have a crystal clear idea about how the thoughts are formed. And having these thoughts is a trouble from the beginning. But without uh, having the thoughts, you cannot understand this thought process either. So you use the thoughts to understand the process of thought formation or your mind. And we mentioned earlier, what is mind? Mind is a fast flowing stream of thoughts. So then uh, you have to understand how the thoughts are formed. Thoughts are fake or thoughts are not real. So that is another important thing that we have to understand. Like something engraved on a stone, it has to be very clearly understood and very obvious. All thoughts are fake or all thoughts are not true. Why? They are not really existing. That is the explanation. So all thoughts are wrong. If all thoughts are wrong, if they are all uh, constructions at this moment, then it's important to find out how these thoughts are formed. So, as I said, this is a process, and this is a natural process, like the seasons of the year changing, like a particular type of a seed giving rise to that particular type of tree. This is also just a part of the natural process. There's no doer here, and no particular pattern, and no authority. Very simply, you have to say that there's no me who is doing here. Me, myself is also another thought. Now, this is actually something which comes as a whiplash, isn't it? That we have been thinking as if myself is responsible for everything. I am the one who is experiencing everything. That was the idea we had all this time. Now we have to reverse by 180 degrees. We are turning backwards and then trying to uh, understand what is happening here. So as I said, the thoughts have to be formed, and thoughts are used to understand about the thoughts. So right at the beginning, with any process, you have to actively use the thoughts and then understand this process. And when you do this actively for some time, eventually you tend to it tend to happen passively. You recognize it as a thought, but you do not have to make an active uh, attempt to find it out. Then the next level is that you automatically feel. I'm using the word you, but actually there is no person here. It's a system which is taking place. So first you have to use the thoughts actively to find this process. In Pali, we call it savitaka. You use the thought actively to dig deep about this process. And then the next level is uh, without thinking, without making an active digging, you feel that it is the true thing, it is the thought. So that is your avitaka level. Uh, and uh, then without any thoughts, you tend to have the feel. You don't need the thoughts to understand that. One example is that now, for you to know that there is nothing on the mirror, nothing real on the mirror, it's just a reflection. And also for you to know that there is no water in the mirage, it's just a reflection. You don't need a thought, do you? I mean, as adults who knows this fact, we don't need a thought actively to find out when there is nothing in this, just a reflection. Just as a feel, it comes up. So that is the third stage where uh, you feel these things as uh, reflections, everything. And then finally, you have a very sort of calm and relaxed feeling, which is described as sukha in Pali. Sukha is not something, not some form of comfort. It's a very light and relaxed feeling only, feel only. So these four stages are explained in even during the practical steps, which I am planning to explain in future, in near future. Before that, we have to have a very thorough knowledge, thoroughly cleared path. We have to have a very crystal clear idea about this, how the thoughts are formed and what is this process, and also how this self weave occurs, what is this self perception. So even though I have talked about these facts over the last few days, it's important that repeating them, using different examples, different wordings again and again, because that is the strong foundation for this understanding. So, without the foundation, your structure is not going to be stable, and it becomes something just mimicking or some sort of simulated structure. So therefore, I take more time to explain these true Dhamma facts. So going back to thoughts, uh, some of you who have listened to these sermons, I'm sure has some idea how the thoughts are formed. Uh, and as a part of the knowledge, you know how this process is. But remember, even after listening for years, sometimes when our noble friend R.N. Ohase asks a question in a Zoom, many people find it difficult to explain it very clearly. So that is why it's important to listen to these facts again and then research yourself. Try to revise what you heard, how these thoughts are formed. So, in simple words, the process of thought formation is a part of a system which is functioning. Very clearly, there is no person doing there. But during this process, there is a current formed. There is some form of power taking place or generated. That power is mistaken as a self. That power is mistaken as defilements. So with so many words, we try to explain this power or this current which is generated. So sometimes we use the word self weave or self perception. Self weave is a thought actually. Self perception is the one which is underneath. When the self perception is there, thoughts will occur on top of that and then have a sort of shell around that perception. So the thoughts are the one that we have to first get rid of during this process. So how this is, what is this process? So we, as I said, that current which is generated during this process is also labeled as defilements, as a power or a fire or myself or this self perception. So many words are used because you can look at it from different angles, but it's the same. There is no life in that, but it looks as if it is alive. So that is what you call alive feeling. In other words, Atma Sanyava or self perception all gives the same meaning. Feeling of alive. Feeling of alive is the one which is the culprit and hiding in every nook and corner. And the crude ways, the crude types of self perceptions or self weaves can be identified easily. So those are, for example, your anger, your sadness, or your overwhelming happiness. Those are the crude levels. And the stronger they are, the strong is the uh, feeling of self perception or your sakkaya ditthi. So in parallel, or it's the same actually, you can't say parallel, it's the same. That strong current is described with using those words, and on the other hand, it's yourself. So those things, it's easy, as I said. Particularly right at the beginning, a person will find it easier to get rid of the angry feelings. Because anger is something which can be identified easily, and also with Dhamma teachings, that is the easiest thing to get rid of. And also this overwhelming happiness, clinging, is the next easier thing to get rid of. Because lots of mothers who talk in the Zoom discussions, they say that I don't get angry like earlier. And I'm not attached to my grandchildren or my children or my property. So that's true. Right at the beginning, the larger pebbles can be easily identified and get rid of them. Then you come to the layer of sand in between level, where you need the help of the noble friend. Just sometimes you don't think that it is a self perception. Self perception, as I said, equals to your defilements. So the gross ones are identified first, and you have got rid of them. If you think that, now I don't get angry like earlier, and I have no clinging towards these things, so I'm okay. So the person is quite satisfied and think that he or she has understood and reached the Nibbana state. It's one of the very big pitfalls that you can fall. This is the importance of people coming to the Zoom discussions and uh, asking questions and getting it clarified to find out where you are stuck. So, for the people who are listening to these English Zoom discussions, we have a separate slot from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time to discuss your questions, because during these uh, sermons, there is no uh, space for questioning. So you can maybe jot down the little things that you need to ask and meet us between 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time to get them clarified. Because it's very important that you need the help of the noble friend to guide you. During Lord Buddha's time, once Ananda Thero asked Lord Buddha, isn't the Buddhist practice, Buddha Sasana, depends 50% on noble friends? But Lord Buddha said, no, it depends 100% on the noble friend's guidance. So that is the importance. So you need to clarify whatever the doubts you have. So you are welcome to join us from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time if you have anything to get clarified. So coming back to this thought formation, uh, we know that we do not uh, talk about any thoughts in the little baby. Uh, what they experience is the sensor functions. The five senses, as you all very well know, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So, what happens at these levels? There are vibrations. Now, we know that Lord Buddha explained 8 types of vibrations, and Lord Buddha, that the Pali term is Shuddha Ashtaka. Ashtaka means 8. Shuddha indicates the meaning purities, 8 purities. So, in other words, these are the raw materials for these constructs. So, what are the 8 things described? Those 8 things are the ones which are responsible to create vibrations at different levels. So, we just briefly talked what is meant by vibration. Vibration is some change which occurs at that physical uh, organ. If you draw it in the form of a drawing, it's a kind of a wave going up and down, which indicates that always with every wave there is a little current created. So that is a natural process. In the waves, always there is a little current created. So uh, this is what is explained as the wave or the vibration. So the vibrations occur at each of these sense faculties. Well, if I tell it in a better way, the vibrations occur in these organ parts. So organ is physical part is essential for these vibrations to occur. If you do not have your eyes at all, you can't talk about the vibration of the eye, isn't it? So the sense faculty indicates the function. So that is, in other words, what is explained by this Shuddha Ashtaka, or the 8 purities, or the 8 types of vibrations. What are the 8 types of vibrations? Light, that is a vibration of the eye. Sound is a vibration of the ear. And smell, vibration of the nose. Taste, vibration of the tongue. So you have got 4 here out of the 8. four are there. What are the other four? Hardness or solid feeling, liquid feeling, liquidity, and heat and air. So those are the other four. Those four are related to the vibrations of the skin. So in other words, the skin can feel the four things that I mentioned. Skin can feel the hardness or softness, same, it's a range. And skin also can feel the warmth. Skin also can feel the airy nature, feeling now when there's wind blowing, you feel that. And also you can feel the fire, that is the warmth and the cold. So those are the uh, eight purities or eight types of vibrations explained by Lord Buddha. And those are the actually raw material for every creation in the physical world. So those are something vibrated and felt by your sense faculties. Those are called Shuddhashtaka or eight purities. And in other words, the elements, basic elements or the raw materials for every construction. So solidity, we'll take the solidity. You feel something hard, isn't it? What is felt is a vibration of your skin. Now, if you didn't have a physical body, if you didn't have the skin, you wouldn't have been able to feel this hardness. And you go on feeling this hardness from small age, and then it is built up, and it is a strong thought now. Now, when you see something, you know that it is a hard thing, isn't it? I mean, when you see a rock, even without touching the rock, you know that it is hard. And when you see a coconut tree from the distance, without touching, you know that it is hard, something hard. If I tell you the word coconut tree, you just heard a sound only, but you know that it is hard. So you have this perception of feeling it hard. Similarly, if I tell you water just now, the word water was a vibration of your ear, and you know that it has that liquid nature. You know how you feel it, isn't it? You have that perception of that liquid feeling. Similarly, I say that wind, it's just a sound for you, but you know how it feels. Your perception is there about how you feel to the skin. So they are all actually something experienced or something created at the sensor level. So this is how these thoughts are formed. This is how these perceptions occur. So perceptions, as I said, they are all created at the sensor level, at this as a sensor function. So if uh, if there isn't a physical body, if you do not have this so-called physical body, you should be able to even go through a wall, isn't it? Yeah, because that is in the waveform. So you can just imagine. Now we describe about various spirits, maybe in the form of gods or ghosts or whatever description. They are all kind of vibrations. So those vibrations, because there is no physical component, they are capable of going through anything, any physical thing. So these are some of the explanations that you should be able to research yourself and sort of try to understand yourself. Now, because you have what's called this skin sensation, whatever you are touching, you get that sensation. Now, if you didn't have the skin, or for some reason, if your skin is completely anesthetized, for some reason now, some parts of the body sometimes anesthetized for surgeries, tooth extractions, etc. Then you talk anything about feeling hard, feeling soft, cold, warm, liquidity, airity? Can you talk anything like that? No. So that indicates that the organ called skin should be there and organ called skin should be functioning. And then there should be a vibration of that organ for you to feel something hard, soft, warm, cold, etc. So similarly, you should have this organ called ear, and a vibration should occur at that ear level for you to experience something called sound. So right now I'm talking and you hear. That is the basic explanation, isn't it? Somebody is talking and other person is hearing. So what is the exact mechanism here? There is some vibration occurring at my larynx level, throat level, and the eardrum of the listener equals to the vibration of the sound. Then we explain the concept called hearing. This is something similar to this tuning fork story, isn't it? We very well know this story about, well, it's not a story, it's something that you have experienced in your school labs. If you vibrate a tuning fork, if you give a little tap to the tuning fork someplace, if there is another tuning fork placed at a reasonable distance with the same frequency, automatically the other one also will start vibrating and giving rise to sound. So this is the mechanism that we describe as telepathizing. Telepathizing is actually a little modern word. You also can use the word synchronizing or resonating, where the two vibrations become equal. So that is a nature's way of things happening, like a mango seed giving rise to a mango tree, a jack seed giving rise to a jack tree, and like seasons changing. So that is another part of the natural law. So this is what is described as the sensor function. So in other words, there is fast vibration. Something is created. Now we will take just take another example. Uh, we describe the concept called uh, seeing a flower. This was actually with one of the video clips that we received. There was a picture, and that was a very good, beautiful way of conveying that message. We know that everything is a collection of vibration, whether it is hard or whether it is soft, whether it is sound, whatever. Everything, as I mentioned, are kinds of vibrations. I said the Shuddhashtaka word, Pali word, which means 8 purities or 8 types of vibrations. So whether it is something that you felt with your skin, something seen, something heard, something smelled or tasted, all are kinds of vibrations. But those vibrations can vary from one to the other with the frequency and the height of the wave. So that is how it is manifested in a different way. All are waves, all are vibrations, but depending on the sensor function, something different is manifested. If it is the eye, the manifestation is in the form of a light. Mind you, even the colors is something that we learn as a thought. Colors are not identified by the eye. Eye can identify only a shape, due to the color difference. A shape is recognized because there is a difference in the color pattern, but the colors individually need to be learned later on. I mean, I am sure you can remember how the colors got mixed up as little children, isn't it? A little boy or a girl will say red to the green. So repeatedly your parents or your teachers have to teach you this. No, this is not red, this is green. So mixing up becomes less and less when your exposure is more often, when it happens more often. So the going back to this eye function, because understanding about the light and this perception of light, perception of seeing is something very important, because eye is one of the major organs, and seeing is something I would say most prominent out of the eight sensor functions, the six sensor functions. So of course, the person who is blind from birth will have a world of his own with the help of the other five sensor faculties. That is true. But for a person who became blind later on, still have the shapes in his world because of the data that was given when the eye function was there. So that is different. Similarly, for a person who was deaf from birth, will have a silent world where no sounds, but he will have a different type of world of his own. But somebody who became deaf later on will have the sounds as a part of his world, his mind bubble. So, like that, different disabilities actually does not prevent completely for a person to be without the thoughts. He will have his own world of thoughts, but different from the other people. So, as I said, everything is a collection of vibrations, and the vibrations are uh, packed up in different ways to create something different. So the eye has the capacity of vibrating in so many ways. Uh, that indicates one of the things that is that I want to explain is that the human eye has the capacity to vibrate to identify seven colors. So when you take the flower is again a collection of vibrations. And your eye also has the ability to vibrate in so many ways. When something in as when you are describing in the mundane world, I am seeing this flower. So that is a sentence I want to say. I am seeing this flower. Okay. So there's a flower in front of your eye and I am seeing it. That is a basic concept, isn't it? So what happens here? The flower has a lot of kinds of different vibrations. That is a collection of vibrations. And your eye has the ability to vibrate in several number of ways, where it has the ability to identify seven colors, and merging of those seven colors will lead to some other different vibrations also. So what happens if there is some tallying between the vibrations of this flower and the vibrations of this eye? There the function of seeing happens. The function of seeing happens when the vibrations are synchronized or become equal or similar. So this is the simple explanation of seeing the things. Now, when you talk about a nocturnal animal, they are eye has the capacity of vibrating at different manners. So it's not similar to the human eye. Now, when the nocturnal animal sees an insect on the ground, so again the insect is a collection of vibrations, and the nocturnal animal's eye has another different set of vibrations. So, in that situation, the vibrations of that insect, the vibrations which leads to that appearance called insect, becomes equal to the vibrations of the eye of that nocturnal animal. There the concept of seeing the insect happens. So the in simple words, the animal, the nocturnal animal, maybe it's an owl or a polecat or whatever animal, nocturnal animal, sees the insect. So that is the concept of seeing. So it's similar to all the other five sense faculties. So there is a fast flow of telepathizing that is happening, and it changes every fraction of second. Seeing is a series of telepathizing. Hearing is a series of telepathizing. Similarly, tasting, smell, and skin sensation all are series of fast telepathizations. So, because of that fast nature, it is felt as real. It's it's felt as really existing. So, what happens next? This is what is happening in the newborn, the baby's stage, radiant mind, where this sensor level telepathizing is happening. So the baby recognizes something and it looks real actually. And there is some feeling that it's there and I am experiencing it. This is the what's called the self perception. The baby feels that there is a shape. Baby feels that there is a sound and taste of the mother's milk. Baby doesn't know that this is milk. Baby doesn't know that it is something to do with the mother. He gets a taste and he likes it. So there is, in a very subtle way, there is a liking towards whatever stimulus which is there. And there is a dislike to certain things. So liking and disliking is there in a subtle way. Wherever there is a liking and disliking, there is a self. So no strong thoughts at that level. Therefore, we don't talk about the defilements, but still that glue is there. Where did this glue come from? That is a current that came to the zygote. That is a current which got telepathized to the zygote. So the glue is there in the radiant mind baby also, which uh, which gives the reason for not reaching nibbana when a baby dies at that tender age. Even though the baby doesn't have defilements, there is no escape. Current whichever was there underneath, the current which was dormant will retain and then find a new location. Doesn't mean that the current is going from here to there. It's again the mechanism of telepathizing. So this concept of telepathizing is something that the scientists are struggling to confirm. They are going by what's called the string theory, which explains this telepathizing mechanism. But that was actually found nearly 2,600 years ago. But the words used at that time were different and the metaphors given were different. But now they are realizing that this is what is really happening. But still, I think for the scientists, there is a long way to go exactly to confirm these things. But very clearly, it has been explained in all Dhamma Sutras by Lord Buddha. Because of the language barrier, because of the Pali terms and Pali interpretations, some of these informations have gone under the cover because and also interpretation, and during translations many errors have occurred. So going back to this thought process, beyond the radiant mind, this is not a sudden change in the process. There's a very insidious process takes place. Little by little, this pattern of just pure sensor functions will gradually combine together to form thoughts. So thoughts may not be very strong at the beginning. For a baby of about 1 year, just few thoughts maybe, because the mother and the other elders will always show the mother. When the mother comes near, mother herself will say, Amma, Amma, or Mom, Mom. And baby automatically, I mean, it's not that the baby is doing it as a part of that natural process. That shape of the mother will be getting tied up with the other sensor information, which means the warmth of the mother, which is felt as a vibration of the skin, the voice, soft voice of the mother, which is a vibration of the ear, and the picture that is created by the eye. Also, the taste of the milk experienced by the tongue, and there may be the mother's scent, particular scent really specific to that mother. So all these one by one, little by little, will start combining, and the concept of mother is built up as a thought in the baby's mind. So you very well know that mind is just a flow of thoughts. So whether I use the word thoughts or mind, it's not going to make a big difference. Uh, Flow of thoughts, fast flow of thoughts is called mind. So this process, as I said, occurs very slowly, and at some stage, baby is oscillating between the thought level and the feel level. What is meant by feel level is the sensor function level. So sensor function will gradually be pushed towards the thought level, and then at some point the sensor functions are all completely covered by the thoughts. Right now, at this moment, for you and me who are listening to this sermon, these discussions, you can't talk about the sensor functions because sensor functions are all covered by the strong thoughts now. We don't experience just the shape only. We don't experience just the taste only, and not the smell only, and just the feel of cold, warm, etc. You always get it as a ready-made product, which is a thought. So what you see is not a shape. What you see is a coconut tree. What you see is your mother. What you see is your house. What you see is clouds. So they are nothing to, no, it's not, you can't talk about just seeing only. This is in Pali called ditta. Ditta means what is seen. So ditta is all covered with the thoughts now. Sutta, what is meant by sutta is the sound, the experience of sound. That again is fully covered with the thoughts. You don't have that experience of sutta or hearing now. You experience the cawing of the crow and you experience the tooting of the horn of a vehicle, and you hear the calling of your mother, not just a sound. So you can apply this to all senses in the same way. You don't experience a taste alone now, which is the sense function. You experience the taste of pineapple. You experience the taste of chocolates. You experience the taste of rice and curry. Well, curry is also you differently taste. This is dal. This is the gotukola salad. Whatever taste you are experiencing, straight away it comes as a thought. So pineapple is a thought. Rice is a thought. Uh, so all are thoughts, but simply what you experienced was just a taste. The interpretation comes as a thought, and that is what is explained as nama. You must be familiar with this nama rupa. We call it nama rupa in Sinhalese and Pali both. Rupa means the vibration. Nama means the naming or the description. So rupa is something that is experienced at the sensor level. Those are vibrations. All are vibrations. That means the seeing, hearing, and feeling of taste, smell, and the skin feelings. Those three collectively is called mutta. So ditta, sutta, mutta. Ditta means vision, sutta is hearing, and mutta means the other three collectively functions of the nose, tongue, and the skin. So these three collectively gives rise to the thought formation. So rupa is at the level of the sense faculty function, and nama means your thought. That means a description or naming or a label tag is given as a thought. So really speaking, when you are eating, you think you are eating a thought, isn't it? You think that you are eating a pineapple. You think you are eating rice. You are drinking milk. But can you eat or drink a thought? You had only a sense, isn't it? You had a sense of taste only. But you think you are eating pineapple. You think you are drinking milk. Isn't it really funny to think about this? Similarly, you feel some smell to the nose. So the nose, that is a vibration, that is a rupa component. And the naming comes as a thought. That's a smell of some coffee flowers, the beautiful fragrance of coffee flowers. So it's a thought, isn't it? The coffee flower part is a thought. So can you smell a thought? No, you smell something, but you think that you are smelling a thought. You smell, but you are thinking. You experience a taste, but you are thinking. You experience a light, but you are thinking. You experience something on the skin, but you are thinking. So always it's a thought which comes up. So this is the very complicated process that the things are happening. See how complicated it is, and none of the uh, most advanced uh, robotic machine will be able to design something like this, isn't it? So it's just a natural process. So, so in other words, you think you are eating pineapple, but you simply got a taste to the tongue. You just simply got a smell to the nose. You simply got a firm feeling to your tongue and some form of firm feeling to your fingers when you are holding it. and you simply saw a shape. And where did the pineapple was born? It was in your mind. It was simply a thought. This is the this is the truth of every thought that you are experiencing. So it's a collective function of the sense faculties. And with the growth of the child, little by little, these sense faculty functions will come together and then become more and more stronger. They are actually reinforced. The word volitional transformation is used, which we call abhisankarani. That means more and more thoughts, more and more uh, perceptions are added to the same topic. So that is why the perceptions that a little child who had perceptions about a pineapple for a little child is much more simpler than the perceptions that we have about the pineapple, isn't it? Basically, the little baby will have the basic five perceptions: the taste, smell, and uh, the picture, and also the skin feel. Uh, but when it comes to our level, how much more perceptions have been added to the pineapple, the thought pineapple. Now, when I tell you the word pineapple, each of you must be having your own load of perceptions sparking right now as a thought, right at this moment. There's no time gap actually. The moment that your ear vibrated and the thought pineapple came up, and along with that thought, you have a huge summed up uh, data about the pineapple occurring, sparking at this moment. So this is what is this thought process is. This is what is this natural process is. And there are instances. Now when you have this summing up of this uh, sensor functions, uh, it is established in some way. Now, right at the beginning, for a little baby, little baby in the sense, a little older child, a toddler maybe, uh, has this basic idea about the pineapple or apple or whatever. When you first show it, sometimes it is no different from seeing a picture. The child doesn't have that kind of 3D kind of effect or something that really existing, that sort of feeling. In Pali, it is called itta sanyava, feeling of perception of existence. It's not there actually. I don't think we can recollect such level because it has been built up by now for us. But for a small baby, when you introduce something for the first time, maybe he or she may be seeing it as even a 2D type of a picture. But when the same stimulus is given again and again and again, it becomes stronger, it's reinforced, and then it comes as something which looks real. And more perceptions are added to in relation to the same stimulus. And the child, a little older child, will see it as something really existing. So that existence, feeling of existence, that perception of existence becomes stronger even with time. And then the feeling of self is also coming up as a result. Feeling of existence, the one side of the coin, and the other side of the coin is that feeling of being alive. So I am seeing it now. I can see the pineapple. So that is the weave now. That is a self weave. Whatever you take as really existing, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real and existing, I am there, myself is there. That is your self perception. That is your self weave. I said the self weave is a stronger one, which is a thought. Self perception is just that you feel as if it is there. Whatever you feel that it's there, there is the self perception. Now, for example, if I say right now, uh, I tell you your school. Now, right now, when I tell you the school, the picture of the school and everything related to the school also is parked right now in your mind. And underneath that, can you recognize that the feeling that it is there? Yes, it's real. My school is there in that place. When you turn from this road and go beyond this, about half a kilometer from this, that is where my school is. Now, don't you have that feel that it's there, it's real? And that is the self perception itself. Whenever you have that feel that it's really there, that is where the self perception is. Now, these are the fine levels where self perception is hiding. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the crude levels where it is recognized as defilements, where the gross feeling of self view can be uh, uh, get rid of. Uh, but the final levels are the ones which are difficult, and that is where the help of the noble friend is needed to find out. So the crude levels like getting angry or getting sad, getting sort of very happy, overwhelmed with happiness. So those things are easily identifiable. Big pebbles in your basket, you can pick them up easily and throw them out. But the finer sand, which can go through the tiny holes of your strainer, is very difficult to find out. So it's this fine or subtle levels of this self perception is something that you need to identify, which is difficult to find out yourself. So wherever you identify that there is something really there, the feel that the system gets as if it is really existing, that is where the self perception is hiding. So really speaking, to reach when the arhat status is reached, all these fine points where the self perception is hiding can be identified. So at the beginning, it emerges as sort of roaring fire within you. That is where you get really angry, where you really feel sad, where you really feel low, or you are really overjoyed with something. You want something, you are clinging to something, so you feel jealous. All sorts of names can be given. So those are actually the big pebbles. You feel that roaring fire within you. You identify that. That roaring fire is your self view. That is yourself, which is named as a defilement or a current. So, what is a way to get rid of this? Actually, there is no shortcuts for this one. So, as I said, knowing about this mechanism is the pathway. So that is why we all, most of us, these who are doing these sermons, take a long time and explaining the same thing again and again, taking lots of time to explain this, because that is the foundation, that is the important thing to be to get a very good, clear understanding. So, more you hear these facts again and again, it gets reinforced and it becomes more clearer. Like you showing your mother, show like the strong reinforcements of perceptions that you receive about the mother over time. These facts also, when you hear again and again, it gets reinforced and becomes more stable. It gets into the hard disk of the computer. So that is what is needed actually. So when you understand this Dhamma, uh, the beauty is that whatever the challenge you have to face, when your side current becomes less and less, when your side current becomes almost zero, whatever the challenge comes, whatever the stimulus that you have to face, it becomes easier for you to handle. It becomes uh, that you feel your system feels stronger to face anything. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And more you listen to these facts, and also more questions you ask, and then more clarifications you receive, it helps to give a stable foundation for you. So we know that the thought process is something unavoidable. As long as the senses are functioning, the sensor function will combine together to give rise to thoughts. Uh, and there is no escape. And everything that you experience uh, is a thought, it's a sound, it's a construct which happens right.
Just hours ago, the President of the United States shifted the entire trajectory of this case. Donald Trump is now
Can the host,
explicitly threatened the death penalty for anyone
excuse
involved in
me,
the
can the
abductions.
host mute this one, please? Okay, thank you. Yes, sorry about the disturbance. So what happens is that uh, this system, if you understand, you don't get agitated because you know that it is a part of the process that occurs. You are not getting agitated by seeing a seed growing and becoming a tree, bearing flowers and having fruits, and the tree having various illnesses, and then sometimes getting old, and then at some point decays, and then falls on the ground, and then becomes a part of the soil. So that is a process, isn't it? And a life has been there because the trees are considered as live things. And we take it as a natural process, isn't it? Even for something like we'll take a house, the house is built and then we maintain for some time. And after some time, the things become irreparable and things are decaying. And then you uh, take it as a natural process. So, like that, the thought formation is also a natural process. So, is there any point of being worried about the growth of the tree and then having the lifespan and ending the lifespan? Is there any point of worrying about that? Because we know that it is not avoidable. Similarly, any other event that happens as a natural process, there is no point of worrying or trying to antagonize or trying to prevent. So this formation of thoughts is also same. It's a part of the natural process. And we know that as long as the physical body is functioning, as long as the physical body is there, we have to be with it. We have to agree with that system functioning. So the thoughts are simply creations of the mind faculty. And whether the system likes or not, the thoughts are formed. And when the thoughts, the pattern of this thought formation is not recognized, when the thoughts are taken as real, when the thoughts are not understood as a part of this mental construct, right at this moment, when you do not understand this process, automatically it is taken as real. So the pineapple becomes real and the mother becomes real. I'm not saying that the ones which are there is not taken as real in a thought. This is a deep understanding that has to be done. You are not saying that my mother is not there. That means you have created a mother and then you are saying that what was created is not there. It's not what Lord Buddha said. What Lord Buddha explained was that the term anitya was used. What you experience or what you take in a thought is not there outside. That is what he meant by the word anitya. He didn't mean uh, the deep meaning of the word anitya is that. But true, I mean, you can use it at the superficial level also. The physical body will grow old and the physical body will face various illnesses. Your house, your car will be worn out and then getting older with time and then collapse at some stage. And a flower which was bloomed today will be faded by tomorrow. And the rivers which were flowing beautifully will be dried up and left with sandy banks only. So these are all parts of anitya. True, anitya means impermanence. But what Lord Buddha said was something much more deeper. The word impermanence is also okay. I mean, for a person who is looking at Dhamma from the very superficial level, or a person who is listening to Dhamma right at the beginning, who has just entered to this uh, stream of trying to understand that anitya is also true. That is also you wouldn't say it's not correct. It's correct, but it's something very obvious, isn't it? That anitya is very obvious to any person. You do not need a religion to understand that. You do not need a unique, uh, noble friend like Lord Buddha to explain that sort of situation because it's something very obvious to any person. But what Lord Buddha meant by the word anitya was much deeper than that. What you experience with the sensor capacity is a creation here. We don't know whether it is the same outside there. So we don't really know what is exactly the true world is. Something that is made up, something that is constructed by our sensor functions, we take as real. So different animals have this experience in the different way. Now you might have the question, then all people will see the thing same. Now, for example, if the moon is there, full moon is there, if you look up, we say all of us could see the moon. That is because the human eye more or less have a similar structure, isn't it? So the ability to vibrate is more or less same, but not 100%. There are little variations even among the human species, even among the sense organs of the same species. But in a very crude way, if you take, yes, we are seeing fairly similar to each other. So, because of this ability of vibrations in more or less similar way, we tend to agree on certain stimuli. We agree that the sun is rising. We agree that the moon is there. And we agree that the cross coin is there right now. But for some reason, the person who was next to you may not hear the same sound that you were appreciating. Sometimes you might try to sort of get him to hear. Now, can't you hear there is a beautiful music sound of a music instrument coming from somewhere from this direction? You can hear it, but your friend can't hear. What has happened there? Even though we have more or less similar sense organs, for some reason, your friend's eardrum didn't vibrate to synchronize with that sound. Essentially, the organ on this side should vibrate for the person to experience it. Whatever the sounds there, whatever the similar vibrations occurring in the so called outside, unless the organ on this side doesn't vibrate, you can't talk about hearing, seeing, or whatever the other uh, experiences of the other sense faculties. So, similarly, I mean, you are trying to show something to your friend. Look at my finger, it's just in that direction. Look close, you look properly. There, can't you see? Sometimes, I mean, there must be enough instances where you try to show something to your friend or whoever next to you, but the other person can't see. No, I didn't see. I can't see it. So that also same, no? The even though the sensors are as organs more or less close to each other, that particular vibration didn't occur in that person's eye level. Then the concept of seeing didn't happen in that organ, whereas your vibration was synchronized to that vibration. And you say that, yes, I can see. So this is the story actually about these thoughts and the mind. And the thoughts are manipulating this physical body. Because of the thoughts, you think, you talk, and you do activities. Now, for example, you get a thought about you want to have a cup of tea. I want to have a cup of tea. This is simply the thought that you get. That's a mental picture, isn't it? What you got as a thought is a mental picture which has the components of all five sense faculties. That's sparked right now as a thought with all your data that you had in the past. Now, that thought of preparing, wanting to have a cup of tea, had the pictures, had the sounds, had the smells, and had the taste, and also had the sense of feeling, skin. So, see how quickly, in a fraction of a second, the picture of a cup of tea, the color of the tea leaves, maybe sugar, milk, all sorts of pictures are there. And you might even have the sound fraction where when you are mixing the tea, the sound when the spoon touches the mug, which gives rise to a particular sound. So that sound is also there in that picture, that mental picture. The fragrance or the smell, sweet smell of the tea. And the taste, of course, yes. And the hardness of the cup when you are holding, and the spoon, the feeling that you get when you are holding the spoon. So all these components are there in that mental picture of preparing a cup of tea. So accordingly, your body will take action, isn't it? How does that body get the action? It's the power or the current generated by this thought. That thought gives the necessary current, and also that current is transformed to the appropriate parts of the body to move around, look and find out the necessary things and pick them up, and all the preparations. So all five sense faculties, including the body, will take part in this process. And you have the aim, or you have this mental picture of preparing a cup of tea. You don't have to think step by step, isn't it? When you want to prepare a cup of tea, you are not going to think about, now I want to take tea leaves out, now I have to boil water. Would you think of step by step? No, it automatically happens. So that is the beauty of it, because there are so many functions during the course of the life where you have mental pictures, and the moment that it comes as a thought, which is a single spark, the rest of the functions will automatically happen without focusing much. Even maybe you are doing something else and it happens like a robotic function. So that is a mental construct. Your mental construct or your thought is preparation of cup of tea, and then it has all the components of the other five exposures which happen time to time. Now, for example, a, a child who has never prepared tea in the life, if you say, can you make a cup of tea? He doesn't have that mental picture, isn't it? He has no idea how to do it. He might ask you. So there, that baby, the child doesn't have the complete mental picture. So the command is not there. The power of that thought is not adequate. The power is incomplete there. The thought is incomplete because there aren't any previous data. So similarly, something now, for example, will say some form of cooking, and a friend of yours or somebody says, can you prepare this dish for me? Now, when you do not have any inputs in the past, that means you have no uh, previous data about it. You do not get that appropriate mental picture for the task. So there are some gaps in your mental picture. Yes, you know that you need to wash the dish and then cut these things. But I don't know how to prepare this one. Can you tell me? Now, these are some of the examples that you can think about in your day to day life. When the mental picture is incomplete, you cannot perform that task. You do not get all the components to complete that picture if you do not have the past information. So the thought that got sparked at this moment is incomplete because the exactly similar spark hasn't occurred in the past. So for you to have that complete mental picture, similar complete picture has to be happened in the past. So making the cup of tea is a spark right now, and you should have had that complete mental picture in the past by experiencing the same thing of preparing a cup of tea. So these are some of the areas that you can explore yourself about the thoughts and about your uh, process of thinking about your mind. And as I said, these explanations might come up with various examples from different speakers. So it's worth listening whenever it is possible, because this is going on for 24 hours. And maybe, of course, the topics may be different at different levels. But you can, it's worth listening and getting inputs from various aspects, which will help you to polish the well, your knowledge and polish your understanding. And it's like sharpening a knife, isn't it? You rub it on the sharpener uh, to and fro, and it doesn't really matter how many times you have rubbed, because it's immaterial. What matters is how sharpened is the knife. How well sharpened is the knife is the important thing. So our noble teacher, our guide, our Anwasi, has been always guiding us, showing us all the uh, incorrect points that we are telling. And after some time, when he feels that it's safe for a person to be a kind of suitable person to give this sort of discussion. So join a discussion and explain the things to another person, then he will say okay. But always he's behind, he's checking what we are talking about, and then he makes it a point then and there, sometimes joining the Zoom. He immediately joins the Zoom sometimes and interrupts the speaker and say, no, you are telling this incorrectly, your explanation is wrong. So that is how we all got some form of molding up. Still, lots of things are there to be corrected. So we are still under the guidance and supervision of our noble teacher Renvasi, because the way that he conveys the messages is actually excellent. The way he identifies the uh, ability of the person to understand is also excellent. So there are very nooks and very many nooks and corners that we do not identify, where he picks up in no time. So it's very beautiful. We as a group, we are moving forward. We are trying to understand these Dhamma facts little by little. And for the people uh, who can speak Sinhalese and understand Sinhalese, the main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. This is the main website. And of course, the people who are listening to the English discussions, uh, the www.wisdomofasia, which is written as one single word, www.wisdomofasia.com. That is in all in English. So that has many important informations for a person who is conversant only in English language. And also there are some discussions happening in Tamil language also. At the moment it is once a week, but I think that is also going to be expanded further, so that most people, I would say most people, because there are so many languages spoken worldwide, but most people will be able to uh, experience these Dhamma facts which are explained. What our noble friend did was that he collected bits and pieces from various sources and then he could finally fix everything together to complete the picture, which is actually an excellent thing, because we wouldn't have never be able to do something like that. He spent so many years studying these facts. That is how we were fortunate to listen to this and then come to this understanding. So, what happens when you understand this, the truth, this true Dhamma? Even during the Lord Buddha's time, there were people who were not even enrobed. They were having their normal life, but they had internal transformation. In Theravada Buddhism, there are 4 levels explained. Sotapanna is the first level, which I would say is the most difficult, because the moment if a person reaches this state, there is no turning back. The beautiful example given by Lord Buddha was that if a tree is bent towards a stream, one day when it falls, it will be just taken down the stream and will end up in the sea. So it's like that. A person, a system who has reached that Sotapanna level. Sotapanna level means the thoughts that you had, or the self weave is completely demolished. Now you know that as a thought, there is no self. But that self perception, that feel, is still hiding here and there. But the moment that you, without any doubt or hesitation, you completely understand, very clearly understand, there is no self view, or your thoughts about the self is completely demolished. That is the level of the Sotapanna. And it's described that 7 lives are needed when the person reach Sotapanna level to reach Arhat state. But that, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's just another incorrect explanation. Actually, the life is not a real 30, 40, 60, 70 years life. It's simply a thought. Because we know the self is born in each thought, and it ceased at the end of the thought. That means just maybe a fraction of a second. So each fraction of a second, self is born and self is dead, or self is ceased. So, in other words, this story about 7 lives is not really that 7 times you have to be born and you are dead. It's the 7 thoughts that arise and ceased. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma, where now it's very clear that uh, you do not need to be sort of going in this samsara journey for ages and ages to understand this nirvana. It happens in this thought right at this moment, this fraction of second. And it's explained actually that there are so many instances in a day that a system will experience the nirvana. So whatever the stimulus which is not taken as real, which is not taken as alive, or which is not creating any kind of fire or burning, then that fraction of second, that instant, the system experiences the nirvana. But it doesn't persist. When the defilements are there, that quick experience will be just limited to that moment only. And the next moment, the stimulus that occurs will create some form of defilement so that it changes. So, identification of these quick instances where the nirvana is experienced is important to identify. So, identifying means again learning more and more and having a very clear idea, clear understanding about this process of activities. That is the way. So, when you understand this more and more, then you start recognizing these very small fractions of time where the nirvana is experienced by a system. Wherever there is something which means a thought which is given a value, there is the self perception, the self is there. So, right at the beginning, the system is capable of identifying only the large type of large scale fires, and then towards the latter part, it becomes finer and finer, and even the very sort of fine fires or burnings that occurs in the system can be identified. Very often we say that for our mothers or fathers sometimes who live alone or live in an environment in a family setting where there are no disturbances at all, very quiet environments and lots of free time and uh, no kind of objections from any family member and everything is smooth and beautiful, then that person will find it difficult to identify the levels at the self perception is occurring. At times, our noble friend R.N. Hansi sometimes advised them just go out. Even for the nuns, sometimes he says, don't stay in the same place, don't stay just in the monastery or your home. Go out and try to see what challenges are there. Because more comfortable your surrounding is, your ability to identify the fire sparks which are hiding under the ashes becomes difficult. And also, on the other hand, if there are lots of challenges in your home front itself, those itself will help you actually on this pathway. And they are kind of points of contemplation. This is a question that R.N. Mahasi asks always. What is your point of contemplation? It varies from person to person. For a person, what is meant by point of contemplation? Some stimulus that gives rise to defilements. The so that is in simple words, the stimulus which gives rise to defilements. So it varies from person to person. Sometimes it may be a property or a child, a sibling, spouse, or a grandchild, or simple things like your room, your furniture, your chair, the chair, your favorite chair, or a pair of slippers that you like very much. So very sometimes very simple things, especially elderly people, elderly mothers and fathers sometimes. They don't like to see the things in their household being changed. You must have experienced this very often. They don't like to change the way that the furniture are kept, and they don't like the way that the cooking is changed. No, leave it. I like it that way. You don't have to bother, just leave it as it is. And I don't like to go and stay at my children's house because they are very noisy and disturbing, and I can't listen to them as I want, as I do at my place. Now, see, those are the points of contemplation. Even Dhamma becomes a point of contemplation for some people. They are clinging to Dhamma. They want to reach Nirvana as soon as possible. So this is some of the things that you have to identify. Those we hear when they present these things to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. And he says the Nirvana has become a thing to you. Dhamma has become a thing to you. So these points are very important to get clarified and clean them up. Whatever is the point of contemplation, it can vary from time to time. The point of contemplation this year will change to some other topic next year. So, like that, it's important to identify the own points of contemplation. Once you identify, you can use it as a yardstick to see whether your defilements in relation to that stimulus is getting less and less. So these are the things that comes out in our discussions. It's very important to join the discussions and come out with whatever you have to say. Uh, if you are hesitating for something, that is again the self perception because you want to protect that self. Sorry, because it's you want to protect yourself. You want to protect your image. You don't want any people to hear that you are having a problem like this. So that is what prevents you from talking in these discussions. If there is no self here, if there is no person to be protected on this side, there shouldn't be any kind of hesitation to come out with these things, these problems, isn't it? So uh, I gave some inputs and some form of clarifications in relation to the thoughts and the mind. And we will have to go on talking about these in different aspects uh, because this part, knowing about this darshana section or this Buddhist philosophy and this system of things happening, clarifying this up to the maximum level is essential before going to the practical aspect. But while we are talking, I have been trying to take practical examples as much as possible so that what we are talking is applied then and there to day-to-day life functions. So this talking alone, listening alone is not enough. The ball is in your court now. You have to make your own canoe. Uh, how much it should be, how it should be is your decision. That is depending on the person's level. The canoe should be different. A person might need a smaller canoe, and a person might need a more sophisticated canoe, whatever. I'm just giving some simple metaphors. So, depending on the person's nature, depending on the person's understanding, the canoe which is needed to be constructed will vary. So, we are supporting. Lord Buddha has supported with all the supreme knowledge that he acquired and the wisdom that he acquired. He has supported it the best possible way. And those details, those teachings were refreshed and then explained using some simpler words and simpler explanations by our Aryan Mahanse. So everything is ready for you. It's up to you to uh, take it up or not. And if you are not taking it up at this moment, you will never get this opportunity again. Because when you listen, when you hear true Dhamma facts with simpler explanations and practical pathways, and the opportunities to ask questions and get the things clarified, and also to hear this Dhamma in many ways throughout the day is actually a fortune, invaluable fortune. So I hope this 2 hours gave you some insight. We will meet up again, and I worship Triple Gem with my greatest respect, and also I worship Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, our guide. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and also our team, our uh, Dhamma friends who have been helping us behind the screen. We are very grateful, and Teruvan Saranai to all of you.
Can't really do anything about it. What we can do is keep understanding how there's only the stimulus because there's senses, and that's it. That's it only. So we keep understanding the illusory nature of the world, yes, and it confirms you the illusory nature of the self-perception, because finally what we feel is absence of self-perception. Yes, someone can add to that, yes.
Yes, there was Sunny. I just want to add one more thing that I heard actually from one of Aryan Mahase's explanations. I think it was from last night, Andornatmaka Deshana. Aryan Mahase said that if there aren't two opposite sides, I mean the two extreme ends or two opposite sides, there won't be a power created in the middle. And if there is power created, that means, in other words, there will not be a vibration. If there is no vibration, that means there is no creation of the world. And if there is no creation of the world, there is no doer or there is no self who is experiencing. So this was actually kind of summary of everything. And if we didn't hear this true Dhamma, we have absolutely no idea that the chair is the self, or the chair means that, like the other side of the coin, the self or the doer is there on the other side. So this important fact will not be understood by a ordinary person until a person like Lord Buddha, who found this truth and explained. So it was actually just a very beautiful explanation, short one. What he said was that if there is no power created, there is no world, and if there is no world, that means there is no doer or a person who is owning that world. You may have listened to that, I don't know, because that was something that I grasped from that discussion.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. I couldn't finish today morning one. I couldn't finish. I usually finish it throughout the day. I couldn't do it today, but I have heard every sermon up until that. So Aryan Wahanse always try to reiterate this, remind everyone how important is for us to understand this, how this power has, how power has arisen and giving us this false sensation of a self, like false sense of existence. It's such a beautiful thing, and sometimes we kind of tell it from the beginning, and sometimes we will catch up from like kind of from the mid area, because wherever we start to talk, yes, but I think that there are challenges. There are challenges because to understand that we should feel it too. We can say there's non-duality. We can say there's no this side, but only the stimulus was there. We can say that. But the problem is we have to feel that too, and that's the challenge we have. But just by feeling that also, everything is not over. We have to actually, we will definitely understand what power is there at the beginning and how it is slowly going down, and it is evident in everyone, whatever the levels. It is Dharma is helping everyone. So as we discussed yesterday, this the feeling that the burden of the self perception, isn't it such a burden? Because we can remember how as children how I mean, even if we are wounded, even if we are punished, even if we are in trouble, trouble in the sense, that teacher will shout, or, mother will shout, or whatever. The children at the particular moment, they're just not having any burden like an adult. So this burden, we can feel how burden gets bigger and bigger. And with Dhamma, you can see how the burden is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And one day, definitely it will be not there. But the challenge is to feel the stimuli, full stimuli, the levels of stimuli, and to feel the lack of or absence of self-vibration, or the absence of duality. Anything else to add by anyone else? Not sure. Surangika or Sudama, anyone can add something?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වෙනවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි both of you. It was such a beautiful recapitulation of the self-perception and this illusion. Yes, as both of you said, this sense of self and then the external world becoming real. These two are like two tracks, parallel tracks, and they actually lessening or mitigating of the sense of self, and diminishing of this defilements or the belief that external world is there. They happen, this self-realization happens simultaneously. It is, we can experience that also, because as you said now, Chaya is you, there is no difference when we talk about non-duality. So, and at the same time, we can connect this discussion to the path, because for months and months now, in this groundbreaking revelations at 7 o'clock, Aryan Mahansi get the disciples to share their experiences, to know, to make sure that they are in the right path. So they are also only criterion, only parameter that we can, not as a person, one has to confirm, to like to understand that particular person is in the path, is also seeing this dilution of or dissolving of the sense of self. Because as you said at the very beginning, this world and the self, we in the, as kids, we took them as two entities, this figure, the body and the external world. But actually, when we go deeper and deeper, when we see this truth of the stimulus through ourselves, what happens is this body is also external. This only that awareness is there, that defilements are diminishing. Otherwise, this so-called six sensory organs and this body also becomes external. And then if we talk about the path also, the path is actually, simply we say, it is just diminishing of defilements, or like lighting or softening of the sense of self. But still, in other words, it is how real the external world is for you. Like if we try to take a certain stimulus, so for example, if we like take simple things like something that you use quite often, maybe a pen, simply a pen. So those days, when it was so real to us, that entity was so real to us, because this pen itself represents the entire world that we used to believe as real. So we actually, when we don't see it, we look for it everywhere. We like with the it was so real, the mental image of the pen and the three-dimensional shape of the pen, everything. The moment we think that we know that mechanism, how this becomes a three-dimensional thing, because due to the merging of the five sensory faculties. First it occurs with the eye, and then all coming together and gives us the image of this three-dimensional pen. So we look for that. That actually now we know that it is a thought. We have looked. We have run here and there, checked all the places to find this mental image actually. So it is a thought, but gradually now also when you see the pen is not there, we go and take the pen, we write with it, but still we are not like we don't believe that strongly of this pen, like since we know the strategy, how it has come to this is a thought. So that way we are gradually kind of what happens is not we are, it's all nature. This power creation, thought creation, everything is nature. You were talking about it very beautifully, and yesterday also in the reading it was highlighted in relation to this Ithu Niyama, Bija Niyama, Kamma Niyama, Chitta Niyama. So this is nature, power creation is nature. But what gradually happens is everything is there as usual, but the strong perceptions or kind of strong belief we had as they are real entities, that gradually fades away, and that is, I think, what we meant by that release. Actually, the strong burden we had with all the perceptions and all the entities, people around, we had created such a kind of world, very thick, solid world, so that dilutes gradually. So you also can correct and like continue the discussion based on these points. Please correct if there are things to be corrected. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. Actually, yeah, if Surangika can add something, that would be great.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Gopala.
Teruvan Saranai.
Not on that point exactly, but I thought something that Dr. Sakuntala also mentioned about the Yandunatmaka Desana yesterday, but another aspect that R.N. Mahansa brought out based on a question that somebody raised was the difference between awareness and feel, which I thought was the main focus of the discourse yesterday. And I think it arose because of somebody saying that the person has awareness of the thoughts, awareness of what's happening in this very moment, every moment kind of thing. And I think it was the person who had listened to Buddothpada discourses for a few years. And so almost the entire discourse was on that, as to why that person even contemplated that was the way of the path. And to Dr. Sakuntala's point, or I think Sudharma mentioned it as well, the way of the path is giving away from the mind to the feel and the dissipation of the self-perception. But the here, that means there is invariably something. There has to be a something in order for there to be awareness. So this whole crux of this Dhamma, the true Dhamma philosophy, is that there is no thing in anything. The objects one would see, one of the objects one would hear, true. But is there anything in that object, anything in that sound, anything in that light? And I think the aspect he said is, is there we hear a sound, but is there a crow in the sound? Is there a baby in the image? Is there a mother in the image? Is there a jasmine flower in the smell? No. So if one actually has an awareness, then that object has become real to that person. But what is jnana? And it is the jnana or wisdom that emerges through the understanding of the Dhamma. And the Vidarshana itself is the penetrative insight that one embarks on, is to not continue to be aware of things, but to give rise to wisdom, because it is wisdom that will take one towards the path to liberation and not the mind. The awareness itself is a facet of the mind. True, at the beginning, at the Satyajnana stage, when one is understanding still the true Dhamma philosophy, one has to turn it around in one's mind. One has to analyze it. One has to understand it. I think a few Zooms ago, we talked about active thinking, active reflection, and then we talked about passive reflection, which is somewhat slightly more advanced stage than the active reflection. The active reflection was like Savitakka Savichara in Sinhalese, so I think it's Pali. And then the passive reflection, but then all that gives way to that innate wisdom and the feel. So Dr. Kokila, I think you mentioned this in so many Zooms in the English as well as in the Zoom at midnight. But essentially what Arun Mahansi was saying was the Vidarshana. Why do we call it Vidarshana Jnana and not Vidarshana Sihiya or awareness? And that is because through the penetrative insight. Why are we doing it? Through prajna, when we do the penetrative insight, without one's volition, the wisdom emerges. There is no time, there is no timetable or any kind of thing that one can do about it. When one keeps on understanding how the light consciousness, sound consciousness, all these come about, how the vibrations and the speed of vibration gives us this manifestation, how these sensory perceptions, they make up this world, and the thought process and the existent field and the self-perception. Through that thinking and reflection comes the wisdom. And it is through that wisdom, that self-perception, the sakkaya ditthi, gradually erodes and to a point where it is understood for one moment. And then the path is there for the gradual dissipation of the defilements and the traits, the asavakkhaya jnana. But essentially what he was trying to say was, what are you doing, having listened to the Dhamma for so long? What is this so-called awareness that one can keep on doing? And there is no need for it. If in this very moment, what is feel? The feel is that in this moment, the stimuli has not become a thing. If the stimuli feel means there is no thing in it. There can be an association of various things, various stimuli, mother, father, objects, things to do, incidents to do, tasks to perform, and so on. All these are stimuli that is coursing through the mind. But if none of those things become a thing, that is the feel, and if that is the feel, that is the vipassana kanika samadhi. That is the almost kind of permanent state, permanent meditative state that is prevalent without having to actually do any kind of active thinking or awareness onto every stimuli, because is that practical? No, it isn't. And that is why there is
Surangika,
vidarsana, isn't it?
Surangika,
Dr.
are you
Sakura.
using the feel here for avadiya?
The feel, he said, was if
No,
there
no,
is.
here, when you were telling, when you were telling, were you referring in Sinhala term, was it avadiya you were referring to, or was it that, or I just got just
It was in
deviated.
relation to the question. So the question was
No,
awareness.
I listened to that. No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about when you said just last bit. Last bit now. Just now you said the feel would be, because there's two different. The feel word is also a bit tricky here. Do you get it?
Yeah, I think it is used in two
aspects.
Aryan once I have heard him saying it in the way he said it last night, that Daneno in Sinhalese, of course, means that deyak නැති බව දැනෙනවා නම්, that is the feel. If you use feel in that way, what
that's
that
true.
means
That's true.
is the stimuli has not become a thing in this very moment.
In English, didn't we try to tell that in English by using a new word called super-awareness? Did we not try that? I think we tried, didn't we?
I was wondering whether super-awareness, did we use that for avadiya, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Sakuntala and Sudharma might remember. I think it was for avadiya.
I'm
or
not
adhigata
sure.
samadhiya, one of the two.
I think Samma Satya, wasn't it super-awareness?
Peruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Samma Satya is concentration, isn't it? Right?
Oh no, that word is wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's so difficult. When you, it's really difficult. So what did we use the word for super-awareness in
I think it's avadiya or adhigata samadhiya, one of the two. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a view on that?
I think it is adhigata samadhi, isn't it? The super awareness. That is how I remember it.
Because Aryan Mahansa doesn't, he always says this awareness and concentration, and these words have been used so much, isn't it, in the Western world, that he said those are full of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, can't even discuss that because it's always taken, and as soon as we tell about concentration, everyone thinks about, concentrating on one stimuli. That's what they think. That is where the problem is. Even that the last night, what that every time someone says "Sita dakinawa," this problem comes because the word is taken so much. Even in Sinhalese, it is taken so much. It confuses everyone. It's like being someone like a security officer and keep watching, and then who is a security officer? Then it is a self vibration. So then the whole thing becomes confusing. So we always have this problem in when we try to say something. Super awareness. If it is the
Dr. Kokila, awakening to the moment is also used for Mohapeta avadiya. Awakening to the moment.
Yeah, true. But all these things is awakening to the moment is usually no self-perception or actually feeling feeling the non-self, non-vibration. So it is the same thing. It is the same thing, but divulge in different topics and different ways. It was so beautiful, the last night discussion, where people have to be very careful, and I struggle in, like, I try to say this, but it's very, very difficult, if someone asks, okay, are you telling us to not to have any awareness in normal day-to-day life? No, we are not telling that. We are not even talking about that aspect. We are not. This is completely different. That's why actually the river is going downside. This river is going upside. This completely different aspect. So I think that has to be understood first. That this is, I heard someone saying that, in only the first part of the Zoom, I heard someone saying it's so difficult to understand. Yes, it is difficult to understand. Even, like, to understand, okay, is it awareness or is it not awareness, or what is it awareness, like that. But what here we have to understand is we have a different kind of awareness here, that there is no self and there's nothing. So it is very, 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 I think one day I was trying to say that with the example of the baby, where baby slowly gets the awareness, because baby, usually we say siyanadda, we tell children, don't we? Like, we tell, don't you have any awareness? Don't you know? You have lost your umbrella again. Why don't you know? But then,
Yeah, that's such a conventional term for that, isn't it?
Yeah,
that is
and
not
now,
what we're talking about here exactly.
Yeah, so this is so different.
Are you
now.
absent-minded? We say, isn't it?
Yeah, and now this is kind of we are talking about that a different kind of awareness from true Dhamma, from samadhi or right vision. By feeling that there is no self, we turn around, we change the whole aspect. We know that there is no self. By experience, we know now there is no self, and then the whole thing changes. Then the whole time, the whole life of whether it's 62, whether it is 42, whether it is 82, the even 12, the awareness was that there is a thing there, the umbrella is in my bag, and I'm here. That was the awareness. Such a simple thing. The child may lose it. I mean, child may lose it because there's no much importance of the umbrella to the child. But the mother has a very good importance of that because it's costly sometimes, whatever. What I'm saying is, this Dhamma changes the whole aspect of awareness, because now we can't even call it awareness, because this is about a different aspect, that even if it is in the bag, that it is actually like a perception, and even that perception is not true. And even that if you start that stimuli from I, even the light is not true. So what can we say is true? I mean, none of these are true. So we kind of have a different thing. So definitely we have to have a different aspects or different things. So that's why we struggle with the words. But we can say no self-perception would be a better word here, I would say, because actually speaking, there's no new perception there. There's absence of self-perception. which is going to grow slowly. That's where when someone get the non-self perception, that absence of self-perception, it keep growing, it keep growing, it keep growing. And at one point, like what happened to the child didn't have that full awareness when they were children. They didn't even know that this is me. They didn't know. They could play under your own mother's dead body. They didn't know. They just played. They just did whatever they can. But with the time, they were fully aware of the surroundings. They were fully aware about the self-perception. But this changes, and still you are fully aware about the surrounding too, still. But this is a different way of putting that in. Different non-self perception. Yeah, that's all I can do. I think Surangika tried her best too. What do you think, Surangika? Is there any way we can win in this discourse, like trying to tell this to the world? Can we win, you think?
Dr. Kokla, it's actually from personal experience. The other thing is, this is a very weak example, but I hope our listeners can try to at least understand, and ourselves as well. So I think our advisor also may have mentioned, I think, if we try to get a 12-year-old to do O-levels, that child would not be able to get a proper understanding of the syllabus, isn't it? So it's like, because the 12-year-old, I don't know whether he or she will be in grade, 7, 8 or 9 or somewhere there. But the grade 7 syllabus, the grade 8 syllabus and the 9 syllabus all shapes that child's knowledge in order to be able to cope with the O-level syllabus.
Yeah.
And come to that understanding. So this aspect about awareness and avadya or super awareness, and to come to that point, and as you have mentioned earlier, to have the confidence to let go of the perception and all that, if you can't give that message to the person on the path too early, because that person has not the maturity of the thinking process, and the vidarshana has not come to the point of being able to grasp that other subtle message. It has to be, that's why the Kalyana Mitra, or the noble teachers' guidance right through the whole process is so important, because it is only that teacher who will be able to discern exactly at what moment to guide with what message to the follower, isn't it?
Exactly, like letting go of the parva is such a subtle thing that can be told to, like, really at kind of in the middle of the path. You can't really say it in the beginning. Like yeah, there's so many things like that. True. And
there was I think you brought up the question. You brought up this thing a few days ago, Dr. Kokila, about some years ago. You had R.N. Vance had asked you about what is your point of contemplation, and you had said your children. And looking back, you said, you almost laugh at the fact, because ultimately it's self-perception. And then I had made a note in that, I found one of the books where I had made a short note, and Narayan Vance had said there will come a time when you'll be able to still have the children, still look after the children, and still gain that super awareness, or still liberate from the mind. And I mean, just think about that moment where a mother would find the children of value, or think at that point. So, certain amount of advanced stage is there, but still has that thought that, no, this is my point of contemplation. And it could be very well at that point where that follower that is the point of contemplation. But see, at that very moment, the message that Aryan Vance gave was, if you could see slightly beyond that, and understand, bring your Satyajnana to a level where you will then be able to even transcend that moment and then understand that there can be the children, the children can exist. You as a mother can exist. You can perform your obligations. You can perform your obligations to society as a doctor and so on, and still be liberated from your mind. Isn't that such a beautiful message and given at that correct
Yeah,
moment?
yeah, true. Oh my God. That's why I keep telling that some things that Aranahatse has told, we were not mature enough to get it at that some particular points when we were not mature enough, but then we kind of get it now. And I don't think this will end. I can't even imagine how, the 80 disciples and Lord Buddha, when Lord Buddha must have been there, and all the monks, how they must have felt, like such a beautiful feel, that how massive that, the how massive, and it's so beautiful. I don't know. I just can't explain how things keep changing. How
And just
things.
think about this, Dr. Kokla. Every depending on the vibration, self vibration, like 8 billion people have 8 billion different vibrations. The Gatini, I don't know what you call it, Sudama. Maybe you can have
Or the
English word.
trains.
The tains. Each one's tains are so different, dependent on the the zygote level, the
Yeah.
environment, the person grew up in, the education, any kind of childhood trauma, etc., etc. So just imagine the amount of being able to, what shall I say, tune into that vibration in order to, it's such an individual thing, isn't it? And that's why our advance encourages everybody to get onto the Zoom and ask everybody's questions where one is stuck in, because one person's message, true, there are common messages that each of us can take from the Zoom discourses, but there are some very, very fine points that people get stuck on because of those stains that have to be unraveled. And sometimes, you can't do it yourself because you cannot see beyond that point because of ignorance, because of the very defilements. One's vision is clouded through defilements. So it is the Dharma teacher or the noble spiritual teacher who's able to say, no, there is a way forward. And then show the way, isn't it?
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, it is. It is. It is amazing. I don't know where the word amazing can be used anywhere else. I mean, we have heard this word amazing, like, yeah, truly amazing. How we can actually tune into this, because the mind has covered it. Mind, that whatever with the data, every data we have, mind has covered this taints. So to find the taints, like actually feel the taint, not find the taint. Can't find the taint. You have to feel the taints, and then feel the non-vibration is something that has to be felt. But even to know that is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, feeling must be felt by each and every person, but even to know it.
Dr. Sakuntala, Sudharma, if you have anything to add.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila and Miss Rangika. It's very beautiful actually, the way you go and making revelations to the world and re-emphasizing the important points that Arya Mahanse has revealed in the long run. And actually here what I wanted to add is, Mr. Rangika and Dr. Kokla, that you were talking about taints, yes, in many sermons, the RMHC mentions that taints, actually the manifest form of taints is the defilement, isn't it? It is that is in dormant or latent, no, the taints, which is, it doesn't come up, but the manifest form of it we find as defilements. That is delusion or desire, then ill will, hatred, etc. And to the point that you were mentioning that how we can reveal this to the world, pass this message to the world. So they are also,
But
if
in
the
there,
birth,
Sudharma,
yes, yes, Dr. Kokila.
that last particular thing you said, yes, the manifestations are the defilements, but defilements would be there, but just that awakening to the moment is the beginning of the path. So the awakening to the moment actually in one particular stimulus, you can identify all these layers. It just has to be felt.
Yes, you so beautiful that you always remind, because it's like a turning point, isn't it, of someone's path. And
Yeah,
Dr. Kokila,
it's
yes,
very important because that's where the trick is. There is be inside the mind and the outside the mind problem. That's where the problem is. If you're inside the mind, kind of, I don't know whether how else to say that. Suranka might have better English words for that. When you are inside the mind, in the sense that in mind perception or mind consciousness, it's a bit difficult to understand the tense. At least one particular moment, if one particular moment you don't get that value of the mind perception, then only that particular part will be felt, because all these parts are one stimulus. If it's cross sound has all these things. It has the cross sound. It has this the dream, as Aranwansi said, mind kind of thing. Still in the still the cross sound is there, but then if you actually pierce that, only you can feel the taints. In the sense, it is the kind of the vibration of the sensory organ. And if you have practiced fully these 4 steps that Arano Hanse has taught us, will definitely understand that it is just the sensory organ, and the non-vibration or absence of duality will be felt. Absence of duality. Yeah.
yes. And Dr. Kokila, that our birth is just the birth of the I. The I itself, the non-duality is there, isn't it? If seeing is, or what happens is seeing only, hearing only, then and there we liberate from the feeling, thought that there is a person listening, person seeing. So it also happens when we understand this mechanism. Actually, what were for me really is Aryan Hanse's the scientific explanation of these vibrations and how this power gets created, how come that there isn't a tree outside, and so when Aryan Hanse's sermons about the philosophy alone uh, definitely takes someone to the next level in terms of this, isn't it? Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So there is no other way of, and at the same time, the first point of contemplation that everything is the mind, that becomes self-evident even to a foreigner who has never heard Dhamma before, this Chittena Niyati Loko thing, because it becomes self-evident, the whatever
Yeah, but in there
the
also,
yes,
the difficult part is that
yes,
self-thought is also external.
yes, this body is also external. That's what
Self-thought is also external.
external. Yes,
Drushtiya, kind of all
this view,
the
wrong view.
wrong view, in the sense, the thought,
Mm.
we have the self vibration, and then we get the self perception. As soon as the I is formed, we have an idea now.
Yes,
That perception, whatever the perception we have, if it is a flower, whatever the perception, the self perception is anyway there, because we take it as true anyway, without Dhamma, I'm telling. And
yes.
that goes to the self view or the thought. I
see the flower.
That one is outside.
Is
Everything
that.
that is where the people struggle, because that's where I was trying to say in last few like things I told you. I was trying to say
Yes,
people
yes,
get that part, that outside world is not true, but don't know how to put the self perception there, how to put the self view there, how to put the thought. The I is a thought. How it arises, that is as similar to the chair,
that
very similar to the chair. That part no one is keen to take, but everyone is keen to take about the chair. They are very happy to take. Oh, okay, daughter is not there, son is not there, mother is not there, father is not there, family is not there, dog is not there, job is not there, nothing is there. So good. Oh my God, that's wow. That's really good.
yes.
But that's not the thing. That's not
And
the
when
actual
Dr.
thing that we are
Kokila,
trying to say. Yeah.
when Aryan Mahanse gives it in the form of a formula, I equals the chair and so on, he repeatedly says, no. Yes,
No, we
I mean,
forget. That's why it should be
yeah,
repeated. Yeah, we keep forgetting, because this, the strong self view cuts it off, because
yes,
this is
it's
so beautiful, like if you are there and everything else is not there, aren't you happy?
yeah, no,
Yeah, so you're happy. Yeah, you're happy. So we want to be happy, don't we? So then the self perception will be very high. And that's what happened to Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. Same thing. And we can be easily a Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. That's where we are trying to, keep reminding.
yes, very important. And Dr. Kokila, the basics are actually, we cannot call them basics even, because it's the only thing,
The truth.
only way out.
The truth.
Yeah, yeah, the truth. So the more we contemplate on these sensory perceptions, the power, self-vibration, or this story, uh, actually it's like
I
a
think
thought.
repetition
Yeah,
from the Zoom discussions, repetition from talking about this is very important. And every day Aryan Hanse telling that, um, you are keeping yourself and you are trying to tell that everything is fine is not the path. It's not the path. And you can get frustrated by listening to that, but that's definitely not the path. Because this is non-self Dhamma, no self Dhamma or non-self perception or absence of self-perception is the final outcome, and Arahant has become the non-self perception. Because normal layperson without Dhamma has full self-perception. Arahant has a full non-self perception. That's all. That's the difference. That's all the difference. Yeah, we can only reiterate, we can only discuss, we can only remind, we can only
Yes.
each person has to actually get into the parva or the I don't know what that is called. What is it called? Craft? Or what is it?
Yeah, raft.
Raft. Yeah.
Raft. What's that, Miss Surangika? I forgot.
Yeah, I think raft is
Canoe.
fine. Yeah.
Canoe is also there. Yeah.
Raft is
And
better, I think. Yeah.
raft.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yes. Someone has to get into the raft, and also
raft. Yeah.
with the help of the noble friend has to know that you can't grab onto the raft, and like it's a very fine line.
Couple of days ago, Aryan Hanse re-emphasized when you are an Arahant, chair is still there, but chair is not a thing. What
Yeah,
Dr.
but the
Kokila also repeatedly says. Yeah.
problem
Yeah.
is people take this in the beginning.
Yes. Only
That's
as theory.
no, we have to. It is how an arahant is feeling. Everything is there, but because there's no self-perception, problem is not there. I mean, problem the layperson has not there, because the no self-perception is the normal thing, the that we were talking about, the super awareness is the thing. So, but everything is there. But when we try to say that in the beginning of someone's journey, sometimes they misunderstand. Oh yeah, I understood the Dhamma. Now, yeah, that's fine. I don't. That's fine. Yeah, I see everything. Yeah, normal. But they don't know what their taints are, and they don't know how the taints will be absent. So that's how direct this Dhamma is. You can't really do anything. It's such a direct one as well. Not something you can bluff. Yeah, I think we are running into the other Zoom discussion.
Yes, it's the last minute. It's almost 4 o'clock, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah. We worship Aranhanse as usual. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming and trying to give this to the whole world. We're trying our best, but I think we can do something, and we will do whatever we can. Therwan Sarnai, everyone.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sarnai.
Sarnai.
Therwan
Aryan
Sarnai.
Mahansa.
Tedwan Saranai. First of all, I want to worship Arunwansa, Tedwan Saranai Arunwansa. Today also, we are going to start evening that Buddothpada PeoTV channel. Really is very important in this season. It can be there because some people, anyone is joined that Buddothpada Desana with Arunwansa's way, because of its it can be understood, it can feel, it can be feel what is the correct way in Buddha's way. Otherwise, in every people they know is what is the Buddhism, but some people is going to understand in just like a type of language or type of theory, but it's not happen to because why I say in like this, because it is now we uh, can feel it real feel in what is the human feel, because of it's a human feel means we can sense everything, but Arnold's explanations then very incredible thing is because that's very important. That's why today also we try to start in the, we can discuss small thing. First thing, then I want to request in extremely very sorry because of in our language in Sinhala, but English is our second language. But that's we cannot explain properly. But we are trying to build up in our knowledge also in that means in electrical, sorry, in that engineering or some any that kind of knowledge. But it's English we need to improve in, then how we can explanation of in Buddhist philosophy. It's very little bit critical for us. That's why I say in extremely very sorry, and anyone else then cannot be understand in the session, but we can we will see then afterwards. Then it will be it it want to be in developed in the day by day, uh, and today also, and I feel it in everyone. That means in our out of country, then we have a lot of friends now, but. In when we are working together, when we are working together in all the peoples, in that means is they are not Buddhisms, they are not there are a lot of peoples are Christians and Muslim, but at that means then we can feel full. It's very uh, it's not the same then because of we are when we are working with together in with people in the every people they get in everything is outside, because it can feel it and it can understand and what is the differences, because of its same scenarios we also face to face in every day, but that means then that time we can feel this is different. And example, we stay with our home, that means in our family team, that also is little bit difficult to in our difficult to understand to stay with another, but it's now it's very easiest easy because of now we can understand another people's then feeling, then what we they need, then like this. But now we can feel it is they when they have any problems or when they face any some day-to-day scenarios, then it's very different to in the different ways they are taking to get the idea also. I will say in my experience, then in my wife's and my wife's friend, they have examination in these seasons. But I also faced one last 2 weeks ago in one of the examinations. But at that sessions, then in my field is when I ready to in that when I was to ready that period, when I have a free time, I uh, get some read some our in theory sessions or something, but we we are going to ready it, so we can feel it, we can take our time and we can read it, and after that what is the exam date we can face it in very clearly. But in pass or fail it's not happen to for us, because when it's failed, then we don't want to get to worry, because of they are not a person, and that is our feel, because yeah, that is one of the work that's enough, then it's we don't want to think about in more than more, because that is one of the examination. When you are going to ready, then it's okay, we don't have a time, that's also okay. We going to sit at that, we write at that, we doing that examination work, but it's pass or fail, it's not happen to for us. But when we result is good, we can it will it, when its result is good, it's that also no problem. But when it is fail, that also no problem, because we say feel is same, but we can understand in that time. Then in my experience, it's not when you are getting our bad result, but it's in burning is not happen, because yeah, we have sad means we have sad experience. We can feel it, it's sad, because of when you are going to when its result is fail, we can feel it, it is sad, yeah, it's okay, but there is not person. That is my experience. Then it's very unbelievable thing, because of I had experience 3 4 years ago. It's where we had to face some lot of problem, that also is need to be get big worries, and yeah, it was a very big, very it cannot explanation also now, because another thing is, in my experience since last week, in my one of the friend, she has an examination in last week. Uh, she going to ready means, then every moment they want they are very scared of, then how can we write it, how can we read, because when I fail it, then how can we write it next time. They plan it everything, because of the everything is will happen, because of already they're ready to, because already they're scared. When it's an exam, they cannot they cannot face it perfectly, because they get in nerves, they get nerves, because that is our my other experience. Then I also explained for them, then it's don't need to don't about, because they don't know what is the dhamma, and they didn't join in that uh, Buddothpado Deshana, or they didn't follow that kind of things. But that means, then I explanation is small things. Then please don't get worries. Then you have examination, just only you go and face. Then afterwards it fail or pass, it's no worries, because that is the happen. Then but they cannot understand in that kind of things, because of all over the world is truth. All over the world is they have, because they have a time, they have a money, they have values, and all the times and all the knowledge and all the monies, they have big values. Some people is said, oh, how can we fail it, because it's next time we have to payment, we are going payment is very hard to in earning money. That kind of scenarios they have, because they have a lot of stories. That is the other thing, that is our day-to-day life in happening. Then when we are going to waste some lot of patriarchal means, this is our life. Then that's why Buddha said we don't want to go any special, we don't want to spend a special moment or special time or special knowledge, we don't want to explanations but that's why it's very important for the all other people's life, because that's why I explained these two example also. when if it is not if it is not sorry, now in the when we are going to discuss something in another people in not a dhamma, then normal discussions also in we can feel it they because of now we cannot feel it because I also joined that Buddothpada with it 1 years ago, and now I little bit feelful in what is the differences also, not a little bit, we can feel it totally in what is the difference of that life. Now we can comparing for without in through them peoples, then because it's very different to when we are going to discuss something, when we are going to do something, that also very different to different feelful and meaning for the it's coming for in another people to in we are going to discuss for, we are going to working for them. uh, yeah, we can stay with everyone because of already we understand means we can stay everyone. We don't have bad people, we don't have good people. It's we don't want to divide for, we don't want to get any, we don't want to give any valueness for the peoples in poor or rich or something because everyone is same. That is the other thing. That's why it's very important thing is in this way. uh, why I'm going to say that one. Now we can uh, we can look our normal environment is all the cultures because a lot of peoples they are doing some business, so they are doing some things, but it's all over the world is it's not a balance. Some people they have all the facilities and developed, and some people, example in our country, some areas they don't have, they don't have the chances to ask in some, they don't have the chances of listening of this kind of thing also because they don't have technologies, and some people, that is the other thing. That's why we are going to in our advances also in try to in every moment. I think that's why he also is because when we are going, anyone is anybody is understanding this dhamma, he can feel it in everyone. Yeah, it's we want to give for them, we want to give for in everyone. What are we doing in here or anywhere, then we are also trying to in the explanation, or we are also going to some merits. We are also going to improve that in Dhamma Deshanas because it's very helpful for that kind of people. That is the other way. Then because everyone they don't have a chances means they don't have a technical. They don't have a technical knowledge of how we going to in join in this session. Because example in our mothers and in our old people also. That's why we want to help for them. Then how we can explanation or it don't want to go because why I going to say when I work in Sri Lanka, that means in 2 3 years ago, and I also my plan also in after the work and after the marriage, and I also planned it when I become in age 50 60, we are going to in temple or we are going to monastery. We try to understand it Buddha Deshanas, but now it's totally different. It's, that is not the way because that is also taught. In that time we doesn't understand in what is the true Dhamma, what is the way also. Because of everyone they understand in world, they understand in the world in the what they are hearing, what they are looking. That is the world. That's why they everyone they cannot do anything in some example some now these seasons in lot of I also have a lot of friends they are in become monk. In Melbourne area also I had one of the friend. He also already stay with temple. He stay because of he already monk. But they also doesn't know anything because they are finding in that way. But that is the culture. That is the cultural things. Then what is the culture? That example he had any example. Some monks they had a they already find it more because of they need to find it in nirvana. But what is they are choosing it that way? They want to go they want to use that sura means they want to become monk. After that, that is the pathway. That is our cultural thing. Then, but in our experience means our feel is in Buddha's in Buddha Deshana means in that ancient time that means what in Buddha's living seasons. Then he explanation means who is understanding, and afterwards we can use that clause. Then we can otherwise anyone anybody's understand. Otherwise he don't have any other works because he want to live with in another people. He don't have any other targets, and he don't want to get because there is not person. That's why that cultural I don't know how to change it that one because of it. Arun's explanation is very clearly in that case. Uh, that's why it is all the now in a lot of areas that means in a lot of Thailands and Philippines they also don't know they cannot do anything. That is the main thing. Then we cannot say they are wrong. Then we are correct. Then we cannot say anything because that is the cultural things. Then anybody's they don't know because everyone is very innocent because they want to because they are trying to understand because how they can get it without world and get any idea how they can take the idea without that environment. It cannot do anything. We can some people is then like Arunva say he can he decide to he go to in that way. He want to understand it with alone. That is a very important things. Then anybody's he cannot take a same like way because it's very difficult. Then personally we also didn't we also uh, don't have any that kind of ideas because it's very difficult ways. I don't know if Anwar he get that way, then he choose it that way because when we are going to find it alone in the alone means and we are going to spend time. It will take more time because it's depend in Vidarsana and Abhijnana is depending because of anybody's they had the thought, but they had to find they had a thought, but it's depend that. Understanding knowledge. It will take more time, I think, in some people. But Anwar he get the chance, he spend more time and his life also. It's very that's why it's very important for things. Then I also every day in the morning or every season, every time. Then I also worship Anwar because of ex- I can feel it my whole life also. It's totally different now. That is the other thing. Uh, before it, I don't want to say it in how to spend our whole life. That's only thought we can discuss in that common street. We can uh, because of we that means and we that's a game type of game. Then after our examination after our education also we starting lot of thing is it's helpful for our family background. So we starting we want to earn the money we want to develop. That is our youngest mind and that's why we starting lot of things and we because we don't have any we don't know what is the field also because every moment every morning then we had new thought then we are running we start when we become a morning then we starting to our run we because I am not going to in earning big money but it's our field we want to own the world we want to own the world we want to start in different things because of already we start that time then lot of businesses and nature business and everything but now we can feel full. That also we can do it. It's nothing now. Before we had a lot of burn in the inside because sometimes in our we think about some things, but it's not. It's very hard it's very hardful for the in doing some practical work. That means it become a sadness. Now we really understand. It's not happen. We can do everything without burning. That is very important. The other thing, then some anybody's think, then he cannot do anything. He miss that he miss that family when we are he going to in that Buddha Desana. Some if anybody he can think about like this, but it's not happened because of example for us now. We can do everything. Then we want to do some our education. We want to stay with family. We want to go anywhere. We want to arrange some everything. We can do it, but little different for it that normal people. But we can handle everything. It's nothing. Then we don't want to miss that our family or mother and parents. That is our responsibility. We can do it very perfectly than before. Yeah, it's our real experience. Then I also think it. Then when we are going to understand that careful. Sorry. When we are going to understanding it that dharma, I also think it. We in my family members means in our wife and our mother, they also think. Now he's trying to understand. I think they think is one time he's trying to become monk, but they think it because in our kid also very small, but they also a little bit escaped in that time. Then now, but Arun say he exploration is very marvelous ways, and yeah, now we can feel full. It's not the way that we can do in our all the responsibilities in 100% perfectly. Now they also understand. Then they we don't want to get worries because in our personalities means our person now is totally is changed because of without person means we have a feel. We can understand what they need also. uh, that's why we can say this one because of it's helpful. I think it's helpful for another or another family members or another people also because it's that's why I say in that my personal experience also. Mm, uh, I think is that kind of normal experience. It's very. It's. I think it's anybody's understand. This is another way. But I want to say that I want to say it because of some people is in one of my friend also. He want to find it nirvana. That means he finding. That means then it's my personal experience. He cannot finding anything. Then because of nirvana is not there. Not there means already we are in under the nirvana. That means in it can be uh, experienced. Then without that mind means without mind means anybody is think then we want to find it mood. That is the finding mood in the mind. It's good. This is a finding moon. Finding moons means our minds. They had its mind has some algorithm. That means it need another thing. It needs next step. That is the finding mood. We don't want to think about that, but that is the in mind pattern. That's why first of all we want to understand that knowledge. Then that means we want to live with that all the knowledge. We want to live without that dhamma, without that means without that knowledge, without that darshana means we want to live with normalized. We want to become normalized, and with after the explanation and after the understand and that darshana, we want to rectify it first of all. Then anybody's then they have a chances in join that in Zoom sessions. Afterwards, then he want to leave it. But lot of people they don't know how to we live with that mind. Means in example, some people is think no dharma is first. Then we want to think about that any morning and evening. Be we want to be think about that dharma. That means some everyone they want to like it. They want to worship. Then they want to try to in the remind nation is the mind and that dharma because it's very I don't know it's in the cultural also is Buddhism is some a lot of people think is it is but that is the other thing. They get the wrong idea means Buddhism is not that statues or temple or something that but that kind of thing also needed. It's very helpful for that way. But who is going to that way, then he want to understand. It's okay. All the one is say there. All the one is going that. But it's my way is we want to live. We want to live with without mind. That in consensus, I don't know is how to explain it in nirvana because I don't have any other. That means in advance is said in non vibrations. Then but feel is non-vibration means also it's a word, no? Then without that word, how can we explanation that kind of feel? Because it's not in there. Example in the bulb inside it has in emptiness, no? How we can explanation in emptiness in the word? Because of when you are going to say some word, it has a value or it has a vibration. That's why then lot of in Hindus and lot of other religions, they explanation that since it's the energy, that some people is called that energy in world energy, and some people is said it Vishnu's energy, but I don't know is how to in the we cannot explanation in emptiness. Then we are going to explanation or we are going to say something means we are going to explanation or we can explain through the experience only, otherwise we cannot say into the word type. Then it will be had meaningful meaning means it's there is one something is there, meaning is something is there. That's why then we want to be getting we want to think about it before the explanation in that kind of thing. Arun also is every time he said something, but a lot of people they asking his question, can you explain the nirvana? But yeah, we can explanation with experience only. Uh, Anybody they don't have a chances to that means the practical life sessions, then practical life day-to-day life they want to change it. That life is in big ranges. They want to try to face in different life areas and different, they want to get the ideas for the other peoples and they want to change it in totally in every day by day uh, day-to-day life. It very helpful for the very helpful for them. Example in one of my friend he stay with that they don't have any other arguments with, they don't have a big discussions with they because they want to only doing some, they want to find it the foods and day by day. Then and they have more time in free that that's all the time they spent asking some dharma deshanas and dharma sessions and practical sessions, and poet also they visited in temple, and they spent whole day in there. They spent whole day. Yeah, really. I also saw that. I also try to explanation, but they think is all the all the one is outside. That means they're trying to go. When they is missed for one day is per day or something because of still period, they're very scared. Yeah, today is I missed that all. That's they think about that is the how I can I call in English? It's power. Uh, that's why they think about it as power means. I don't know what is the word of that. Yes, that is the other thing is because when they miss that, then they don't have a chances. They because some people is think then when we are going to some asking some TV program or something, it's power cut. That also they think it it's my time. My time is not good. That's why it's power cut like this. But that's also why that because of it's already is our society. They think about it. Then pink power they divide it. This is a pink. This is a power. That's why. Then they want to try to do something in the outside of only. They don't know how to focus it inside. Arnaso try to in the 100% every time. Then he try to explanation is we don't want to go outside. We want to think about in our himself. Then we want to focus our inside. That's enough, really. Example, one of the guy he's doing in one of the my friend he's working with farm. That means an animal farm in the Sri Lanka. Then I also think about then he also can understand that Nirvana. He because he live with animals. Sometimes he want to kill for that animals. Then that also not happen. He can do it everything. But how can we say then he he cannot do he cannot coming in this way. He can do it, but I don't know. It's getting a chance, and then we are not going to explanation for them. When he had the chance, then he can understand it. He don't want to think about what he is doing. Then it's not depending that way because he can focus that his inside. That's enough. This is the way because all the animals also. Then some people is think he's working that kind of. Then he's doing that meat business or some is our cultural things. Then lot of people is they are vegetarians. I am not going to eat meat because of its power. I don't know why is that getting that Buddha's ways. Uh, we cannot explain it. Then we can discuss with that but it need to be get a platform in here. It need to be made. I think is Arman's also not going to explanation and that kind of shit because of our society. It will be become crash. Because already they write up all the books and they in our education syllabus also they already write down that that's we cannot change about when we are going to change it that part then we want to change it about totally really because I don't know say idea I think because it will take a time then we want to yeah it will take a time but now it's already on our of we are also spend more time in there. But now this is the time also. It's, I think it. mm, we want to say in the. We want to now. We want to say in front of all the in our society. uh, Yeah, that is the way. Then otherwise it will take up another more time. Then it's not. Yeah, otherwise it will take another more time because now is enough the time spent when because a lot of all over the world and here also in America also, then a lot of European countries also spread then because already the people they stay with the religions. Then 100 and million years ago they stay with religions, but they don't have a chances. They don't have a free. They don't have a freedom because Yeah, that's why people become to in with, they try to in become live in without religions because it's very easiest. Yesterday I discussed with my in front of my in in my table in front of I have one of the friend. He's Australian. I asked for him why you not going to church? Why you not attend to any religious? He said to me, it's very difficult to stay with the normal life. It's because they have rules. He doesn't like to go in every Friday, every Sunday. He doesn't want to go with family that church. Then because of they have rules and they need to arrange some gathering works. Then they when we are going to that kind of groups, then they want to attend this all the sessions because they are living with very freely. When they have a free time, they are going to park and they are going to beach and they are going to camping. They spend more time with forests. They already live with nature, but they don't want to live with under the rules because already they have freedom. That is the other thing. And all the religious in our all the religious, but religious is need. It's need for all the society because it everyone they some people is they afraid to in our death. That's why they don't going to do some wrong works. Means it's our society work in our nature. That means our all the society they have rules and they have regulations. Then that is needful and it's need for all the society. But now these seasons, then nowadays, then why they don't want to attend that any religions? They don't want to they don't want to believe anything. But that time we can explanation. This is not a religion. This is not a philosophy. It's not another type of philosophy. It's a it's our life type. That means that is our life. Then we want to go that way. We don't want to go explanation. This is a Buddhism. This is a yeah. That word is okay, but we want to explanation in without without that. Some people is think this is that this Buddhism also is another type of the religion. But that, we also heard it in before that it said. But yeah, we want to match that way. We want to we want to understand that how we touch the another people. Then after that I asked for him. Then it's okay. Then but you have some you don't have any feel for your death. But he said it's okay. So then after the life the enjoyment, then he thinks then all the we without any rashness, then he can do everything. Otherwise when he going to in all, then he ready to hit death. But I don't know if he's inside in that he has a burning or something that I didn't ask for him. But it's a lot of people is thinking about in same kind of ways. They already choose that. They already choose that because they now in the new world they don't want to attend. They don't want to spend more time. They don't want to. No, Yes, sorry. Then we are going to discuss in that kind of thing. Then all the people they think it. Uh, it is very personally for us also. Before we don't want to spend our time with another. In example, if we are going to working place, then our managers or our head of the department, they are given to pressure for us. In personally, I can't work in for that kind of areas before, because that is the human nature. Means everyone is there. Example, animals also. They want to live it freely. A lot of people they have business for the animal business or something. I don't know is how we can. They want to think about that kind of thing. That is the normal our normal knowledge. If they want to go in school, they can understand. This is a free means. Everyone they like to stay with feel. But human, I don't know why they are going to in. Some people is in here is doing some fishing works also. It's very popular in the world, in the here also. In the school guys, in that means in small boys also, they are trying to in going fishing because they don't know is pimp out. They don't have ideas. It's very funny. That is the his habits. Because of I can now explain. I can understand because of, we spend our kids period in Sri Lanka. No, that is our culture. Then we know is we understand. This is a pink. That is a pow. We that is the import. That's why it's important the religion also. All the religious also religion works, religion technologies also, religion knowledge also is very valuable. In without that through them also, but it's needful in the society. After that, now we had the basic knowledge. This is a good way, this is a bad way. We have a basic knowledge. That one is needful. Now in these areas, then they don't have that kind of knowledge also. That is very sadness because of how we can now explain it for them. Then we cannot say this society fishing is not, because they like to stay with lake or pond. They because fish also they need to live with for that family. They also have families and all the thing. But this is the society work. But they think, oh no, so we cannot make an argument also. We don't want to get argument, but just I discuss of this room only. Uh, but they don't have ideas how we can they become feel, because when they try to become feel, they want to understand another people or another environment or nature, or they want to get the ideas. Someone they don't have a idea is nature is example in message. Example now, all the American the leaders also think, the American leaders also, they think is nature is depend on the God, that we don't want to secure our nature. It will be it will be decide our God. Then we can live within here. We can drill our all the earth, and we can take out our oils. It's needful for the society. We want to build up our country. We want to see. Then I don't know is how to explanation had that personal habit also. Then it's very big egoistic people in the that leader also. Then afterwards it will be going that wrong way than all the society, because they want to win that. That is the game. Then we heard of lot of discussions and lot of president discussions in the Europeans, in European societies, they have a fight. They don't know, because all they are white people, but they have arguments. They have big fights. They want to become first. Then that's why they have how many wars. Then how many military companies also. That is the other way. But for, that's why we want to. Arun also try to explanation in that. Arun also he tried to touch that European nation also, because it's needness now. It's very needness, because now we can understand what the world people's world leaders are going, because when they destroyed our in the nature, then how we can save that world in the way. First of all, we want to think about the nature. it's very neatness for the all the living peoples in living animals and every everything is because everything is that world. No, first of all, then anybody's they want to know understand that even but is that is the nature, and we can understand now. But uh, anybody's become that. Understanding they can feel it in everyone they want to get that field and everyone take the and understand that nirvana is very afterwards we can build up in big very beautiful world in there otherwise then it has every day they have big deals and they have big wars means and how many people is there some example is skills example styles they have some society they don't have any food and any facilities also. That is the another side of this normal society. We want to understand in everything then it's very important for the in the day-to-day life and now we can feel full in what they are going to do in what the world is what is the world pathway but in I can feel it in I think is can you rectify that is I am wrong or not then I think is all the people they want to be live without that games and they lot of I think I don't know its percentage then every anybody because they now they lot of people is already hacked because then when they is birthing when they born then already they example in this society in all the students and all the in our environment all the kid also they already under that games and that kind of I think this is a tournament like how we can explanation then anyone is then he didn't join that society. I think is he uh, in the society then he cannot earning some his our is that normal income also because of it has a I don't know it's very wrong place. Then some example extremely very sorry because I stay with my kids because we don't have any time because of in here we have our only my wife and me only. We want to in arrange in we want to do in ourselves in all the things and that's very little bit but in time management it little bit difficult to hear but that also no problem but in I'm going to explanation in my experience in the how is my uh, understanding but it's I think it's very it's important for anybody it's please anything is wrong, please let me know. Anyone can explanation for us. Anyone can join for us, and we have more times. Means Aran he already made up this session already. We have a pathway, we have a platform. Then we can discuss now. We want to improve that day by day because it's not our. We are not spend more time in the that kind of Dhamma sessions. Then that's why. Then the explanation is a little bit hard for us, but yeah, it will be increased. It will it's need because anyone is understanding in anyone they spend more time with that Buddothpada Deshana. Personally, we us also we didn't join in a lot of discussions of that last 2 3 months. Then because of it's not. It's not our misunderstand. It's because of in our day-to-day life, it's a little bit difficult to in the facing of that case. Is my view also. We want to stay with our country. Is Sri Lanka means it's very now is we can live with our people. Is very feelful, but what can we do because this is our nature. We want to face that all the things. Then I think it's day to day life. Then it has a time. Then it can take a time. Then we can resolve that all the things. And but Arman say he explanation and he not we we are attending in that case in this kind of season that this kinds of shows and very needness. That's why we are going to an explanation in we cannot explain in 100% in but I think it's I'm going to stop this sessions. Then I think is another sessions it will be starting in after that sessions. Again, I want to worship that Aranwasa, Teruvan Sarnai, and another listening guys also. And tomorrow we can join that next sessions. And thank you very much. And Teruvan Sarnai, Shalom Dinata.
As usual, we are something like that. Yeah, discuss through Dhamma, this PeoTV channel. It is telecasting 24 hours a day. So, before I begin my sermon, Dhamma talk, first of all, I would like to pay my humble homage to our noble teacher, Buddothpada and Mahansa, and those who are listening this Dhamma. So today when we are discussing true Dhamma, actually what is true Dhamma? True Dhamma is formation or nature of your mind. Identify your thoughts and nature of your own mind and the nature of reality. And respected listeners, today we gathered to reflect on the nature, true nature of life and mind. You know, as usual, people run after my wealth, success, education, and pleasure. Why they are running after these things? Because they are trying to find
satisfaction through this wealth, success, education, and even with all these things is still with us. The dissatisfaction. Why does this happen actually? Because it happens because we don't know, understand it, the true nature of our mind and nature of the thought. That is why we are still suffering. In these sermons, especially highlighting the real understanding of your thoughts. And every thought that everything we experience comes through the mind. If the mind is true, your world also form. So today we are not going to talk about something outside and going to talk inside ourselves. If I ask, when you ask yourself, who am I? What is this? Why do thoughts come? Where do thoughts come from? Why do I get attached to these thoughts? And when we begin to observe, we can realize something very important. And it is a body, or not only body, what we call is I, is only a collection of changing process. I means it's a thought. The thought. It's such a collection of changing process. I am myself. And I am living like that we are thinking. I am talking. Why? Due to our ignorance, we think like that. I am the one suffering. I have to study. I have to work. I need to get pleasure. Like that we are thinking. Actually, our mind is like a river. As an example, it is always flowing. That means a thought comes, stays for a moment, and disappears. As same as feeling arises, stays, and passes away. But what do? We hold on it. We hold on them. How are we hold on this thing? This is my thought, this is my feeling, this is my anger, this is my happiness. Like that we hold on it. But actually, none of these, and we think these belongs to us. Thoughts, feelings, anger, happiness, whatever. But it arises due to conditions. When you say something, a thought arises. When someone speaks, emotion arises. Like that. And these all are conditions and they are temporary even. Due to our ignorance, we think this is me, this is mine, this is myself. Because the thought becomes real, that is where suffering begins. When pleasant feeling comes, we feel it too. When unpleasant feeling comes, we reject it. What we do is pushing and pulling. Likewise, it happens. It means we get attached and disattached. Because due to our ignorance, because mind becomes true for us, the thought. They are not permanent, they are impermanent. And everything in this world is our mind. The body is not belongs to you. We think the body is mind. The mind is your thoughts also. You are thinking, the thoughts are coming to me. When the body is changing, we think our body is changing. When you have wrinkles in your hand or in your face, you are thinking my body is changing now. And when your relationships are changing, you are thinking my relationships are changing. When your wealth is changing, you are thinking my wealth is changing. Or belief. They are mental constructions. Finally, we say, my family will always be mine. My body will always be healthy. And my life will always be stable. Like that we are thinking. But the reality is different. All these conditions are impermanent. When we deeply see impermanence, we can understand nothing can be fully controlled. That is your mind, even your sense of creation. You can't stop seeing, you can't stop tasting, you can't stop your hearing. Likewise, nothing can be controlled. And nothing can give permanent happiness. And there is no permanent self inside anything. We think because of the existent feeling, we think they are permanent. That is the problem we are having always. We think everything is permanent. The light come is permanent. The image is permanent. That means existing feeling. And we couldn't understand that it leads to attachment. And we don't reject either. And we are not trying to find out where enjoy and how will. The enjoy, how comes, accept how it happens. And clinging, how does it happen? And restrictions And when we resist, how does it happen? Because due to our thoughts, we do react like this. Therefore, we have to understand that carefully how your thoughts are forming. When you observe your breathing, you see, can you stop your breathing at once? Can you hold your breath? You can't do it now because it's a natural thing now. We don't know that we are breathing even. We only focus it, only we know that we are breathing. There is a breathing system within us. Right? But we are not aware of it. Even though we are aware of that, but when we live, that means when we don't know actually, we are not concentrating on what actually happens inside. That is how it happens, right? So, likewise, when you hear a sound, you don't know. You are not always thinking, I'm hearing a sound. It goes as usual because sound comes into your eye. You recognize in your ear perception, through ear perception, is a sound of a bird, sound of a mother, sound of a father, sound of a dog. Like that, you are recognizing. You are recognizing them separately through your perceptions because of the consciousness happening your ear. But the eye consciousness never say it is your consciousness. The ear consciousness never say it is your consciousness. The body consciousness never say it is yours. It happens automatically according to the way it goes. And therefore we have to understand these mental constructions are not real. They are all mental constructions, not the real one. When you have a body pain, you have to suffer a lot actually. The pain, you can't stop the feeling, but the owner for the feeling, pain is not there. It happens inside your body. No control over that. When you cut your finger, the bleeding from your finger cannot be stopped, right? It happens. Because if there is an owner in your body, you can stop this one. Through the medication only you can do a strategy on it. Only you can stop this one. But you can avoid the bleeding from your finger like that. When you really understand my information, it's easy for you to get rid of your mind. Today even I'll give you a simple example. As a bag, your bag. What is bag? Bag is a formation of sound and color. These sound wave and color wave get together and combining, and transformation into the new vibration is known as the bag. But the bag doesn't know whether it is a bag. This is a kind of an energy actually. We can't say there is nothing outside. It is an energy. But there is nothing called as a bag, but this image that you are put labeling for that only removing. It's not a bag actually, it is a vibration happen inside your ear. Through your eye, the image you will create due to the high speed of vibration. When the vibration, the energy is tally with the other energy, that means telepathizing will occur inside your eye. But no one is doing it, because when there is a fast occurrence vibration, it's always happening inside your sensory organs. When the vibrations get tally with other vibration, we can see you are hearing, you are seeing like that. Vibration is some kind. When the sound waves coming into your ear makes a sound. But this wave is not a sound wave actually. We have put a label to the entire Aramas is component vibrations. We put different names for these vibrations. Sound waves, light waves, hot waves, cool waves, like that. That's why we differentiate with each and every signals that we feel inside our body. See the magic. Actually, our body is like a magician. Through but combining the entire sensory vibrations and transforming into a thought, another new vibration as a thought, it's just like a magic. No one is doing it. It happens. It's a natural process. We have to understand. This natural process we assign as thoughts, and we give value for all, each and every thoughts, and building a concept of me, mine. That's the illusion. That's the illusion. Your mind is an illusion. It's a thought. Actually, the thoughts are not real, but very difficult to detach the attachment for your thoughts, because your mind is more powerful now, because the thoughts have become true each and every moment when it is happening, because we didn't know the real thing, real Dhamma, we didn't hear it, but that's why everything becomes real to us. And it will build up a powerful ego. I am living, I am existing, like that. For an example, when we have a pleasant feeling, when pleasant feeling arises, we try to hold it and continue it. When an unpleasant feeling arises, we try to push it away and destroy it. This constant process of pushing or pulling or whatever creates a restlessness in our life. If you can simply observe the thoughts and feelings as they arise and passes without clinging or resisting, and then what happens is mind naturally becomes calm and peaceful. And Alan was always explaining us that the root cause of suffering is craving. And because of the craving happens because of the existing feeling. Because we are thinking it is existing, everything is existing. I am living, book is existing. There is a book on the table, there is a flower vase on the table, there is a bag on my cabinet, there's a television on the wall, there are nice pictures in my wall, on my wall. Yeah, I still have nice pictures on my wall. And I have to listen to a music. Nice. I want to listen to a beautiful song now because I'm tired. So we are trying to relax your mind in different methods. You are using different methods to relax, to have a relax to your mind. Because the mind is always needs to have a change. This changes are I think this also explain the living feeling. Always the mind clinging, attached, one after the other, one after the other. If one is over, then I try to attach to the other feel, other thought. So that is why the stress, that means suffering, is continuing. Because of the craving, that means strong desires to hold on to present experience. Normally we have like that, no, we know this thing, no? We become something or avoid something we dislike. That is also happening. Because of craving, we develop attachment, and when what we like change, guess what disappears. When they changes and disappears, what happens is we will experience sorrow. Then when we do not get what we want, and also frustration, we'll experience frustration. When we fear losing what we have, and we experience anxiety. And even we think these are coming from the outside. That means your world. It is a mental, they are all mental construction created inside of your own mind through your thoughts, craving, and the attachment. When craving is reduced, suffering also reduces. When craving completely ends, suffering ends completely. Craving may is your defilements. So therefore, to reduce your defilements, we have to understand one important truth. Impermanency. There is nothing called as a thing. There's nothing called, example, there is nothing called as a book. The book is a thought, and it is not real. And we assign the book is alive, that means existing feeling. Book is existing. We can't say the book is not on the table, it's there. No, we can argue like that. But the thing is, actually, there is nothing called as a book. What we think is not there. What we think as a book is not there. The concept of book, the label that you are assigned for the book is not there. Now the book doesn't know whether it is a book. The chair doesn't know whether it is a chair because all our thoughts, it is a kind of energy, vibrations. There are different kind of vibration. The solidity, liquidity, heat, cold, like that. They are the different formation of vibration. The solidity means that actually what I understood is when the vibration is happening very speedily and form as energy, like we feel it's solid. That energy we name as a solid. Actually, it is a vibration. They are not permanent even. Now, when you think of ice cube, when it is in the fridge, the ice cube, when you touch the ice cube, you feel there is a solidity. It is hard. The word hard came through your mind. There is no hard like this. Because your skin feeling the hardness. Because the word you felt, you feel in your skin actually vibration. Because when the ice cube touches your skin, the both entities, that means your skin and the ice cube touching each other, what happens is makes a power of it. Because different two endings are touching, colliding each other. If you do not touch the ice cube, you won't be able to have a sense of solidity. So that power is known as a solidity because it didn't come from anywhere else. Actually, it didn't come anywhere else. It happens at this moment only. It happens only this moment when two different endings colliding each other makes a power. That power is we analyzing light is existing, sound is existing, solidity is existing. Like that we thought. We think even because we don't know what is happening. Go deeper inside in this RNS is always like two different endings makes a big energy. That is your mind power, your sensor power. That energy is not in your body. It happens each and every moment due to the vibration of your sensory organs. Now, when you think when the doctor has given an injection to your skin body, you can't feel what it is because that area has been disconnected to your what you call nervous system. The signal doesn't go to the go to your brain. So that means you can't feel anything. Now when we are trying to remove your tooth, the doctor is giving an injection because you don't feel the irritation and the pain like that. Due to our nervous system We feel the vibration. When something happens to your nervous system, you won't be able to have this sensation because there is no connection with the brain, right? So therefore, who can control this? But your word is there because other senses are working. Even one is not working, the other sensory organs are working. Therefore, the thoughts are forming in different way. That is why the different humans and animals have their own world according to their sensory organs. They create their own world. We create our own world due to our thoughts. Thoughts are arising due to the high vibration occurring inside the sensory organs. So we have to understand this reality actually, because the sense of creation makes us the world. The world is not permanent. Thought is not permanent. It arises and disappears. It is a fast occurrence event. As long as your senses are working, your thoughts are arising and vanishing. It is a natural phenomenon. So that's why Maharaj always saying, when you have to analyze your mind, you have to go back to your radiant mind, the radiant mind. When you go back to your radiant mind, you know there is no word. There were no words introduced to the radiant mind. Just feel, got into the senses, can see, can hear, can see the hot and cold, rough, smooth, can smell, because the senses are working. But the thoughts have not formed in the baby's mind. Why? The words have not introduced to the baby's mind. Just the feeling and the perceptions and the consciousness is there. And baby have the existent feeling even. Something is existing. That's why the baby is reacting. But he doesn't know how to speak. The baby can see, the baby can touch, but no thoughts. The mind has not formed in the baby because the world has not given to the baby. And even baby sensory organs are not mature. Not mature. Little by little, when the baby grow up, when he goes to the kindergarten, teachers teaching him words by showing colors, by showing images, the pictures. So this is red, this is a pen, this is a book, this is a chair. That means when the baby sees the image, when the teacher is introducing the words into that image, he knows it's a book, it's a chair, or whatever. What happens when the thoughts created, automatically the soul also creates. From there, the baby begins to think, this is the book, this is a chair, this is the table, like that. Then he tried to get the ownership. When other one tried to get his bottle, he refused to give it to the other one because he put an ownership of his water bottle. This is mine, not yours. Don't take my bottle. Don't take my book. Like that. Children are responding like that, right? This is my dish. This is my table. But when he in the cart was in the cart, he didn't react like this because his world made due to the color and the sound, color waves and sound waves mixing each other and formed a thought as a book or chair or whatever. After that, it is difficult to erase because it is establishing. When you see the book, no need to say it is a book. He knows it's a book. When he sees the bottle, he knows it's a bottle of him, his bottle. What happened? The craving has begun. Now he doesn't like to give it to the other one because the ownership also there. So when the baby goes to school, what happened? He has to learn so many subjects. Then what happened? So many thoughts and data is given by the teachers to the child for a student. What happened is the formation of there are a lot of data collection in his child mind. Actually, there is nothing called as a mind. To understand this, I am saying this, right? A lot of data. So when he sees the book, the vibration again telepathizing will be the same. It is a book. The telepathizing system is occurring. Not the past memory. I also thought it was a past memory coming from our mind. No, Anand was clearly explained. It is a mechanism happening, telepathizing system. So therefore, this process we have to understand very carefully. When the world becomes true, the thoughts become true, the craving gets more powerful. And yourself also getting more power and power. Because of that, you have to maintain yourself by having different ideas. You have to educate, you have to do the education, and you want to become a doctor or a teacher, whatever. And always you are dealing with your thoughts and making plan and set goals according to your wishes. Who's doing it? No one is doing it. There is no ownership of your thoughts. It is a sensation given by your sensory organs. This sensation doesn't know anything actually. Whether it is a teacher, mother, father, or anything else. Mind consciousness is hard to understand at least. Because when you feel something is existing, that existent feeling is you, your word, your soul. So the practical step for daily living, you have to understand this. clearly. You have to contemplate your thoughts when you go deeper and deeper in your thoughts. And then develop inner stability, because when you get to know the truth, automatically detachment begins to start. Therefore, you have to understand it carefully. Yourself is made from your thoughts. When we do not understand this, we strongly hold an idea of I, me, and mine from the attachment, and the suffering begins. Now let us look deeper into the nature of the mind. The mind is not something true, and it is not stable, and there is no ownership for your thoughts. It's flowing like a river, always moving, never staying the same, even for a short time. Thoughts arises due to causes and conditions, and remains only for a short period of time, but it's very hard to explain. It is a continuous process. It passes away. And feelings come and go. That is also a natural phenomena. Because of the ignorance, we take these temporary events as something belongs to me, belongs to us, something happened to me, the present feeling arises, and we try to hold it and continue it. When the unpleasant feeling arises, we try to push it away and destroy them. Why? Due to our ignorance. What is the ignorance? We don't know how to form our thoughts. That is why we are suffering. And even we are not satisfied whatever happens to us. It is not permanent. When something changes, the satisfaction vanishes. It won't last forever. What is satisfaction? Actually, satisfaction means when you're free from your thoughts, you become calm and quiet. You will not get panic actually. Whatever happens, you can manage them. You are not going to living over these matters. And when we see the truth of a thought, we can reduce the stress level, and we can become in mindfulness and can develop inner stability. And wisdom arises when we begin to see the reality, what is true. Concentration and wisdom become minds purified. Here, the attachment, the burden gradually fades away because you know the truth. The attachment is you, the burden is you, your mind power is you. power is you. That power is diminishing each and every moment when you see the truth. That is why Aranwati is saying when there is a battery, the charge of the battery goes down. The charge, the power is your thoughts, power of your thoughts. Battery is there, but there's no, it cannot generate any power. The light or sound, whatever, it cannot generate. The power has stopped. Not going to react immediately. That's how it happens. This world is not certain actually. The world is you, your thoughts. And when you lose your loved ones, you can handle them bravely. And when you feel uncertainty in your life, you are not going to bother about these things, matters. You let them to come and with the understanding. You let them to come with understanding, because we can't control the other side. Because the problem is we are always thinking we are dealing with outside people. That's the issue we are having. Because of the outside, we think we have to suffer. Your ego won't get powerful after hearing this truth down. Because your egoistic, your power, your mind power will diminish you each and every day. Because, but no one is doing it, it happens automatically because it is like a lotus coming out from the mud and have a lotus flower outside, blooming a flower. But it won't get touched the mud. Because you know, you are free from your ignorance and your illusion. Because ignorance is the main cause of suffering. Ignorance means we don't know the truth. The truth is the mind creation. It is the entire process of vibration through your sensory organs. When you understand this, you will be able to liberate, have a liberate in your mind. It is true actually. So you will feel it little by little. And it is a practical thing even. This practical thing you can enjoy day by day. You will feel it. Your craving, your defined ones are diminishing. And seeing the impermanence and non-self. And when you suffer, you have to contemplate this Dhamma. And it will help you to have reduce your stress level. When the stress is subsiding, you will have a peace in your mind. Stress means crave actually, because the mind becomes, or thought becomes true, the stress comes. No one is responsible for it. It happens through your sensory organs. Everything is there. You are not going to change at all. Only thing, the burden you are having is only the change. You are free from your suffering or burden. That is why Aaron Mansi always telling us nothing will change, only the burden that you are having inside will go off. The burden. That is called liberation of your mind, because you are not get trapped in your mind. Whatever happens, whatever comes, you will see the truth. You'll see the truth. But it's hard actually, not at once. But it's hard actually, not at once. You can see little by little. So when you are going this path, you have to find out whether you are going on the right path. When you think, this is not there, this is mine, it's a vibration. That is your mind. You are thinking with your mind. But when the feel comes, no need to contemplate. You know, you have an inside feeling. You know the truth. You are free from your thought. The feel comes underneath. That's how it happens. When you think, if there is nothing called as a book, it is a thought. It's not real. So again, you are getting to the thought. These are thoughts. When you, without knowledge, you have to clarify these doubts with Anand by asking questions. When you have a doubt, because always we think trapped into the mind, because mind acts in different ways. So therefore, you have to be very careful when you are going on this path. And therefore, understanding the formation of the mind is one of the most important teachings given by Buddothpada and Master, and how it forms and how it operates. So you don't need to be in a hurry to understand this. According to your wisdom appears, you will see the truth. The problem is, if you have a doubt, you have to don't hesitate, ask questions from our answer, because if you are not clarified your doubt, you are getting into trouble. That's why our is always asking, if somebody has a question, ask. Because until we get the fully liberation, we need our noble teacher, the guidance. Without guidance, we cannot go this path alone. When we try to go alone, we are getting into trouble because we don't know where we get attached. That's why it's really important. So, understanding this pure truth of existence, how it happens, and impermanence, how it creates and how it happens. What is called as anitya, like that. And we have to understand every mental state cannot be controlled as we wished. We have to detect our thoughts. We have to detect our thoughts when we go wrong. But we cannot do each and every thought, but when we feel, when we go deeper in our thoughts, we can detect that. And then the power of your thoughts become weaker. and suffering decreases, then it begins to liberate from your thought. That's very important. You have to keep in mind, keep on listening this to Dhamma in your day-to-day life because it is really important for each and everyone. Those who want to have a freedom from your mind. Freedom means liberation of your mind. This liberation can get through only this pure Dhamma. Pure Dhamma means how your thoughts or mind has created the pattern of it. That's a scientific method is unknown thing we should know because no one has told us this thing. Because we are suffering because of our mind. So therefore, to end your suffering, you have to have the knowledge first, then you apply your knowledge in a practical side and see whether you feel little comfort or relax after listening this Dhamma. I'm very much sure the listeners, those who are listening this Dhamma sermons will have relax in their mind. And that is why they are talking. So I don't feel this much now. Earlier I was like this. I have anger. Now I don't have that type of anger. Even though I have anger, I don't have that type of anger. I know these are only thoughts and only my words. So try to understand this pure truth again. How the mind creates and how it makes suffering in your life. So I would like to conclude my session today. Thank you for listeners. And again, I want to pay my homage to Buddothpado and once again. Sir. And and those who are behind the screen who are helping us to conduct this sermon. And may all triple games bless you. Everyone.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of
Teruvan,
all,
are
let's
you still
all.
in Buddothpado or you are at
No,
home?
doctor, I just returned. They left
Okay.
by
Yeah.
12 o'clock, and I also left. And I reached home.
Yeah.
And first of all, let's all worship Aryan Hanse's feet once again, our spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, when Joel was asking that question, some Aryan Hanse's words echoed in my mind, like he was telling when we daily practice these rites and rituals, that is like make offerings to Lord Buddha. You all worship your own mind, he says. That's what you were telling, that perception. We have a certain image, it's in our mind, so we worship whatever the image that we have, the perception. And when he asked that, are we compassionate, and are we a kind of give love to the self, because as you said, he actually started with the self, but even without that, uh, whatever the action we do, we only associate certain perceptions. So not only worshipping, whatever we do, when we now, once he beautifully said, one day when I meet all four of you, I would ask, are you Dr. Kokila, are you Miss Surangika, are you Sudharma? So with that beautiful uh, example of Mr. Vijay Surya also telling that there is no husband here, but we actually try to explain and try to understand is, we only associate a world that is created by us. I mean, in other words, the perceptions. So when there is certain visual formation, we think it is a tree. When there is certain visual formation, we think it is somebody. It's a woman. She is a woman or a man or whatsoever. The feeling is also there. The feel also, Dr. Kokila always mentions that, but still the first level is, we need to understand uh, that Buddha's word, chittena niyati loko chittena parikassati, everything is in our thoughts. So even we think, I is also a thought, like the book or a tree or so on. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, you can actually correct and elaborate, when Joel said that when walking, I experience the six sensory faculties working, and it is a system that mind images also play a role. When we take this body, so the moment the thought occurs that I should go out and walk, everything come in place, and the body movement, like a robot, uh, some machine, a robot, we just go ahead with walking. So when the thought occurs to, like, teach a lesson, say the words, the introduction to the lesson, then how to control the students, everything, that mind image comes to work, and it happens as an automated process. So on top of the six sensory faculties at work, the role of mind images, that is also prior perceptions becoming current perceptions, and things happen. Otherwise, now making a cup of tea, we never think that I should stir now, after adding milk and sugar, I should stir it this way. It naturally, you move your hand, move your hand naturally. I mean, without any thought, without any effort. So it is obvious that it is a system. So Teruvan Saranai, and yes, please, others can improve, not improve, elaborate on these points so that he will better understand. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan.
Yeah, actually, in that what I said to Joel, there's some things I can actually add now. After you told that, I just remembered in an arahant, because there is no self, it's completely that the stimulus. It is only that. In a normal person, we keep loving ourselves, even though we say I love you. We keep loving ourselves, but in an arahant, what happens is the way around. Because there's no self, actually, it is only the stimulus, so you just become, you know. So yeah, that's important to understand. But the question that arises in Joel's mind will never come to Arahant's mind, because it doesn't work like that. That mind doesn't work like that. That mind is has an internal transformation, so that actually the questions like, am I loving myself, or what am I going to do now? And the questions like that yesterday arise, like, you know, what are you going to do next 50 years? Or questions like, what is going to happen to this world? Because they are all the types of questions, the pattern of those questions carries the self-view. I think you all can actually, you know, like checkmate, like you really get it now, because if someone talks with the self-view, it's very easy to understand, because if there's a self, you will have a world, and that world, if they don't know that it's just a perception here, and you don't actually have a experience of the external world, you keep trying to change the world. Yes, you might do something, but what actually happens here is the energy, change in energy levels. But whatever we perceive has not changed. So imagine we put a bomb. Yes, we are actually like damaging the world, yes. But what we perceive is what we perceive. What we perceive is what our sensory organs can perceive. Limitations of those sensory organs, they are 100%. So you can't actually see what has happened to the unicellular organs. You can't really see what is happening, anything beyond your frequency of your ears. You know, you can't hear every sound in this world. If you really think about it, it's only the capacity of your ear you can telepathy to synchronize. There should be some kind of vibration here, so that vibe, only within that level you would be able to synchronize to know anything in that sense. So if there's vibration here, you will have a synchronicity, but actually that is these are the limitations. So we can't really say they are the things out there, because actually what you see is not what the other animals see. So likewise, just keep researching about what is actually happening here. And if you ask an arahant, these questions are not there. That's the thing. The questions that, what am I going to do next 50 years? That question even does not apply. Why? So that's just another thought now here, because even if I think now, what am I going to do tomorrow? It's a thought happening now. And if you think tomorrow again, you think tomorrow, what am I going to do in next another year? That is a thought happening at that particular moment. So the stimulus, the word we use, the stimulus, is that thing, you know, that whatever the thought that is happening at exactly this point. And what we are saying is, actually with this Dhamma, what we are understanding is even that moment is not true. So we understand that the past is the thought. Whatever we think about the past now, we can think about now. Like 10 years ago, I was like this. So you can think about that. It's okay. It's just a thought now. And you can think in 10 years' time, I'm going to do this. Yeah, you can think about that. That's fine. But it's a thought now. But with this Dhamma, you really understand this. Even this thought, even that is not true. I'm thinking about a house or buying a house. Buying a house is just a perception which we can buy. If you really like have the ability, you might buy, but that's not the point. Point is, whatever our world is full of perceptions. So you know, even if you get a craving, you definitely know that is the you. There's no separate you. It's not I am craving chocolate. The craving itself is I. There's no separate I there. That is what we keep understanding. So how does the craving come from? Craving come from because you feel chocolate as a thing. So when you feel the chocolate as a thing, then definitely you feel it, and then you get a feeling to keep it with you. But so
And Dr. Kokila, this Dhamma is so miraculous. Since you raised this again, this Angie's behavior, because in the morning she was not listening. She was telling, no, I don't want to end the suffering. I love the suffering. Suffering is what keep everything happens. So what would happen to the evolution of mankind, the development? Now we are going to explore the other planets and so on. So she she says, then she, even in the suffering in the mundane world is not a problem for her. So we were discussing all these plane crashes, losing loved ones. She says, no, that's fine, I want to be born again. It's all right, I enjoy them. So and I just came because of Theo's persuasion, and so halfway through she leaves. So by the evening, Dr. Kokila, it's so miraculous. She was interested. She changed her tone. And from the very beginning, she was asking, okay, now you are on the path with the spiritual teacher. Now I am going to rate. So if it is 1 to 10, 1 is maybe number 1, me, I'm just starting. So your teacher is, maybe he has completed. So where are you? Then I was telling, no, we don't talk about achievements and so. No, just tell me where are you. Then me and Shani, we told maybe 3 or 4 like. Then the very question he asked Aryan was, where are you? Are you 10? Then after that, what is the purpose? Even though we tell that after full kind of awakening realization, also everything will happen as normal. Okay, I know the mechanism. I know everything because their minds are so big. They are kind of intelligent also. So they have watched the videos and grasped everything kind of as knowledge. So they never want to see through a thought to, I mean, practically. They say, no. We know that it was on the video. That's not on the only.
yeah, but I think the Mr. Was it
Theo, yeah.
Theo was different, I think. Theo was
He
different.
was very different, doctor. The problem is he has practiced concentration meditation for 8 years under different teachers. So he doesn't want to come out of that. He has never heard of insight meditation, but he was listening. And when I said that the vibration that occurred with all the data, the qualities of previous births and everything into zygote, and that will telepathize, synchronize into each and every thought, he was interested. Then, of course, he said, now I am coming back. But by today, when they were leaving, they have I mean, written poems. Even Angie has written poems, danced, and she's asking, you can share it anywhere. I am coming back. I want to meet Aryan Mahanse. After then, she was asking, didn't your teacher tell that I am aggressive? Then I said, no, you were open-minded. That's fine. That's the way. Many people tell that I am aggressive and they always stop me. But you all are different. No, don't you think I am aggressive? Then we said, no, we don't think you are aggressive. That's the way that you. It's very good. We said you went by the feel. Whatever you felt, you asked. That's why. Then she was impressed and she wanted to talk to Aryan Mahanse, and she says she wants to
Yeah, I wish
explore
actually
more.
I wish they
Yeah,
come actually. It's okay. The
yeah,
main thing is the open question. If someone is actually asking open questions, there should be some kind of answer. Otherwise, they will just shake their head and they will walk away. So,
yes,
if our main understanding about this truth is true, if our intention is to give them the real happiness and
yes, doctor.
super awareness, then we need to like kind of calibrate or kind of synchronize to their wave pattern and just try and understand how to get it down to the level that the understanding level, or even just to the level to listen to the Amma. Yeah, that's how it is. And one day, like even Joel just started to listen to the Amma, and one day we never know, he might even get these instincts of how to actually get the root point, because the root
Oh,
points mainly is like of about the worries would be the losing the loved partner. Sometimes they are the root points. So we can't really understand the root points without actually feeling them, how they feel, what is driving her, how this mind is driving. It's similar to everyone. What is Sudharma being like? What is there for Sudharma to hang on to? Like, what is Kokila hanging on to? Or what is Surangika hanging on to? Like, what is the main thing that against liberation of mind? So likewise, this is the research that we do. But if someone is actually entering, we just have to feel them and help them. And it is easy when our mind is not strong. When our mind is not strong, it's much easy. It's like water. So the water filling the cup, it's becomes easy, so that you feel the other person's fears, because definitely it's a fear of liberation. Fear of liberation comes from various aspects, and one is ignorance, 100%, but there are several other views. It's mainly views, like if someone think about, I need to go to God and then I will do anything. I just want to see the God and then only I will do whatever you're saying. So something like that, like we never know. We never know the underlying reason or the waves that is held in someone's heart. So the getting into that wall is the problem. And when your mind is kind of really thin, it's much easier, and the communication gaps are there because of the language, but still we can. There's nothing we can't, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. It was like I was just investigating on this matter called self and the perception I. The self and I has become a big problem to us before we got to know this truth. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because we always rely on self and this I perception. And the day we come out of this I perception and this self perception, like Arya once was saying, come out of your mind. That is where you get liberated. And you don't feel about yourself. You don't think about yourself. You just go as it goes.
As it is, yeah.
And just feel the breeze, but you won't feel the breeze. It's like something getting into your sensory department.
Yeah.
And even when people speak to you without knowing you, I mean, you give compassion. You'll be compassionate.
Yes.
Today I felt it a lot because not I, okay? I'm just saying when I went to the place I didn't like, I didn't feel anything. I mean,
So
I just
you already
spoke.
did it. So you
Yeah,
already
yeah, yeah.
challenge.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
just
good.
wanted to go to that place and just be there. And after I came home, I was thinking, oh my God, I didn't react. So where's myself? Oh my God, I lost it. And
Yeah, that's so good.
I was like, wow, it's a magic, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can come to that point. We can do it. But
Yeah,
the
we
thing
can do
is,
that. That's the message. We can do it.
we have to practice it. I'm practicing it every day, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Thiruvan Sanayaran.
Yes, I'm sure. What's this experience?
Yes, Saranasa.
Yes,
Are you asking Joel or me?
no, I'm not I just now joined him. So I've not heard the full story, but I have a question. What's the real experience? I'm talking about the truth.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It's experience of non-vibration.
No, real loving is a real loving is the Buddha's loving.
Yes.
It's everything there. Not only the girl or woman. It's everything is same. Girl and woman and what you show. This is sky or everywhere is the same loving.
Yeah, even
What is that loving?
It's
only the one part. Only the one part is the girl and woman. But everything is same. Girl also same.
it
So
would be
it's a fault.
infinite love. Infinite. Infinite is Ananta.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere here and now. What you think, what you think, what you're doing, what you're talking, no matter. Everywhere is the same. What is the daytime experience? What is the nighttime experience? It's the same. What's the Buddha's word?
Yeah.
Yatha diva tatha ratri. It's the same. Loving is there. What is that?
I think that's the most beautiful experience someone
That is the real loving. That is the Arya
Yeah.
Arya Bhumi.
Yes.
That is the spiritual guys have loving. It's a huge loving is there. You know, there's a mundane guys. It's a normal people talking about the loving. That loving is somebody's doing. He's there everywhere. He's there. But someone understood this Dhamma. Nobody's here, but love is there. It's not nobody's not do or not here, but love is here. I ask him, what is that experience? What is that loving? Everywhere. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you doing? What are you thinking? Everywhere that love is there. No matter girl or woman, it's no problem. Same. So girls are thinking he's interested in me, but not only him, everybody. But everyone is a feel is coming. No, it's me. It's a normally people. Normally the someone don't know this Dhamma. I think he misunderstand. She is misunderstood. She's thinking she want him because she don't know the Dhamma. She want him, but she know the Dhamma. She don't want him. Is other loving. So she's in happy. She's in happy. She's happy is my happy. Is a spiritual loving. She's not in happy. Is my feeling is that one. I know she's not in happy. I want she in happy. She's in happy. Sure, I'm given the Dhamma because Dhamma given be happy to him, to her. That is why I'm telling the Dhamma. Because it's a Mahamaitri is the word. It's everywhere. Here and now. Someone understood this Dhamma, internal transformation is happening. That's the experience. It's a practical experience. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. It's experience.
Yeah,
That is the real love. That is real loving. You know, this Nibbana is a loving.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because someone became in a Nibbana. He loving everybody. Because he wants happy everybody. That is why he is given the Dhamma. Because Dhamma is the really tranquility, peaceful mind, and loving mind, loving kindness is there. That is why Buddha told, Metta Karuna Buddha. That is the real love. Because that love, he don't want anybody. He don't want marry or anything.
Doesn't expect anything back.
That is real loving because she won't be happy her. He given the money and everything. Why? He don't want anything. He want only one. She won't be happy. That is the real love. It's not a business. No profit. Nothing happen. Anything. Is your feet. It's nothing there, anything. Only the happy is there. That is the real love. It's unbelievable loving. I'm talking yesterday also.
Yeah, true, Arinansa. And that would be for the darkness, that would be for the sun.
You know, Kokila, that's love. I have that love.
Yes, sir.
I have that love. Yeah, I know that. I have that love. Because I don't want anybody. I don't marry or anything. It's okay. But I want given someone have problem or someone have question or where he is stuck, where he is struggling, where she is struggling, someone. So they are in like a cage.
100%.
Yeah. So many guys in somewhere is stuck. They can't release. They can't release their own mind.
Yeah, even Joel was telling that how he's slowly coming out of the cage now.
Yeah, that is really nice experience. So some you know, you many years you don't know my picture or anything,
No.
but you know, there is the loving, but it's not a personal loving.
No.
It's a Dhamma came. So Dhamma is the Dhamma is the loving. No body, no person, but you know, it's a feel. Nothing there, anything, but feel is nice feeling. Because peaceful mind is how is telling this? No cage is here. Unconditional loving. No condition also here. That's right. No, it's okay. It's
Yes.
very nice experience. You know, I will tell something. One boy told me this story. That girl, that she's a loving affair. That girl, you know, hate. It's a how is telling English that what that boy is telling, but he have the feel is loving, but that girl hate him, hate him. No, you know how
Yeah.
it's telling English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't
But,
love
but
him
that
back.
boy is feeling, boy is telling me, boy telling me the feel. Loving is there. No anger or anything coming.
Yeah.
What is this? It's a feeling. So I told the boy, yeah, your mind is not anything there. No, mind is loving. So that a boy, that's a personal loving. That one is a personal loving. But after I explained the boy how many stages is here loving.
Yeah.
Yeah. After boy laughing, yeah, it's a me. It's a me is there. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah.
Must be in Sinhala language, Aranahasa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is this? It's okay. It's the story. Nice stories have this type of because love is the feeling. It's not a material. Love is not a material. Love is a feeling. It's a you know, it's a sex or others are it's not a it's just other one. It's a hormones sexuality is there. But hormone how is coming react feel is there, hormone also coming pick up. So after is there's the sex, that's a raga. How is telling English is a raga, is a romance, no? But after is coming that, but love is not that one. Love is not a romance. Love is not anything. Sex or others are body system is happening. Body language is there. Body is a reaction, no, it's a material. But love is not a material. Love is a feel. It's a nice experience. It's a nice feeling. Yes, but I think people want to understand what is the body, what is the hormones, what is the sexuality, what is the love. Love is not sexuality one, it's a feeling. But feeling is there, feeling is there. You know, it's a mind given others one. Mind given the business. Mind given something, business. It's a material type. But real one is not a mind. Real one is a feel. I think I don't know. Understood?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Mind is doing the business. So many marriages are Sri Lanka. Yes,
Business.
the proposal marriage is not loving. It's a business type. It's thinking about the property. So others. So it's not loving. So you know, love is a feel, no material, no anything. It's a feel. It's a vibe. Vibes, same vibes, link. That's the real divine loving. But divine loving is not still. That's the case. Sometimes today divine loving is here, but tomorrow we can't say because this vibe is changing. Divine loving also destroyed. It's unbelievable, this talking. So we want to understand because this life also not still not permanent. You know, anything not permanent. It's okay. Everything is impermanent. That is why we won't understand the how is this our mind. Our mind is not permanent. It's impermanent. It's every time is changing. It's happening. How is telling this? So that is why it's a vibration. Is the mind is thoughts, thinking, everything is impermanent. So we want to understand this, or how what is your lifestyle is going. What's your pattern? What your thinking style is. You won't understand everything. So after it's okay, you can decide what's your journey. So it's okay. Wow. Someone selecting the partner, marry or engage, it's okay. You won't understand the Dhamma is okay. It's very important. You can choose the selecting everything. How type of wife or husband you want? What is your way? What is your pattern? What's your rhythm? What's your wave? It's very important. It's very important because I'm talking about the normal guys. Normally person. I think how is the lifestyle won't be both because I don't think about everybody won't be monk. I'm thinking about the Visakha or like that. Everybody can this life can go and keep going because Nibbana also there. No problem for the Nibbana. So it's my experience. I know this, but you won't understand what is the body, what is the senses, what is the hormones reactions, what is the mind. How's these parts, these senses creating. Finally, it's a simple life. You can go simply. No problem anywhere. What you think about?
No suffering.
No suffering, no sadness. But suffering is there, but sadness is there, but nobody is there. Unbelievable is this talking. You know, I'm talking about Sinhala language. Deyak noana satutak. Deyak noana dukak.
Yes.
Deyak noana gina. Always tell this.
Yeah, if your son died, you will be not happy, you will be sad, but it's not a thing.
How is telling this? Happy is there, but no happy is there. How is telling English? Sad is there, but not sad is there. Sad is there, but no one sad is there. Happy is there, but nobody happy is there. But no one happy is there. But happy is there, but you haven't happy. Sad is there, but you haven't sad.
So
How is
there
telling
was
this?
is it
Yeah.
selfless love, selfless sadness, or
Yeah, love also there.
selfless.
The love also there. Love is there, but you haven't
Aran
love.
Hansa, in Sinhala,
Obviously.
can we say
Yeah.
windin nati, novindina satutak, novindina duka?
No. Deyak noana satutak.
Deyak
But
noana.
satuta, there is a happy. There is a happy. Feeling is happy. But not inside. Pain. Not inside pain. Yeah.
I think it's happiness without self, sadness without self, because there is
But sadness is there. Sadness is there.
Yes, but without self.
You are happy, but you are inside. You can't tell happy. Yeah, you have tranquility, but not have happy is a mind. Tranquility is not a mind. Happy is a mind.
Yeah.
Sadness also mind. But tranquility is not a mind. That is why. Sad is there, but tranquility is there.
Yeah, that
That's
can't
the
be that.
Nibbana. That's the Nibbana, guys. That's the spiritual guys.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
the coming censoring is okay. It's a body sensor. Give coming. This almost is a coming. That's a happy also coming. Oh, this is. I'm telling this thing. Hala. Kichi kya hua? Hum satra na mane. Eka mind ka sambandh na hai. Ne. Okay, English में क्या बोला ना मैं एक आप सतुरे ने एक ना तो एक आप माइंडर संबंध है किसी का हुआ बने इनमें it's a sense of creation no
Tickling.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it, Darren Mansa? Because it's
Yeah,
just a bodily reaction. When you
Ah,
tickle,
yeah.
automatically that person starts giggling and laughing, but nothing to do with the mind.
It's not nothing anything they are mine. That is it's how
Dr.
is this?
Kokila?
Yes.
It's okay.
Dr. Kokila,
Yes.
all these things I'm listening and I'm fall in love with a person. And that is Aryan and Vansa.
You will get a good answer from Darren Mansa, Joel, in a minute.
It's a few minutes now. So no time. Sorry for this. It's okay. What time is now?
Aryan Master, Joel has fallen in love with you.
Yeah, I know. Because he feel me, I think. No, yeah, feel. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a person, but it's I think it's a nature like that, no?
100% Aryan.
It's a feeling. Yeah, it's a feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dharma and Mansa.
Yeah,
It's so beautiful.
Yes.
Day by day,
And
we are feeling it, Darren Mansa, so much.
Yeah. You know, Sudharma, this time, no any guy. Our many nuns with me, many problems last few months happening. But today, everybody like me,
yes,
Nothing
Aryan Master.
question given. Yeah.
Aryan Master, I want to share this with you that Angie, Chinese lady, and Theo, both of them were so impressed when I said that next time Aryan Master would be meeting you. They were very happy and they were like telling, we are blessed, we are coming back. To hear that you are going to meet them was a great thing for them. And they were so grateful to you and asking us to tell that they are so grateful and they want to explore more about the truth, as you said, Daryan Mansa. They will be coming back. Yes.
Yeah, but I like alone. It's my feel. It's my feel. It's good.
Yes.
So be careful, yeah.
Yes.
It's not too good close, I think. It's my side.
I think Darren Mansa,
Yeah.
initially the reason you set up the International Meditation Center is to spread this Dhamma to the Western world, Western society, and through the English language. And that Dombagoda place is so valuable in that sense. So your dreams are, the vision is coming true. But in order to provide that, to give that lasting message, Darren Mansa, maybe at least once in a way, if you actually come and speak to those international visitors, I think they will carry the message for us, Darren Mansa, to their places, to their countries. That is going to have a lasting effect.
Oh yeah. You see, I've not heard what you say. Yeah, Suranka.
Yeah, what I said was, Darren Mansa, the Dombagoda Center was made purely to take the Dhamma through the English language to foreign visitors, to other countries, which you have always said that we want to spread the word, isn't it, to the Western countries.
Yeah, Suranka, today, especially, what happened today? Especially, there's a BTV, Zoom, and BTV YouTube, and the BTV Facebook. You see that, Suranka? You don't know?
Yes, we saw
it is
Darren Mansa. It was really good.
Wagler, today is the first.
The opening ceremony.
Yeah. Today is the first day.
Yes.
It's the first day. Vagala is a practical. That's a
Program, yeah.
program. Yeah, it's the first day. As you see, there's a footpath. It's a walking meditation. Many few kilometers. It's a long, long, long. There's a it's a queue is there. Long, footpath is there because the village is there, mountain area, and the down area, the other temple, they are coming down 3 kilometers, I think. 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers. So that's the walking meditation. You know, many guys there. You can show tomorrow. So live is going. Otherwise, you know, BTV, Zoom, 24 hours open. Mudita is Sri Lanka here everywhere. Not only the Sri Lanka, we expand this other countries. We won't do this. It's okay. Another step. Sri Lanka everywhere. Mudita is guys there. They can anytime join the Zoom discussion and join the Zoom and they open the video and they can show everybody. So it's very important. This BTV Zoom. BTV Zoom is creating other group. It's a Nikini and Timira and the youngest there. But IT engineers there. Nikini also IT engineer. So very nice. They are coming, I think. Join with us, no?
Yes, Aaron Mansa, I think one day somebody, maybe in Australia or some person asked you, Aaron
Yeah,
Mansa,
31 is the day. It's the
Yeah.
Melbourne is the place. Is the our guy is who is that guy name?
Sunita.
Sunita's home. Yeah, Sunita's home. The Melbourne. There's a practical program is there. It's the Melbourne is the first one. Yeah, it's otherwise our Diluksha also there. Metmal our NGO, Metmal Samaseva Padanam NGO.
Foundation, yes.
Foundation president is there. Melbourne. This is nice, I think, because Andra also there. Andra and the Diluksha and the Sunita, and I was okay. Everybody can join with them because Rajit also there. Melbourne. There, I think is going good. I think Kokila can join the Zoom. We can join the group. BTV is Zoom is ready for that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Kokila and the Suranka and everybody can join there.
Even Sunet said from Sydney, Aaron Mansa, Sunet
it's
also
okay.
will
Okay, it's okay.
join online.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk, no? Sorry. It's okay. Nice to say.
But also, Aaron Mansa, the Buddothpada, the BTV, if some mother asked you, Aaron Mansa, one day, like, you know, the Kurunagala Metmalarana program,
Yeah.
if they can link the video program to BTV, that will be very nice for mothers all over the world. Also following Buddothpada. Yes, Aaron Mansa.
Now is Kurunagala is steady. Now Kurunagala is strong.
Yes, Aaron Mansa.
Yeah, I know that. Kurunagala becoming day by day strong. Kurunagala is the head place one day. Because there's Manel, there's many guys I know. Just last week I'm in Kurunagala. Last week Sunday. So I have that experience. That is why I'm telling Kurunagala is coming ahead. You know, Tomogoda and the Kurunagala and the Vagala and the Kalutara is next week. Kalutara coming join the program. I think it's a Mathara and Dagabada is now is a nice place. is arranging nice cottages. We can see future. It's okay. Balungal also come. I think good. No, good is
Yeah,
happening.
it's very good,
Future.
Alan.
Yeah, future is good. Yeah.
Dr. Gokila,
Yes.
ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ නෝර පැත්තට එන්නේ නැද්ද?
I think he's in Kurunegala. I don't know where he is at this moment, but
Wow. What's that is?
he's asking whether you would come to Kandy.
Aryan was last week in Kandy, no? They are Vagala. Vagala, there's Samadana. What's the story about?
I think he wants to meet you, Aran Mahansa. So you said you're going to plan another.
Oh, no. I'm
So
not
I think
talking about that. I'm not talking about that Zoom. It's okay. It's, yeah, it's okay. One day I'm telling you how you can meet me. I think sometimes your side, your Dhamma is coming strong. That is the time is suitable time is meet me, because Dhamma is doing this, not me, not person. Dhamma is strong. It's okay. That's qualified. That's qualified. It's okay because the Buddha's word is. You know the Dhamma. You know the Buddha. It's okay. That's the time is. I think it's good meet that person. No person is here. Dhamma is here. That is why I'm telling this. I think you understand this. It's okay. No longer. Sometimes I don't know. This month is sometimes next month. It's something sometimes happening because I'm always coming Candy, because Sita Kotu also stay here. Our place is there making. Otherwise, Wagal also now is okay coming. And the Balungal also there. So everything is handy. Otherwise, another place these days talking about given us somebody, I don't know the person. He tried to given us that his place. Many guys are ready to given us the places because they won't happen in this very way. That's a Dhamma. Nothing anything. It's the Dhamma. You know?
Yeah, power of Dhamma.
Yeah, it's good idea. I think, what is the name of jail, no? Jail, where are you? Candy? Jail.
Candy, I was in Animata, but before that I was living in Askiria. Gedige
Nice.
Pansala,
Yeah. Dedicated
next to
person.
that. So
Yeah.
Upali Hamdru
Yeah.
is a well-known person. So
Nice.
basically from Kandy.
Nice.
So I like to meet you one day as a person, because you have when you laugh and smile, even that is very selfless. You are not selfish,
Yeah.
and I like that. I don't know how to do that. I'm in that path, but I need time to practice this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. It's okay, Kokila. I think time is now is over. Okay,
Yes,
thank you everybody. Thank you, Jel. Thank you, Suranka. Everybody, I like Dhamma friends. It's nice, I think, his duty. His message was given everybody. Peaceful mind, no?
Yes, Amen.
Yeah, it's good idea. It's good work, yeah. There was everybody.
Tera Sarana.
Thank
Namaskaram.
you. We
Yes.
worship
We worship our Aran Nohase, our noble friend, at his feet. And Teruvan Saranai, all participants. May all you be blessed by Triple Gem. This is yet another discussion session of Buddothpado English PeoTV channel. So as usual, we will start our discussion, which is going to be there for 2 hours from Sri Lankan time, that is from 3 to 5 p.m. As many of you know, we have the sermons in English medium done by different people, but all are trying to explain the Buddothpada teaching. That means the explanations of our noble friend Aran Wahanse, which were originally disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago. So during these sessions, during these sermons, actually, there isn't a time slot for questions. So therefore, a separate session has been organized like this. So all of you are welcome to join us. Whoever who listen to any of the sermons during the daytime, during the this time, can join us and then get the things clarified. Because getting the points that were not sure is getting the points clarified, which are not sure, is extremely important, because always, even Lord Buddha mentioned that Dhamma path fully depends on the noble friends' assistance and guidance. So we invite even our Dhamma friends who are listening via YouTube or Facebook streams to join us right now, and we can continue this as a little discussion, which will be more colorful and which will be more effective, rather than one of us talking on something that we feel is important. Also, I want to show my gratitude to our Dhamma friends who are helping us behind the screen, our technical team, Teruvan Saranai. So as usual, we'll start our discussion. Our Dhamma friends have joined, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Surangika, and Joel. So we will start the discussion.
Yeah, may Triple Gem bless you all. We worship Aran and say, thank you, Aran, for answer. Yeah, we can start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question. So we kind of touched about these habits and experiences. It's very important to understand that there is no self. There is only pack of experiences, pack of stimuli, or repeated occurrence of stimuli which was there. It's very important to understand that. And then how we feel as a self is because the stimuli is felt as a thing. So when we try to dig into our own defilements, we need to understand which stimuli has made the most impact. Whether it's the children, whether it's the partner, whether it's the parents, whether it's the job, whether it's the house, whether it's your kind of status, whether it's money, whatever, it doesn't matter. There are very minute things which can be very obvious from time to time. What is interesting to a 10-year-old is not what is interesting to a 20-year-old, what is interesting to a 30-year-old. And so it keeps changing, what is interesting for an 80-year-old is different to all of that. So this even the importance of any stimuli keep changing, you know. The attitude keep changing. The experiences, the knowledge you gain through that mold the person. So we need to understand this. Actually, there is no self. You have to understand this. There is no self at all. There was never a self, actually. So what is there then? What is there is the stimuli. So stimuli. When this happens so fast, we feel like the film is ongoing. So that's, we should know. Anyone can bring up a question or even like something to talk about. Yes. I think Renmansi was talking about some stuff like that. I think today morning, you know, how things can affect, how things would be a thing, you know, how it is going to be really important. Repetition is a very important thing. Whenever one kind of experience is repeatedly happening, it automatically becomes a thing. You know, we talked about, you know, seeing the same person on the road every day. You notice them first. Like if you meet the same person each time, same time, even if it's a beggar, it doesn't matter. You know, you become like you know him, you know. So after about an year, if you keep passing the same person, and he's already a thing now. That's how it works. So you have to understand each and every, just even a word can have a massive effect on you if it's repeatedly told. You know, the positive thinking, what they are actually trying to do is that, so every day say a good thing. That's how the Abhisankarana works. That's how the mental formations work. So you keep telling a good thing, so that, and thinking that a good thing will come. But the way, if you, because you see the world the way you look at it. So if you look at the world and say world is bad, then you feel like that. But the positive thinking, you look at the world in a positive way. But this Dhamma is completely different though. You have to get this. It's not like looking at it in a positive way. This is understanding and actually feeling that what magic has folded here, like what magic happened here from fetus to baby to child to young adult to elderly person. What actually happened? Yes. Yes, Joel.
Hi, doctor.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, yesterday's session was a good one, and I had some issues, and I cleared it out. It was something to do with my relationship problem.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like there's a thing that I like to have a relationship with, but sometimes I feel rejected by that person. So I don't know how to start it, how to approach it. Because you know that I'm young, right? So it's the first time, so I'm a bit scared and a bit hesitant. So if you can advise me on this, it's great. Thank you.
Well, that's actually a you're asking a question from a different perspective. So I have to mold my answer in a different way because we usually talk about no self, you know. So if I try to put that, your question, I don't know whether I will fully answer it in your way. I don't know. Sorry if I'm don't, but I'll try to touch on few things. You know, we have if we put a red glass, red spectacles, we see the world red. If we put a blue glass or spectacle, we see the whole world as blue. Likewise, if we look at the world in such a way, you see the world in that way. This mind is very scared to live alone. In the sense, this mind always want to bind something. So you're obviously in that trouble at the moment because you don't like to live alone. You want some partnership. That's okay. That's the young, hormones, young person's mindset. That's okay. You have to be comfortable with what you feel. That it's fine. It's a normal human function. So you have to be comfortable with that first, yes. But then we have to understand this is like, when a tree is growing, there are so many things in a tree which manifest at one time, and slowly tree will wither away, like slowly it will get old. Similarly, these humans also, there are things that would happen at several age limits, and we have taken it for granted as well, thinking, there's pressure to have a partner. There's a pressure from yourself, not from others. I'm not talking about the others. For a girl, I think there's pressure from family. I mean, it's funny, this Sri Lankan culture specifically. There's pressure. I mean, I think everyone will agree. There's a pressure from family, parents, siblings, that a girl should marry. I mean, there should be someone to look after the girl. So there's a problem like that. That was the attitude. It's changing now. I don't know whether it has changed in Sri Lanka, but it has definitely changed in these countries. And but still, the boys do well. They kind of put that to, being a single man is like, it's okay. But there can be pressures from within yourself, pressurizing self to find a partner, because it also happens with that the same girl, girl being pressurized to marry someone. It's kind of similar because these are the expectations also put into a young adult. I don't know whether you have read about, Gen Z, there's generations nowadays. They are changing. They are changing. they are changing in such a way that we can't even comprehend what they are even planning. But definitely it's happening. I'm 100% sure, maybe more here. It's definitely happening. So if you live another 50 years, just in case, I mean, I don't know whether we will be 100%, I won't be there. But, you know, things will be very different. You will be looking at the young children and say, they are a bit different. They are not thinking in the way that I thought. Yeah, because it's environmental, it's social, it's cultural, it's genetic, it's a lot. But when the hormones work, it's very, humans are social animals. They kind of like to mingle together, be together, to have a family is the same phenomena. And definitely for the reproduction of the species as well. But yeah, it's a natural thing. The first thing is to understand how this system works. And when you are comfortable with what your urges are, this is urge to have a partner, urge to have a companionship, urge to show off that you have done well in that aspect, or you can find a partner, or whatever. Every one of us story is very, very, very different. Sometimes you want to run away from the partnership, but here you are looking forward for a partnership. So these are very different, difficult aspects that humans face. Once you face that situation only, you will realize how difficult the situations are. But all these questions are actually in the mundane world. You have to remember that. All these questions, whether to find a partner or not find a partner, whether to find a good partner or whether I will find a bad one, or whether I will get rejected or whether I will not get rejected. Everything is in the mundane world. That's why. But there is few things I would like to tell you. Joel, if you have any sense about these discussions, I want you to actually kind of understand this Dhamma and also be okay with rejection. What the hell? Just be okay with the rejection. Who cares? You should have some kind of understanding about Dhamma now. Good things happen. Bad things happen. Good and bad is in our eyes. If we put the blue spectacle, we see everything in blue. So if you look at the world and say, this is the good aspect, and yeah, you have demarcations, so much demarcations. I have told this before. You asked one day about doctors' strike and all that. The answer is slightly different to all the other answers. Like it is. If you are born with the system, with the self vibration, now you have the self view also. Life is always can be suffering, because everything is not going to fall into your place like the way you want. And if you're actually expecting that, that would be really a bit too much, isn't it? But we always have a way. That's my way. My way is the highway, isn't it? You want everything happen to your way. So that's the self. That's what we are trying to say. This wrong view boils this system. lobster in a hot water, kind of. It's boiling, but it's still not that boiled, so we don't feel that much. So likewise, we are actually in that kind of situation. Anything can happen at any time. So the worldly things. So what are the worldly things? Worldly things are good and bad, tall and short, or right or wrong. So many things. So if you have self, there's very high expectations that the self will be very contented all the time. And that's not the case. You know that already. That's why you came to these discussions also. Because you felt so much burning inside. You wanted to find a vent out. You wanted to find an answer. You wanted to get into a better place. But when you say, I am young, I want a partnership, that's really understandable, because the age, everything, young man, you can feel like that. But as I said, it's all due to the notions that we have. We have that kind of attitude. We have an idea that this is what should happen. Other hand, there's another advice. So you have to have the understanding that failure is okay. Failure is okay. If you're scared about the failure, you won't be able to do anything at all. Failure is fine. But this is all in the mundane world. And other thing is, I can tell you, reassure you, if your vibration actually goes down, your clinginess or the neediness or the if that goes down, actually everyone will feel comfortable with you. This is, if I heard this Dhamma when I was 20, I'll be a complete different person. So you have to understand this. You have heard this Dhamma very early age. So you have to understand this. You should try to understand this. Because we ourselves, hopefully others would add their opinions. We ourselves were very clingy, very needy, looking for things, trying to be always insecure, sometimes paranoid, sometimes jealous, sometimes really craving, all of these things. You name it, you have it. So after listening to this Dhamma, if your vibration goes down, when you become actually so peaceful, you will detect the happiness in the world. You will feel the happiness in the sunshine. And the more relaxed you are, one thing is, if you actually feel this Dhamma properly, you might not even need happiness from someone. That's way down in the path. But for now, because you are still the beginner, I think when you feel calm, everyone else will be feeling it, and they will feel comfortable around you. They will feel that because don't you understand, when you come to this forum, if you feel so, if we all act very agitated, very if we are acting differently, would you even join again? You don't, because it's so it makes you feel low. Then you don't join it. Likewise, if your vibration is high, it's definitely going to make the whole place toxic. So we need to start from here, in here. You're not trying to change others. Actually, you can't. But you can change yourself. If your burning goes down, Joel, automatically happiness will be there. If there's a matching vibration, it will come to you. Matching vibrations are very rare. It's rare. It doesn't matter. Matching vibration, whether it's going to happen or not, I can't predict. But what's more important is Joel's happiness, Joel's calmness, Joel's tranquility. If that is there, everyone around you will feel it. Every person around you will feel it. You know, when one is, when there's a baby, don't everyone around the baby feel so happy because that baby is so naive, so beautiful, so harmless. It feels so good. Likewise, you know everything. You know about the world. You have the knowledge. You know when people turn. So it's okay. But when your burning is low, your judgments are going to be very, very good. Mind you, you will not get attracted to a wrong vibration either. If you can't find a similar vibration, you will wait. Just doesn't matter. Nothing is going to happen overnight. So I think, Joel, my advice is, from Dhamma perspective, try to understand the truth. Try and understand that, there was never a self. And what we feel here is the thickness of the actual stimuli or the thought. Thickness of this thought that you shouldn't be alone is hurting you. Just drop it. It's okay. It's okay. Just heal yourself, and then everything will fall into right place. Am I clear, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think others also can add. Surangika or Sakuntala also can add.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think you gave a very elaborative reply to Joel's question. As you said, when the vibrations are less on this side, things will fall into the correct path automatically. As you very correctly said that when the vibrations are less on this side, others will be attracted actually. I mean, others will sort of turn to this side automatically. And also, I think whatever happens, anytime, whatever happens, we should accept as it is happening in the best possible way. Because right now, a person can think that this was a disaster to me and this is not something I expected and I am devastated. That sort of feeling might come, which are natural with the mind sensor faculty, mind sensor. But if you take it up in this way, everything, whatever happens at any time, will happen as the best possible thing suitable to that instance. So maybe I don't know about this situation about the relationship that you are trying to say, but if it doesn't work out, that may be the best possible thing that should have happened at this moment. And you never know, as Dr. Kokila said, something which might be much better might get worked out. So always turn the camera towards your system and see uh, what's the kind of the fire which is coming up within you. And more you understand that fire, the nature of the fire, you will be able to bring it down little by little. And if you are strong, if you're now a person who understands these Dhamma facts, especially who understands this system working, where these uh, thoughts which are very heavy is giving trouble. And if you understand this system, more and more understanding becomes makes it very convenient and very comfortable to you. And also it makes you very strong, and makes you sort of kind of very direct person. So in that way, the things might work out in a much, much better way, I suppose. Yes.
And also, Dr. Sakuntala, there are so many, expectations.
Yes.
So the expectations are also engraved in our mind too. As an example, if there's a married couple, they keep asking, where's the child? In Sri Lanka,
Yes.
usually, where's the child? Then that young couple is like scratching their heads and thinking, no, we don't want to have a child. Why they keep asking about a child? Or something like that, So maybe they're actually trying. Who knows? But that this is the problem. Like, so the expectations, the environmental, social, cultural expectations, they are engraved in our system too. These are the stimuli which have become so thick by listening to that, or like all the time, or like being read in films, in the books, parents, friends. When all the friends are married, you are like, oh, are you not married, Machang? You can, it, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Really in these countries, it's very different. Like they don't really bother people with much, like they don't ask what your job is. They don't ask whether you're married. They don't ask, are you a single mother, or what are you doing? How are you handling? They don't look into other people's problems that much. But in a society like in ours, Asian countries specifically, there's so much expectation, so much ideas. They are engraved even to a year 12 child. There's so much things in their head already, and they have become true. When a parent says girl should marry by this age, there's so much pressure, and that girl doesn't want to marry. Specifically, I think a lot of girls, I think will agree, some will want to marry, that's fine. They might run away because the parents, they don't want to let the girl marry at that age, because there's so much demarcations. You shouldn't marry at this age, or you should marry at this age. So these are like expectations, the ideas that have creeped into, this is bad, this is good, is again in the mundane world. It's all they are all thoughts. None of these thoughts are true. But we take them so granted, and the suffering, automatically it is suffering. If a thought is taken for granted or taken as real, suffering is inevitable, isn't it?
Yeah, as you said, I mean, now in Joel's case about marriage, now I'm sure the friends and even relatives all must be sort of putting questions time to time about the marriage. So that is one of the pressures that he has got. And as you said, when these stimuli become real, when it's not sort of identified them as just creations right now, when the thoughts are taken as real and when they are very heavy, it leads to big pressure. And this pressure is felt as if it is persisting, but actually, what happens is each moment, each fraction of second, it's a new thought which is coming up with the pressure. But it's not a continuous thing that is surfacing time to time. It's not stored somewhere, but each time it's a new thought and newly built thought. But we feel that it's a sort of same thought that is coming up.
And there's another thing in I think in his mind, you know, he may not even need a partnership. He may not. He may be actually seeking, you know, to see whether I will be likable or I will be accepted. You know, because if you get, you know, imagine, because I'm a girl. I'm looking from a girl's point of view. Imagine a girl is there in high school. All the other girls are having relationships. This girl is not being asked by a boy. Just imagine. And then this will be like there's, you really don't want anyone, but then you will feel, the self will feel so happy if someone asks you out for a date, you know. So that's the kind of thing. This mind is so tricky. So if the self is there, self is going to get attracted to something, even if it doesn't want the marriage, even if it doesn't want the like actual, dedicated partnership. It's just sometimes acceptance, you know, like, well, I got accepted, kind of thing, you know. So there are so many aspects to this, that we don't even know in depth. So we need to actually, oneself has to clearly understand. If you ask a person who is married for 50 years, I mean, not in front of the partner, if you ask separately, they might say, I wish I'm never married.
Of course, yes.
and
There are
and
stories like that.
yeah, and you know, the responsibilities, looking after the, you know, sick people, it's like directly looking after a complete whole new family. So much responsibility. So, you know, but the problem is, when you have a hormonal system which works really conducive to have a family, it is a bit difficult. So we have to take everything into consideration. But the main thing I would say is, from Dharma point of view, I think its main thing is to understand this mind system and understand how these pressures are coming from. If there is a pressure, that is because that thinking, that thought is a thing to you. And if you really detect it, you're like, okay. And I have told this multiple times, failure. We are scared about failure. Failure, rejection, uh, you know, someone's death, you know, loved one's death. These all things shatter us because the self wants everything the way that the self thinks. That's how it is. Yeah. Anything else, Veronica?
Dr. Buddothpada. I can't think of anything else. I think you and Dr. Sakuntala gave a good comprehensive explanation. It's the importance is to have a Dhamma angle to it as well, which is otherwise, I mean, the purpose of this forum is to be able to give that perspective, which ultimately, with the final realization, overcomes every other vibration, isn't it? So,
Yeah, and to understand this mind world is a real, creation only. Then your vibration, your burning becomes very low. And sometimes your mind might even not need anything to be happy. You will be just happy by itself. That's an arahant state, but that's the ultimate. And that's the beauty of this Dhamma. Whether you have anyone or not, you are just happy. Whether you have money or not, you are just happy. Whether you're dying, you're just happy. Whether your leg is cut off by a surgeon due to a problem, yeah, you're still happy. So this is a really a complete different aspect. Never heard Dhamma before kind of thing. It's a complete different aspect. Yeah. It's a beauty actually to think about it even. But from a young person perspective, Aranwanse always says, keep doing what you're doing, it's fine. Just understand this Dhamma, your burning will go away. Then if you have a responsibility, keep doing the responsibility. Because you'll be happy anyway.
yeah, because, I mean, as you said, as long as when you are at a particular age, the body and the hormonal reaction, you can't stop these things, those various wants and desires come. It's part of the system, isn't it? So that is why Aranwanse says that, family people can continue to have family. And then he always addresses youngsters. He always addresses youth, young people who are in love. And he says the beauty of this Dhamma is that once you understand the love that you feel will know no bounds, because the love that emanates from understanding this true Dhamma is not even not a materialistic love, not a love that is coming from a vibration. It's a love that is coming from non-vibration, isn't it? And in that way, it's not a selfish love. It's a love where one doesn't have any self-motive, but then becomes the other person in the sense that what is
if the other person is happy, you are happy.
Yeah,
and if
exactly.
the other person wants to go away, that is their happiness.
Yes.
And that's simple like that.
So that's why he says that you can continue to have family, you can continue to be with your children or whatever that you have to do with your spouse. If you are having a relationship, you can have your relationship. Because another thing, I think young people have this tendency of thinking that, they don't want to think too seriously about religion, and that probably, I think, religions and the way it's taught also is to blame. But a lot of youngsters didn't turn to, I can say, back in the past, didn't turn to understanding teachings of this nature, because they think that, it's going to keep them away from their relationship and, that type of thing. But this way of, this perspective is so different compared to all other teachings that we have encountered in the past. But there must be an investment, isn't it, Dr. Hope? That the need and the curiosity to get at the truth and surpass, or just go beyond that self motive has to be there to a certain extent. Otherwise, you are not just going to embark on it. You'll take the easy way out, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
there's a
actually,
relationship, yeah.
and even if dating, so someone would be going on a date with so much. Just imagine this, Joel. If someone is going on a date and that person is in so much happiness, so much tranquility, don't you think it works so much better? Oh my God. Imagine you're going for a date and you're in this whole, nowadays everything has become a business now. So it's a kind of the business mind. You go on a date also nowadays. So you just kind of, are you going to give me a companionship? I will give you a companionship, that kind of thing. So nothing really works beautifully because it's not easygoing thing. So if your vibration go down, if you listen to this Dhamma and if you understand this system and you understand that thoughts are thoughts, they are just a creation of the world, creation of the system, the heaviness in your mind, if you're holding about 5,000 kilos in your head, you will be like having about 500 milligrams. So, and then you go for a date, you might be like, what am I looking for here? Sometimes. Or you might feel the other vibration, it's very high, and you might think, oh, I might have to do something for, she needs help, but well, that may be not for me, kind of thing. But here, because you are kind of in pursuit, when someone is in pursuit of something, imagine it is money. If you are driven for money, are you not in such a burning when the money is not coming? But if you are not that driven, you are doing something and money is coming or not, the person is happy. Imagine that. So beautiful. This is, the inner tranquility, inner happiness is the most beautiful thing in the world, not the relationship, not the money, not the job, not the family, not the kids, not the parents. It's the inner peace, inner tranquility, inner happiness which matters most. And then you can detect. You can detect. You need about 5 seconds for you to feel the other's vibration. If it is work related, you have to work with that person. You will continue to work. It's fine. But you know that. You know that person is in need, but you can't help. But you will continue to help if possible. That's all. If someone actually feel this Dhamma, and I hope Joel would, and this vibration comes down, you can't actually tolerate much higher vibrations unless it's like a must, It's a automatic change that will happen. You will get close to the lower vibrations anyway. What do you think, Suranka? Isn't it? Life changes, isn't it? Yes, everything is changing. Yes. Do you get it, Joel?
Yes, Doctor. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, actually, as you said, if the vibrations become equal or whatever, I mean, then it will work out whether you are trying hard or not, isn't it? I mean, there are situations where we see sometimes in some unexpected ways the things are happening, and there are other instances where with lots of effort and lots of pushing and pressure, still the things doesn't work out as the way that is expected. So as you said, when the vibrations are equal, it will happen. And if the vibrations aren't matching, it will not work out. So as Dr.
And I
Kokila,
think it's a good thing,
it is good, yes, yes.
because otherwise it will explode.
Yeah, that's right. Because you have to patiently wait and see the outcome.
I mean, I think the patiently waiting is like a mundane thing, but
Yeah, I know.
yeah, but actually what should happen is Joel should understand this Dhamma.
mechanism. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually understand Dhamma. In Lord Buddha's time, he gave a metaphor for that. Understand Dhamma as if your hair is on fire. If your hair is on fire, how quickly you would put it away.
You will give the main priority to that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You will leave everything else behind and then attend to that.
Attend to put the fire away in hair, because if the hair gets the fire on the head, you will be burnt. So very quickly we try to uh, extinguish the fire. So likewise, Lord Buddha said, you have to feel this, because the utmost happiness, the supreme bliss, or the inner tranquility is here without anything. We need things to be happy. We need money to be happy. We need children to be happy. We need a partner to be happy. We need status to be happy. We need a house to be happy. What else do we need, Dr. Sakuntala? I mean, what else do you need?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
suppose you have.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can definitely answer. I mean, I thought once I should come abroad, That's how the mind worked.
And after coming, sometimes again there are things that you want to change and you want to do better, and
Yeah, and you wish
I mean that's the
you would
nature.
be in Sri Lanka, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and this mind is like that. You just you get attracted to one thought, you keep doing that. And the failure, it's very important to understand this to anyone. Like even the death is the failure. So failure, if everyone thinks that you are a failure, you also take it as a failure. But if your inner tranquility is there, you don't really need anything, whether it is, whether other people are talking about a failure or not. You don't really care. Nothing matters. Nothing at all. Even death doesn't matter, because that's how much tranquility that would be there. This is this is why this is never heard Dhamma. Even Buddhists, we are so-called Buddhists sometimes, but we don't know his Dhamma. So everyone out there should actually hear this. When COVID came, how many people died? when tsunami came, how many people died? If something happens again, how many people will die? And how many people die every day anyway? From normal stuff, accidents. We can't be sure that we are there tomorrow. But this is the insurance that you should have. Inner tranquility, so you're not even worried about death. Perceived failure, actually.
Yeah.
That's why parents try to give away the daughter, because parents perceive failure in them when they feel like my daughter is not married yet. Oh my God, my daughter is not married yet. Oh my God, my daughter is not married yet.
Yeah,
That is
that
the
becomes
problem.
a huge burden to the parents, because today 9:30 a.m. I think that was 9:30 a.m. Sinhalese Zoom. I heard one lady was talking, and she has spoken to the Zoom for the first time. She said she was just 18 and got married at that age because she had an affair for some time, and then because she wanted to marry, she stopped going to the school also. She became very stubborn, and the parents were very annoyed, and they gave her away at the age of 18 years in marriage to that her boyfriend. So that was other side of this story. She herself said that, I mean, because of my clinging and my behavior, I got all my studies and everything disrupted, and then ended up marrying so young. So that is the action of the hormones on the other aspect.
Yeah.
And again, as you said, because of that perception of girls not giving in marriage so young, parents must have sort of protested. She said there were some very big issues at home front, and then finally I got married. So I don't know whether it was some kind of eloping or whether some arranged something was arranged and she was given in marriage. But those are the things, as you said. I mean, on one aspect, parents feel that they shouldn't marry so young, and on the other side, they should be married by now and have their children and complete the family. But both ways, it can have all sorts of adverse things also coming up. As you said, the person might be regretting of why did I marry so early, or why did I marry at all.
And it's very difficult to, it's different to each vibration.
Yeah.
It's different to each person. Some people will find a matching vibration. They might go to church together. They might go to a temple together. They might go to mosque together. They might do things together. But what you have to know is the fear of death is there. Whether everything is happening as you thought. But I don't think if you question someone that you feel like doing okay, there's always some problem out there. But this Dhamma is not for any of these problems. We are not trying to look for a world without problems. Definitely this Dhamma is not for that. This is not to get rid of problems. This is to actually understand the alive field. Understand that the alive field is actually the field that is due to the sensory organ function. When you understand, even the alive field is just a creation, you become so light. That's the main thing. Even the alive field is a joke. Alive field is a joke. What about the others? Yeah, this Dhamma is completely in a different angle. I think, anything else we can talk about? I think Joel is not there anymore at the moment, so we can discuss something else. Anything else about the discussions? Anything new Aranwansi has talked or anything?
In that issue, actually, that lady's, the way she was talking, uh, he sort of straight away pointed out that is yourself. I mean, she said she brought up her children and got them good education. That was something that she missed. So just did that sentence, Aryan has interrupted and said that that is your ego. That is yourself is so prominent. You are not even on the path. So there are like that. There are many situations, many points that he picks up very quickly, whereas sometimes we are a little bit, as the people who are conducting the thing, we are a bit hesitant sometimes to say things straight away. But Arenohase picks up the things and directly says that no, you are in all your thoughts. So there have been many occasions. One of the things that I felt was that I mean, sometimes I feel a bit hesitant to talk straight and say sort of uh, like giving a little slap and say that no way, you are out and you are not on the path. So that is something that I am lacking. I feel that it is something that I need to correct. But on the other hand, telling it straightforward is always helpful, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think, when a long time ago, when we bring up a question, when Aranwansi starts from scratch, you know, he listens to the question and he starts from the beginning. I'm like, oh wow, everything is wrong now. But I think his straightforward answers, I think, is helping a lot because,
Yeah.
and you need to be clear as well for your own sense. Need to be able to detect the way they talk, because that's the thing. When you talk in a bhavagami way, how do you say that? Bhavagami, kind of you're having the idea of existence. This it becomes tricky. In one way, you're saying my me mind is dissolving. Other way around, you are saying it is there, so they don't tally. So, but it's very unique at that particular moment how you feel. Anyway, this without knowing your own vibration and without knowing the non-vibration, the path doesn't actually start. That's the thing. In the sense, the initial marga will be there, the path will be there, but there would be no further path after that. So that's the problem. But it's a problem everywhere anyway. I mean, we can't really prevent that. If we have an idea that that there would be a like a power or the chair or whatever. This is the thing, even the thinking process, like Joel said, someone should be married by now, or someone should be retired by now. Early retirement. The other things, comfortable life. Children should be successful. Children should not be drug addicts. children should marry at proper time. So many demarcations. These are the views that are so taken as real. They are views. It's not that strong as a self view, but these are views. Yeah, Suranga.
I mean, another common one is, where the man in the relationship doesn't work and looks after the children, and the wife goes to work. I mean, you can see the reaction, no, when such people come and say that, because the society is so attuned to the man always having to work, and they can't even take it. I mean, in these countries, at least a little bit, it's accepted. But just imagine in Sri Lanka, you have that, man is sitting and looking after the children, and the wife is going to work. It's like, it's again the program, isn't it? And when you talk to elderly people or parents, the extent to which all that has got completely entrenched in their system becomes so obvious. Isn't it? Because of the long years of thinking in that particular manner, it has become
Repetition, reinforcement,
complete reinforcement. It's like absolutely part of their DNA. They can't think of another way.
Yes, and even this God thing is like if you do a good thing, you will go to heaven. If you do a bad thing, you will go to hell. These are the strong views. That's what Aranavan says. I can remember him trying to break them so hard. I mean, he doesn't talk about these things that much anymore. He used to tell, like, what are you talking about? It's not easy though. Like, good thing will bring the good thing, bad thing will bring the bad thing. So this karma pala is in action and effect is in our core. I mean, it's difficult, and imagine the self view. Imagine the self view, how difficult it is, unless you really feel the non-vibration. This is not. There is no it's not convinced. That's the problem. So it's very beautiful though how these things, how mind works, how mind tricks each other. How mind tricks the mind tricks the mind. I think, I don't know how to say that. It keeps tricking all the time. You kind of පෙරළුණාත හොඳයි කියනවා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? You kind of you're okay to the whatever the thing now. So when you're older, you're like, okay, now what can I do? It's okay, I can be like this. You're not because your defilements are low. You're just okay with the current situation. So, and also some others can say, yeah, I don't have those defilements anymore because that hormone system is not working anymore. So
yeah, that is not come to the fore anymore. That is why it's not a predominant feeling.
Yeah.
But even that, the mind puts another spin on it and says, you have overcome those. Those are not important to you anymore.
Yeah.
And gives another big story along with it.
Yes. I can't really escape this system. It's really interesting. It can say you're good. You don't have those cravings anymore, and next moment, if you get a craving, you will say, "Oh, that's not self. Uh, that's just the system." You really, I mean, this is a problem when Dhamma is told in a online platform and everyone listens. So there's a risk, misunderstanding, and but it will make people happy. So they are content. So they are not looking or doing the research to feel the non-vibration. So mainly the non-form part will be hidden. And even the rupa part, the form part will be hidden, because they feel so comfortable that the outside is a thought. They feel so comfortable, they get trapped in that line. What do you think? I think that is happening. Because as soon as you understand the outside is a thought, you are so comfortable with that. You feel so light also, comparably, like much better than before. And you are like, wow, Aranans, it's so good, But then, if Aranans doesn't give a talk and say, what are you talking about? You are still in mundane world. You are like, wow, am I in mundane world? Oh, okay, Aranans, I'll think about it more. Then you get into the correct place. Such a weird
And
thing.
there was another Dhamma friend who listens to Aryan Mans's talks, who said that when he tried to give this Dhamma to other people, he's encountered some folk who they know the whole theory, but that is all. It is of academic interest to them. And they like to just get together and talk about it in various forums, but not actually practice it. It's like another academic subject. So you get all kinds of people, I think, out there who are in that system. That is the thrill, isn't it?
Yeah, and also this is so scientific now, so it's actually interesting. So it might actually go in that path.
Yeah.
And so you identifying your own tense, identifying your own vibration, and identifying the non-vibration, none of these things will surface unless you are driven by the noble friend. Unless they come to the forum and start talking, there's no way that they will get the proper guidance. That's the thing.
And to such people, one can only say that they have kind of caught the snake from the tail or something, because fundamentally, if they actually understood the essence of this true Dhamma, they wouldn't take the stand that it is just, like an academic topic of interest that they can wave like a flag or, use as a mantle to propel themselves to stardom or get more publicity for themselves. But that shows is that they have actually not got the essence of this true Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, it can happen to venerables too, but yeah, true.
And as you said, if they move away from the guidance of the noble teacher, then the noble teacher also has no access to them, because they are not coming to the conversation. And that is why Aryan Mahansa says that people who don't talk and are not upfront are actually nurturing a self-view.
Yeah, actually, those video clips, those beautiful video clips sent from this Wisdom of Asia, which has all scientific explanations, are very attractive. So, particularly for a person who has done higher studies in science stream, it becomes really sort of enthusiastic. So that person, as Surangika said, might go along that track and try to study further on that without thinking at all about the practical side, how to apply it to the day-to-day life, isn't it?
Those are the ones that Dr. Kokila, you mentioned. I mean, you listen to, I mean, I don't listen to podcasts, but you said you listen to lots of podcasts, and there are lots, I think, out there where similar themes are used, isn't it? The consciousness and various things where these things are, there are forums and forums discussing this with great interest.
Mm. Yeah, I saw one. No, I didn't actually. Actually, I don't have much time now because I have to listen to R.N. sermons and can't actually, my time slots are getting shorter and shorter.
I think 24 hours is no longer enough now.
Yeah. And but I mean, we are managing, but you know, now it's not time, but I see the topics, you know, all the quantum packets are conscious, you know, like these are the things that Lord Buddha said, as R.N. is saying, but none of these things are attributed to Dhamma. They are just like they have found something. And it's good in a way that if people are actually understanding, because in 100 years time, if all the religions are to like actually collapse, and whether you know the truth or the not is the topic, this may be the way, you know, because people can surely understand that the God is like a concept. Definitely, I think even children, I think, are getting it.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, even these so-called theories of consciousness and all that also, just like these current religions, those schools of thought also will have to start somewhere, go on for a couple of years or 20, 30 years. And even those followers might then wonder, what is this? We're talking about it and nothing's happening. And, you know, and then think about the futility of that school of thought. So everything is there for, I suppose, a reason in that sense. For finally, all of these will eventually break down.
Only Lord Buddha's Dhamma, it says that every thought is futile. Like every thought is a creation of the sensory function, then that's all. It attacks even the word nirvana. It attacks every word in this, you know, every thought. Every stimuli becomes a joke then.
There
So
was
yeah.
one, yeah.
Yeah, tell.
There was one, I think, growing up, listening to the sutra, not that I understood much at all, but there was one thing from the single interpretation side that really struck a chord was කලකිරීමෙන් මිදෙයි. No, so the කලකිරීමෙන් මිදෙයි is once one understands the Dhamma, the stimuli that is coming through these sense faculties, the futility of it, the senseless of it, the baselessness of it is what they say කලකිරීමෙන් මිදී, and then කතං කරණීයං, කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. Once the, you know, the final non-vibration is reached. But that kalakirimeng midi, and just now just see Dr. Kokila, actually the Sinhalese language, I mean, it's just like that Abhisankarana word. I have been trying to think about a word that will express the meaning of kalakirimeng midi. So the kalakirima there is when you understand the futility of these sense faculties, isn't it? Anything that comes, just like you said, every thought that the Lord Buddha, it was only Lord Buddha who said every thought is nonsensical, every thought is baseless, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when the more, and the more you realize that through this true Dhamma, there is nothing to, there is no enjoyment, there is no entertainment, isn't it? No savoring of anything. Because whatever way it comes from, whichever sense, there is nothing in it. And then that is where this whole material world, the value of it, the sense world, form and formless worlds, all these fall away for that reason. So it was such a, I mean, not knowing the Dhamma even back in the day, I felt that carried so much of meaning which had to be explored at some point in time. So it's actually amazing that now through this true Dhamma, how one is actually, there is an experiencing it, because anything that comes, the stimuli, it falls away, isn't it? It's melting. It melts.
So
because,
when you say කලකිරීමෙන් මිදේ, does that mean the කලකිරීම will never happen again, or කලකිරීම?
Kalakirima is when you understand that there is nothing to take.
I think it is something like this. Kalakirimen medima means it can happen even in the mundane world, where if you don't get something, or if it is not up to the standard that you are expecting, then you will just leave it alone and you will move away. Actually, in Dhamma, what is mentioned is that avabodhen kalakirima. That means you understand the truth of it,
Yes,
and
yes.
then
Yeah,
you
okay.
will
Yeah.
yes. Avabodhen
So,
kalakirim is different from kalakirimen midim, isn't it?
no, the kalakirima is through avabodhya, through realization, because
Yeah.
everywhere
Avabodhen
this,
kalakirima.
this
Yes.
sutra also people take from a laukika samadhitti side, no? From a mundane side, whereas the Buddha never, I mean, there might have been certain instances where he used it as a ploy to get people to the Dhamma. But finally, the ultimate thing is the non-vibration. So that means when the Sinhala interpretation said Kalakini there is through realization, nothing else. When you understand there is nothing here, even in this moment, as Aryan once, I think yesterday or day before also said, what is there to take? There is nothing. And the Buddhakshana, or the, what's that word, awakening to the moment, is also the fact that even in this moment there is nothing to take. And that is, like a flash, like an intuition that comes upon you, the realization happens. So,
It's very important that the even our life feel is same,
yeah.
It's the same thing. So that is the main thing. If you really get this, I mean, there's nothing to be happy about. So what is the actual English word for kalakirim in normal way?
I haven't been able to actually find a word for it. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have any ideas? Maybe we should ask Sudharma next time.
Yeah.
She knows
Disgusting
more
is not
words.
the word, isn't it?
What's that?
Disgusting is not the
No,
word,
because
isn't it?
disgusting
Because
kind of
is
gives a
you're disgusted
connotation
with
of,
something.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
right.
Yeah.
You know, when you get the adjectives, no, are they adverbs? Of, we are satisfied with, or there's with, of,
Dissatisfied with
in,
something. Yeah.
it's always with something. So
With
something should
something,
be
yeah.
there. Something should be there for anything to happen, So the kalakiri, yeah, that's the interesting thing. Actually, we should ask Sudharma about that, whether she has an idea. So the kalakirima here would be kind of true realization of the truth, maybe just say
Yes,
that.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that
Realization of
becomes clearer and clearer.
Mm.
This, even the word Abhisankana, I think I don't know what Sudharma gave for that, maybe magnification, or I don't know what the word is, because Abhisankana is also such a good word in expressing how people get caught up in the stimuli, isn't it? But to express
Didn't
that
they
in
use the
English,
word? volitional formation for that, Abhisankarana.
We used, and which
Yeah.
is very confusing because I think we don't know that word. Maybe
It's not
volitional formation.
it's not a simple word that we use in a day-to-day language, volitional. So it's difficult to convey the meaning. And I mean, if you think about our advancer coming to this talk and using such simple words and conveying it far more effectively, then that volitional formation doesn't really convey what he tries to convey, isn't it, about this whole process?
Yeah, if one thing is repeatedly coming, it's imprinted in the
Yeah, you
system.
can't give the weight of that word. I mean, you can't
Even
give the weight of the meaning exactly in those
yeah,
words.
Yes,
even in
true.
Sanya,
Yeah.
Sanya is much
I
better
was going to say, actually the word perception doesn't give the exact meaning that we want to convey
because
when we
Sanya
say
True.
is something which is never there.
never there. Exactly, yes.
So
And the confusion with perception is because the English have used it in a different way.
Hmm.
So it's like a very mundane, very frivolous, surface level kind of meaning in the English language. And then here we are trying to convey something far deeper, isn't it? Far more profound.
yeah. Yeah, actually, when we try to say about these things in a simple way, it is easy. But you know, sometimes if someone join the forum, I mean, venerable or someone, kind of a monk, or that is going to be difficult. You know, trying to give the words in that kind of way. But I think. Some forums in Australia are actually trying very hard. And I think they are also slowly going towards this no self Dhamma. Slowly, very slowly. They are moving forward. I think the whole world is moving forward towards that. They have just started. But the problem is this understanding this non-form part, no one is clear. No one is even clear about the form part. Everyone is clear about the sensual part, amitya part. You know, the what is the word for that? Impermanence.
Impermanence.
Impermanence. There, a lot of people are really okay with that. Yeah, it is impermanent. You know, but when it comes to the self-perception, that the self-perception was never there. It's really, really, you know, the duality should vanish. For you to understand that the perception was never there, then it comes to the vibration. Then when it comes to vibration, again the Dhamma should come as in, you know, the vibration is only the vibration of the sensory function. Then only the non-vibration would arise. So it is very tricky. This is kind of a change, kind of piercing through one thought, which helps you to understand the whole thing. Otherwise, you're not going to have an idea about this alive field is just a joke.
This is a 180-degree turn, so it's it goes against every facet of thinking, theory, whatever you call it, isn't it, in this mundane world? So it's not a easy thing.
And that's why Lord Buddha has said so much things like finding a soy needle in the sand.
In the sea or something, no? Yeah,
in the
something
sand
like that.
or something, yeah. And the other one, which we struggle every day, like the tearing apart a horse's tail, one thread of tail into 100 or something. So to show that it is so rare. The rare is the thing is the actual, not the understanding part. Raya is the experience, because it has to come with the angle also. If you don't know the no self angle, if you don't have the idea, it won't pierce in that path. Because this the out of mind experiences are there for people without them. So they just get scared and just run away. Oh my God, what happened? Then they try to shake it off, something happened, but I'm okay now. That kind of thing. So the out of mind experiences can happen that will just scare you, or you might think it's a dhyana of, in dhyana also you get, I think the most beautiful thing Aranwanse said, okay, now I can't remember which sermon, he talked about, this Samtha Samadhi coming in is it last night or today morning? Samtha Samadhi or concentration meditation coming in this program that Aranwanse has introduced.
That was, I think, today morning.
Yeah, I have been
discussion.
trying to tell this like so much times, because all the time when mothers come and discuss some stuff, it's very, very genuinely felt that it's a Samtha Samadhi. How do we know? Is because we know the difference. So not before, just by after listening to our advances Dhamma. So this is the importance, like when a person is getting carried away, if there is no noble friend, the path is completely shattered. And when the deathbed happens, you are just struggling. If someone, just imagine, if someone thought, like there was a story about a monk too, there was an idea that he was okay, everything was done, and then a nurse was going to put a cannula in, and he felt the agitation. And if someone actually has felt this non-vibration, even the life feel is not an actual thing, who will get worried about this pain? Who will get worried about this, the feeling of shudder when you feel like someone is going to put a cannula in? You will definitely feel that. Okay, someone is going to cut you. And will you not feel something? Yeah, you will. But the thing is, the moment you get that system identified it as self. This is the whole thing we are trying to say,
Please excuse me for leaving early. Teruvan Saranai.
So the Mahansa is trying to say, it is not the self, it's a perception, it's a system, it's a if the fear comes, Mahansa says, yes, it is the self, yes, but it is a thought that we are alive. That thought is so strong that we get the fear. So if you keep understanding, it is only the stimulus which is actually here, never the self, you're not going to get shaken by any experience. What do you think, Suranka?
Not true. Dr. Kokida, one aspect that maybe you can explain is, how Aranwansa some time back again gave an Andolanaatmaka Desana about the Sanya perceptions, and he started off with the traffic light, the red thing, and why we stopped for the red and all that. but then he went on to explain how, from a sound, how the sound is then perceived, and how with the continuous reinforcement of it, the voice then starts reverberating it, and the telepathizing happens, and then the voice comes out by telepathizing to that wave pattern and the perceptions.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain that a little bit, please?
Is that how the talking happens?
Yeah, he said Soralya Pratikampane Karana
Yeah.
to the sound, yeah.
Yeah, it is actually really nicely put by Aranwanse, because this, what happens to the baby is actually, first baby hears things, then the baby doesn't talk straight away. Baby will just have this vibration, inner vibration of the ear. So it's only a feel. And then when the mind form only, kind of when the other vibrations get together and this thought is formed, then definitely the mind vibration has started. So it's a vibration which acts as a kind of a unique vibration. It is a combination of the vibrations, but it acts as a unique vibration. So this phenomena, this new vibration, actually has the ability to change the whole system, which will start to vibrate the vocal cords. It's actually the system is also as such that there are connection between the ear and the nose and this system, and there is a pressure balance as well. So whatever the vibration there's a vibration in the inside too. Anyway, this mind formation, when it happens only, the child is able to bring it out, because it's much stronger now. So that's the thing. It's a beauty, actually. I can't 100% say that it is after the mind formation, but I think the pratikampana part is really true, because the system is acting as one. The vibration of the the eardrum, then the inner ear, there are specific cells which vibrate very specific speed. That's the specific speed, that hertz, amount of hertz that we call that the humans hear. It's just about the thoughts, though. These are all thinking patterns that we have. It's nothing much to think about, but 100% the way of the sound is also like that. Sound is actually the mind, kind of mind. It is, when Aranwanse says mind is a vibration, and mind is actually, when you say sita dhvaniyak, that's what Aranwanse is meaning. It's the same as, when there was Sila Therani, or I don't know which Therani, that someone said, the underneath the words are the vitakka vichara. So the vitakka vichara is actually this inner vibration.
This, what is the dhvani actually? I keep wanting to ask.
Dhvani is a vibration.
Dhvani is vibration. No?
It's a vibration. The sunlight, we call it a dhvani, like it's the vibration.
Okay.
It's like the wave pattern kind of thing. We call
wave
dhvani.
pattern. Okay.
Yeah,
Is
when you say
wave pattern
vibration,
and vibration the same?
not really. I think I made a mistake there, but I don't know what's the English word for that. What do you call light waves, sound waves? It's waves, kind of
That
wave.
kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's a vibration again because nothing is moving there. It is like like the water. It's not actually anything moving from here to here. It's just the vibratory nature. If you know about this physics, you know that even the sound is similar to that. That nothing is moving. It's just
Vibrating just there.
Yeah. It's actually getting transmitted though. That's the power.
It's vibrating. It has the transmission capability, but it's not moving. Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. The power is there. Power
is
kind
there.
of there. So it's kind of beautiful to understand, but the actual thing to understand is whatever we talk, actually it will keep changing, because once you understand Dhamma, if the thinking vitakka vichara, I think there's savitakka vichara, avitakka vichara. So the vitakka vichara is kind of the mind, no?
Vitakka vichara is the layperson's mundane mind.
Yeah, so that is underneath the the talking.
This part of it is also belonging to the one who has access to the Dhamma, which is the Savitakka Savichara. But then it is Dhamma concepts and contemplating it and that kind of thing, but towards the path.
Yeah, but
contemplating Dhamma theory and all, philosophy and so on.
That's the difference between an arahant and a child. The baby in the cot. Baby in the cot never had a voice or anything. There was no thoughts. But here and in arahant, the thoughts are also there. Otherwise you can't talk, no?
Exactly.
To talk, you have to have thoughts. So your thoughts are there. But avitakka vichara means the underlying vibration is not there. It just flows.
Vibration is zero.
It just flows as it came. So there is that is the most thing that we are not able to tell them something directly, but Aranansi can. And he will shout sometimes. He will say it in a different ways, like he will be laughing sometimes. It's just beautiful to see how that works.
And another thing I noted, sorry, can you continue, Doctor?
No, tell.
Another thing that was noted was at the beginning, even when Narayan Mahansa criticizes, he himself says that, Narayan Mahansa is not a band, meaning Narayan Mahansa is called to me, I won't listen to this again. And then, you curl up your tail and go away. Okay, that's because the ego has got a hit, isn't it? Because he's criticized you, and that's the way one takes it. But then, for some, the curiosity of the Dhamma, the needing to understand, makes one keep coming back and then listening. So that's another aspect of it. But then, as the Dhamma realization keeps getting more and more deep and the inner reflection happens, then there's another thing that happens. Still the defilements and the day-to-day, sometimes with the interactions, there can be issues with people. But the mind, I think it's a mind trick. When Aaron Vansa is strict and criticizes, there is almost an acceptance. Isn't it? There is no rejection. That indignant, how you get a bit of it. There's indignation when, say, a person on the road might scold you or somebody at work might criticize you. There's this bit of indignation and you might get a burning sensation and so on. But still, despite the Dhamma, those things only fade away gradually. But in contrast, Naran Vansa says something, even if it is a criticism, there is a tolerance. So I don't know whether it's coming from the Dhamma or whether it's possible that it comes from the Dhamma and the respect and all that put together, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be the feel as well, like, because you kind of feel that it's coming from low vibration, so kind of whatever the advice is true. Yeah, the kind of trust is there. It's but it's very important for all of us listeners, everyone, to come to the Zoom discussions and have a sometimes there are gaps, few minutes gaps. I think there will be time that there will be no much Zoom discussions. Imagine there's a internet outage or something, some problem. Everything will be in trouble. No one would be able to ask a question, nothing. So I think when they have time, they have to just get into the system, and not everyone actually looking forward to kind of get rid of the self vibration. They are just comfortable after feeling a little bit of Dhamma. That's what I said before also. Especially when you just by the first step that outside is just a thought, they get so satisfied. They're like, it's so good Dhamma, then they just stop there. So no research, no mission, no nothing, no trying to feel the non-vibration, nothing, when the concept is not there. That's the thing.
That is where I think I heard some mothers saying, I'm feeling light now, I'm feeling calm, everything is fine, Answer. Life is going on, life is beautiful, or something like that they say. Meaning that they seem to be, like you said, content with their lot, because the heaviness of taking various things in this external world to be true has now gradually fallen away. So they are experiencing, it's not as if they're lying, they are experiencing that lightness, isn't it? The lightness of interacting with things which were of so much burden to them earlier. So
yeah, but the Zoom discussion idea should be to push them to the next level.
Yes, exactly. So, I've heard the facilitators saying that, now you're resting on your laurels, and who is this person feeling the calmness? Who is this person feeling the lightness? Asanti particularly is very good at, teasing out these aspects, because as Dr. Sakuntala said, for some people explaining the experience, it is quite obvious where they are at to a certain extent. But for some, it is somewhat hidden. And to be able to actually catch from whatever they express that there is that self-view still hidden, unbeknownst to that person, is not an easy task, isn't it? And that also one, as you always say, if you can feel it, that is the best way to draw it out and then be able to advise that mother, isn't it?
Yeah, it is in the way they talk, whether it's whether they have gone to the concentration meditation side or whether they have gone to feel the non-vibration. That's the trickiest part anyway.
And the other thing is how Mara and Mahansa makes them, talk about their family and this and that. And I think he said it recently also, that he's not just asking about the family because he's trying to get at how they are expressing things, and through that he can telepathize to the wave, isn't it? And see the level of their vibration, how strong and how thick it is, and so on, by the way they describe their family, their attachments, or sometimes they will say everything that they are not attached, and then it is the exact opposite, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it is not easy. I mean, there's no point in talking about them. It's the
Everyone.
experience is everybody's, exactly. But
Yeah.
sometimes actually you can't figure it out yourself, which is why the discussion is so important, isn't it? When you say it out loud only, and then somebody else listening catches it and points that out, and then you think, my goodness, it was staring in the face all this time, and one was not attuned to it. The observer thing was not there, or wasn't sensitive to the fact. But and that also, it's something like a finely tuned instrument, isn't it? I think the Buddha gave that example of what was it, a violin or something, and said that if the strings of the violin are too loose, then also you're not going to get those perfect sounds, perfect melodies. If the strings are too taut, then too the tension is too much, and then the music, the sounds won't come out properly. So it has to be that right balance, absolutely the right balance. Again, coming to what you always say about the exact right angle in which one has to see the Dhamma, that realization can occur, isn't it?
Yeah, and also this, when we understand that there was never a self and that it is all about the stimuli, then the importance comes about the stimuli, which has been true. So, because there is never going to be new stimuli for someone who has entered Dhamma and has felt this properly, the new issues are not going to happen, but there are stimuli which was felt as a thing before. So your effort, your research, your investigation should be about those things. What is which part of the system is entertained, or which thought is entertained? Because it's all about sensory function entertaining in the end. From feeling the Dhamma to the state of full liberation, it's all about the entertainment of the sensory function. So until there is entertainment of the sensory function, you can't see anything. So, but when you talk about the entertainment of sensory function, also this is ignorance again. And this is the tricky part, you think you are entertaining, but actually what is happening is the sensory function. So you keep this whole Dhamma is from step to step, it's actually different. It's different. So that's where the catch is for the someone who is holding the Zoom discussion also. The catch is try and understand which stage that person is. If the person is in the first steps, has not even felt the non-vibration, at least for a moment, then they don't know their vibration, they don't know the non-vibration. So they don't know that alive feel is just a joke, alive feel is just a creation. They feel that the alive feel is there forever. But if it has to break at one point, for you to actually know that it was a creation, then you are not scared to die, kind of. But this whole thing, the defilements you had before, is not going to die away quickly. It is going to take time for them to slowly go away, because the power should slowly die down. That's the importance of Dhamma and the importance of the discussions.
Yeah. I mean,
People are mostly scared, I think, because it is online platform. There are so much problems, joining, because a lot of people are not aware about Zoom platform and stuff like that. Even if some are scared to even touch the phone, a lot of mothers would have that issue. There would be some people who would not like open discussions. Someone would like to have a face-to-face discussion. There are so much, restrictions everywhere.
Yeah, and for those reasons, they miss that wonderful opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's why some people actually go to the center without coming to the Zoom, because they prefer that kind of face-to-face thing. That's the way that they know, because this Zoom online stuff is like new.
Yeah.
So it is kind of like you're trying to go to snow and do some snow sport in snow, which is not like, it's like Greek to us, like we don't know much about the snow sports. Likewise, so it will be difficult. So that's why there's always help from radios and all these centers and all that. I think the European countries, or this Australia, USA, and those countries will not have that issue. But the problem is they are trying to actually reach them through Dhamma. Yeah, but time will come, I think, because there will be a shift from, as Aranwansi said, there will be a shift. It will not happen to everyone, but there will be a shift, because everyone will be keen to know the truth.
Yeah, I think that shift is already happening. And I think that's probably why Aryan Master takes the decisions that he takes also, isn't it? Because of the fact that he can sense more than anyone else how one can continue to kind of facilitate that shift towards non-vibration.
Yeah, and having a forum is really important. Getting people to talk is very important. Talking to Aranwansi is very important. So because he can guide every vibration. Yeah. Is our time up?
Yeah, I think it's over now.
Oh, okay. We will stop the Zoom discussion for today. Thank you, Aranwansi, for your noble guidance, and We'll continue tomorrow. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
Everyone's online, Dr. Bobita. Everyone's online, friends. Everyone's online, my friends. So let us continue with this discussion. Actually, this is a sermon for the next 1 hour. So you have tuned into, or if you're listening from YouTube, you're listening into the Buddothpada 24 hours English Zoom discussion, English Zoom talks and discussions, which happens right through the day. Every day from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, there is a discussion that happens, which is the one that just concluded. And the rest of the day, mostly in 1 hourly intervals, there will be various people practicing this true Dhamma who will be providing discourses of the truth in various aspects of it through this Zoom channel. And what is being expounded here is the true Dhamma that was exposed and taught by Lord Buddha 2,500 years ago. There have been many teachings of Buddhism in various streams, various types of streams of thought, whether it is in Sri Lanka or in other Buddhist countries. And over the years, there have been various interpretations given to the Buddha's word. Sometimes a departure from the Pali canon where everything was documented. The meaning, the profound meaning of the truth exposed by Lord Buddha or realized on his own so many years ago is still within the scriptures, within the Tripitaka, the Pali canon. But being able to actually get to the true meaning of that truth, of the true Dhamma that was expounded, is not an easy task. And which is why there have been various teachings of Buddhist practice and Dhamma over the years by various monks through generations, in fact. But at some point in time, the actual core truth and the core teaching seem to have kind of fallen by the wayside in most cases. And the ultimate aim and objective of this is to realize that this is no self Dhamma, meaning that there is no self here. This external world that we call as a reality is also something fictitious, which is constructed in the mind. So to understand these very, you may say, radical concepts, they're not actually radical, but they are the true teachings of Lord Buddha. But with these traditional teachings that one finds in Sri Lanka as well as in various parts of the world, you would be more familiar with the terminology, the concepts of the word, the concepts that float around, which kind of talk about impermanence, rather than the fact that this is no self Dhamma, and that is the truth. So the impermanence gives different connotations to it, and to a certain extent, there is something that can be gained out of it, because everything that is seemingly manifested can also be subject to decay. But that is only just a very surface-like interpretation to the truth that is far, far more profound that the Buddha taught, that the Buddha realized himself. And it is that core Dhamma teachings that has been now uncovered by our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpada and Vahansa. And over the course of the last 5 years, I mean, there was a realization on his part after 20, 30 years of deep meditative practice, the concentration meditation that was prevalent during the Buddha's days, which the Buddha himself practiced first in his search of the truth, and then gave up because he knew that was not getting him anywhere and the truth was still elusive. So he went in search of the truth, and then that was the true Dharma teachings that we are listening to today. So in a similar vein, Buddothpada and Vahansa also embarked by having gone to various Buddhist teachers in his time, which is the current day, and listening to those teachings and trying to practice that, he too embarked on concentration meditation at the beginning. And in fact, I think practiced it for more than 20 years. And also, just like the Buddha, reached various advanced states of jhanas, advanced states of advanced meditative states, and even to a point of where there was a non-perception, which is the highest realm of the concentration meditation, the asanyatalaya, as we call it in Sinhalese, where even no perception comes. So in that kind of world, one can even get completely lost to the point of not being able to come back. And so R.N. Vahansa even went to that extent in that concentration meditation. But with all those practices, what was realized by him was Buddha realized when he went and did those concentration meditation and reached very high jhanic states, is that despite being there in that kind of non-perception type world that one is taken to through the meditation, the sense of self, the self-view, that the notion that a person is there reaching those states, reaching whatever jhanic states was still there, which meant that as long as one held on to the belief, the thought, that there is a person experiencing those highest meditative states, what that meant was that the vibration, self-vibration, however minute, however low, was still existing, was still existent. So as long as the vibration remains in whatever form, in a lesser degree, even in a kind of a dormant form, it can, even after so many light years, it has the power to arise at any moment. Even after they use the word kalpas, which is a very long period of time, if the vibration was there by that wrong self-view still existing, what that means is that vibration has the tendency, has the ability to come up at any point in time. If there is a matching vibration, the vibration can occur at any point in time. So the true Dhamma that the Buddha exposed is that there is no self here. And when that is realized, this so-called state of vibration is emanating from a wrong self-view. And the realization then takes one to the fact that, takes one to the understanding that there is no external world. And if there is no external world, there is no person experiencing such a world. There is no doer here. There is no self here. and the I, the me, the my concepts that have been created because of the fact that there is always a person experiencing the world, seeing the world, and so on, that too disappears. So this duality that gets created by the wrong belief in the mundane world, how the lay people go after the mundane, go after this conventional world and believe it to be true, and the self of identity, the self that has been created and then nurtured. As a result of it, all that collapses in the face of the true Dhamma. So that is the teaching that our advancer realized himself. After so many years of concentration, meditation, he too realized that that was not getting him anywhere. The self vibration was still present because the self view, it was the self still getting about doing it, and that was not the purpose, that was not the correct objective of the Buddha's teachings. So having realized that there was a turning to the actual search of the truth, and over so many years that had been practiced with deep penetrative insight, understanding these mechanics of the mind. And I think back in 2015 or so, if I'm quoting that correctly, the true realization occurred, and then for the last 5 to 6 years, he has offered more than 12,000 or 13,000 Dhamma discourses with great compassion for mankind in order to be able to cease with this whole suffering and the cycle of birth and death. So it is with that noble spiritual teacher's guidance that we as followers are trying to impart to you little bits and pieces of this Dhamma, the way we understand it through experiencing it through the Dhamma. So not a theoretical expose of philosophy, but having understood the philosophy and then put it into practice in one's day-to-day life, there has been and there comes upon, we can't say oneself, but there comes upon the system a realization that all this that has been believed to be true is non-existent by the understanding of the function of the sense faculties, and then that comes to the realization. One comes to the realization that actually this self-view that one was holding on to was non-existent and was a complete illusion itself. So the fundamental thing to understand in this true Dhamma is, for one thing, it is the no-soul Dhamma. But how do you get to that realization? It is not an easy task, because from the day we were born, there has been this gradual reinforcement of stimuli, things that have been taught during our childhood days, from the nursery time, where there has been a concentrated process of being taught colors, sounds, various things. And so it is with the child in the Montessori. Various concepts, names, and labels have been taught, and the child learns the apple, the tree, the temple, the school, and so on. And then these objects, these concepts make up an external world to that child, everything starts to become real because there is a constant association of a sound with a form, sound with the taste, sound with the smell, sound with the bodily sensations. And each of those have been given to be, have been made to believe, made to be believed by the child as emanating from a so-called external world. So an image is shown outside and a sound is associated with it, and that is called a tree. An image is shown outside and a sound is associated with it, and that is called an apple. And so this goes on. The child in the Montessori will be kept on fed various bits of data, stimuli, information, whatever you want to call it. And this is reinforced day by day in the classroom, outside by the parents, by various people who the child comes in contact with, but predominantly in the classroom, which is why we take that as a key milestone in order to be able to make you understand how did these things become real. So going back one more step before that, for the baby in the cot, why we say that the baby has a radiant mind. And why do we say that? We say it because the mind is not functioning at that point, or is not predominant. Fundamentally, the sensations arising out of the sensory organs is basically what the baby feels. Not that the baby recognizes light to be light, which is coming or which is emanating out of the eye vibration or the eye consciousness. The baby doesn't recognize that sound is sound, but there is a reaction to the sound. The baby doesn't really recognize what is being put on its tongue to eat. I mean, there's things like carrot that is stewed and various stuff that is made into a paste and fed to children. I know for a fact because I remember my little niece being fed with such stuff, and so. But does the baby know that the baby is eating carrots? That carrots are nutritious? What is the paste about? Is that like rice mashed up? No, they have no idea what they're eating. They have no recognition of the food that is being eaten. So in the same way, there is a sensation, no doubt, through the tongue sensor. Similarly, there is a sensation of the smell consciousness too. But all these are existing, all these are felt only as basic sensations, nothing else. But gradually, with the sense of faculties developing over time, and after a couple of years, and the child ventures into the Montessori or the nursery where the actual learning starts, it is there that these labels and concepts are coined. Sounds are associated with light, sounds are associated with smell, touch, and taste. And the child starts that whole learning process. What do we learn? It learns things that are there in the conventional world, really. There's nothing else because the conventional world operates on the assumption that the external world is true and that we as people are here as part of the world, plus it is us who is experiencing this world as we know it. So the child is taught in the same manner. The child is taught and shown various objects and is told by going in front of the mirror that, oh, that object, that image, that is you. And you are so and so. You are Jane Doe. You are, Jack Smith. And so then, they even practice making you write the name on paper. And then this self-identification happens. So slowly and gradually, a world starts manifesting in the eyes of the child. The world starts manifesting through sound. The world starts manifesting through touch, through smell, and so on. So, if we take, for example, the world that manifests through light, how does that come about? The child is taught various objects. He's shown an apple and will identify it as an apple. Will be shown and taught the alphabet. Will be shown and taught that this is the classroom, this is your bag, you are such and such a person. This is the school, this is the teacher, these are your classroom friends. And then what about the sound? So another whole world gets manifested through the sound. So the school bell ringing, the teacher's voice, things being said, various words that have been taught which are giving meaning. Pencil, box, school bag, all these things come with sound associated with it. And even if an image is shown, a sound is always associated with it. So finally, the concept of a school bag arises. The concept of a school bell arises. But how do these come about? These are all just thoughts, isn't it? How did an image that is shown and a sound associated with it become the letter A? How did the smell and the sound associated with it become orange? The smell and the fragrance of an orange, ripe orange, that was given to be eaten during the interval. So, in this manner, various types of worlds arise and are manifested but are learned as a world outside. So, the school bell ringing, the school friends, the teacher, the parents coming to pick the child back from school, that Jack says Jack is going to school. Jack has new friends in school. Jack likes going to school because of his friends, but he likes going back home too, and then relating how his school day was to his parents. Jack likes his siblings. He has a little sister. So all these things, sister, parents, school day, class, friends, what he learned in school, all these are concepts, isn't it? Everything has been put together by a combination of manifestations arising in the sense faculties. What are these basic manifestations? What are these basic perceptions? They are just light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. These are all also just arising in the sense faculties due to the vibratory nature of these sensory organs. The vibration gives rise to a manifestation, with the vibration occurring in the eye consciousness. A light is manifested. Similarly, in the eardrum, due to the vibration, there is a notion of sound, there is a perception of sound. The vibration that occurs there gives rise to a sound, and with that sound comes the sensation. It is that sensation that is then perceived to be something, and the continuous occurrence of it gives the notion that sound exists, that there is such a thing called sound. And so it is with the tongue sensor and the nose sensor and so on. With the speedy vibration occurring in each and every one of those organs, it gives rise to different perceptions. So with the eye, it's the light. It is never like smell with the eye consciousness. Each one of the sensory organs have a way of manifesting something which is unique to those sense faculties. But nevertheless, the key thing to note is that these are still manifestations only. There is no light coming from outside, contrary to common belief. Everyone thinks that there is light outside, and the light is falling on the retina, and then that gives some interpretative signal, that sends some signals to the brain, and then the brain is interpreting it and calling it light. But ultimately, that light is coming from outside, and it is then getting interpreted. This true Dhamma shows the world that these sense faculties and what gets created through the sense faculties only a creation in the mind. There is no capacity for human beings or any living beings for that matter to be able to discern, to be able to experience a world other outside what gets manifested in those living beings' respective sense faculties. So just because the human has the 5 sensory organs and then whatever the world that gets manifested, no, doesn't exist in the form of the light that gets manifested, the sound that gets manifested, the touch that gets manifested, the basic sensory perceptions that get manifested. No. We just spoke of the fact that those are put together, and it is the apple, it is the school bag that is learned by the child in the Montessori, and that is the way these concepts are learned, and it's almost as if it is a program. There's information that is fed in to a system, and once the information is set in, everything is perceived in that way. Whilst it was the touch and the sound associated with it that we called, the hardness of a table, or the bark of a tree, the hard texture of the bark of a tree. But when you put your hand out, all you can touch is solidity. Who called it the bark of a tree? How did you even know that it was a tree to begin with? Wasn't the tree a learned concept? Wasn't the bark or the trunk of the tree also a learned concept? The fact that the tree has green leaves, even the color green, the color red, blue, yellow, orange, and so on. The baby had no idea of these. The baby had no idea of color at all. So even the colors, just like the alphabet, everything was taught, isn't it? So putting together these basic sensory perceptions and giving it a name, a concept, is the function of the mind sensor. That is all it's tasked to do. But what happens then with the combining of this light, touch, taste, and sound, and so on? Each and every aspect, each and every facet, whether it is a concept, whether it is a person, whether it is an activity, whether it is a thing, an object, everything is given a name and a label to differentiate one from the other. And by doing that, there is a tendency, and there is the sensation of all these things. There is the feeling that emanates, that arises, that all these things then exist. And with that sense of existence comes a sense of being alive. And who is feeling or getting the sensation of being alive, or this sensation of being alive is always in relation to something. You're feeling alive because there is a world around you. The stimuli is the world. The stimuli is the different objects in this so-called world that has got manifested to your sensory perceptions. But you don't know that it is manifested. You think it is real. You think, what nonsense, I'm seeing the world, I'm seeing the tree, the flower, the forest, I'm so and so, and I went to school. These are my parents. This is my school teacher. I love my third grade teacher. She was the most wonderful teacher ever. I grew up in this neighborhood, so on and so forth. So, the identity, the world, the object that got manifested through the different sense faculties was made to be real through this mind consciousness, putting all these things together. The piecing together happens with the mind consciousness, which is what the Buddha found. The Buddha found that through this mind consciousness, spinning a story out of nothing, basically, spinning a story out of these basic sensory perceptions that is occurring through the sensory organs. It is making up a story about a tree, a flower, about Jack and school and neighborhood and family and background and history and whatever you want it. Everything is created. Why? For the purpose of savoring. Because the more this world gets created, the more this world becomes real. The person that is experiencing the world becomes true. And what happens? There is value attached to this world. There is value attached to these objects. And with that comes the desire, the clinging, the aversion, and so on. So even concepts, activity, walking, dancing, running, bending, picking up something, everything is learned. If you think about it, what aspect of any one of those was not learned at some point in time? And how does the mind put these together? Each of these aspects gives rise to a sensation, and the sensation is then considered through what we call a perception. It is that perception that then becomes the consciousness. The consciousness in this sense is nothing but the thought. The thought of a temple, the thought of a tree, the thought of Jack, the thought of school, the thought of the childhood days, and so on. But if I say apple tree now, immediately for you, a picture of an apple tree will flash in your mind, isn't it? It could be that you may not have seen an apple tree actually face to face, but you certainly might have read about apple trees. You might have seen apple trees on TV. You might have, or you might have actually seen a tree. You might even have plucked apples from a tree in one of these apple orchards in these countries. So whatever the experience, won't that flash right now when, just by the mention of the word apple tree? But, and in that perception, the thought that arose in your mind wasn't the color of the apple, the texture of the apple, the shape of the apple, how big the apple tree is, the different kinds of apples that are there, what particular type of apple that you like. Didn't all those things just come together in one flash to you? So how did that happen? So when we say the shape of the apple, that's just a shape. And it's the shape, the round shape now. And then you would actually picture the apple, the redness of the apple, or if you have a liking for those Granny Smith apples, the greenness of the apple immediately flashes in the mind. But how can the mind is there an apple in the mind? No. But how, and is there a color in the mind? Is there a color in the thought? And then if you remember eating an apple, you can almost hear the crunch of the apple when you bite into the apple, right? Again, there is no apple in the thought. There is no sound in the thought either. And yet, you could swear that you heard the sound of the crunching of the apple when you think about it. Can you see how this mind plays tricks? Did you actually see an apple? Did you actually hear the word apple? Because even if you just see an apple, the word apple and the sound associated with it comes to mind, isn't it? And then if you separately hear only the sound apple tree, just like the way I said it a few minutes ago, and there wasn't even an apple in sight near where you are, wherever you are. And yet, the whole picture of an apple, the color of the apple, the shape of the apple comes to mind. All this is arising in that one single thought, isn't it? You could then have another thought of an apple tree and that an orchard close by. Your next thought could be the fact that you haven't visited an orchard for a long time and that you would like to do that again. The next thought can be, maybe I'll take my best friend as well on the journey, and so on. But each time, there can be only one thought, isn't it? And in that thought, didn't all that get manifested? The apple tree, the apple, the color, the shape, the wanting to go to an orchard, taking your friend along with you, so on and so forth. Or you leave all that aside, the color, the touch, the taste, the smell, the texture of the apple, the taste of the apple. How can the texture of the apple, the sweetness of the apple be in the mind? What is mind? The mind is just a thought. One thought being replaced by another thought, being replaced by another thought. A continuous series of thoughts is what we collectively call the mind. Otherwise, there is no such thing, no such static thing called the mind. You may think that you have a mind. This mind is mine. I have a mind. Just like there is ignorance in the way one believes that this body is mine. You also think that this mind is mine. This is my mind. I'm the one who's thinking. I'm the one who's doing that. I'm the one who is, planning. And so on. If that is your mind, are you capable of holding on to a particular thought and For example, not allowing any other thought to come to be. If I tell you apple tree and for the next 5 minutes think about nothing else but the apple tree, or let's make it easier for you. If we say, for example, just try to think about something that is very, very dear to you, that is of value to you. Say if you are a mother, I'm sure your children would be really dear to you. And so let's take one of your children, pitch anything, doesn't matter. Whether it's a child, whether it's your husband, or whether it's your boyfriend or something else that you are dreaming of these days. So think about that. And if I say whatever that object of desire, think about that and that only for the next 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Nothing else, only that. Nothing else, only that. Let's take a moment to see whether that is possible. Did that actually work? Were you able to think about the thing that was only of value to you? The thing that was so dear to you? Or did other thoughts creep into your mind at that point? Did you think about what you have to make for dinner? Did you think about something else? Did you think about how did that happen? I was supposed to think about this thing dear to me, and some other thought crept in, and another thought crept in. That's weird. Were those the thoughts that came to your mind? So if this is your mind, surely you should be able to control it. Surely. If this is something which you call mind, then typically you should be able to control what is yours, right? But can you? No, you can't. So nobody actually thinks about it, thinks about these things, isn't it? Because we are so outwardly focused. We run around and interact with this world, taking everything to be true, that we don't even begin to contemplate these fundamental aspects about this mind and try to actually find out about this notion of self, whether there is indeed a self. How does I come about? None of those things. So what we are trying to shine a light on in these true Dhamma teachings is that this world and these objects really get manifested only in a thought. So when you say tree, you're thinking. When you say you are hearing the sound of a train, are you actually hearing the sound of a train? What is a train? Train was taught, isn't it? The baby didn't know the train. Always compare with the baby in the cot. The baby had no idea whatsoever what a train is. How did you know a train is a train? When did you learn such a thing called a train? Wasn't that something that you learned during your childhood days? Wasn't everything that you know something that was learned? Either a teacher taught you, or then when you were able to read the alphabet and read words and read books, wasn't these things learned by you through books, through education, classroom lectures, and so on, through your background, through your family, through the environment that you grew up in, your culture, various practices from the culture, rituals, certain theories, certain values that your parents have taught you. What are values? Sense of good and bad, wrong and right. From culture to culture, the sense of what is good and bad also changes. What is probably good and bad in your culture may not necessarily have the same demarcations in that same manner in a different culture. So then, which culture is true? The culture that you grew up in, or the culture that the other person, wherever that other culture was, grew up in? The same thing with the language. Certain words, certain things that you have given names to would be called different things in a different language. Some fruits and vegetables that you eat with great enthusiasm would not be that well received in another nationality or another country. We know, for example, with regard to different types of meat. So in certain Asian countries, they eat serpents, different types of serpents, and then cockroaches. In countries like, I think, Bangladesh, Malaysia, I heard one of my friends was in Bangladesh long years ago during our school days, and I remember her coming back to school and saying that they fry cockroaches and sell on the pavement like a snack. Now that is unheard of in Sri Lanka. So similarly, in different cultures, different things are eaten. So what is good for one culture is despised in another culture. So who's correct? That culture or this culture? So each of these, can you see, based on how it is learned and the perceptions that are associated with these names, concepts, and labels, that is the thing that makes up the so-called identity, the ego, and the sense of value that has been given. But all this is founded on what? The false belief of an external world. Is that world true? No. The world is a mind construct. The world is a thought put together based on different perceptions that have been taken to be real. So the notion of good and bad, right and wrong, happiness and sorrow are all just learned concepts, different extremities of various feelings, sensations. But all this founded on the wrong belief that there are such things, that these things exist. There is such a thing called justice. There is such a thing called injustice. There is such a thing called fairness, human rights, women's equality, discrimination, gender rights, diversity. Does diversity mean anything to a remote African tribe? Does diversity have any meaning to a baby in the cot? Who learned? How did we learn these things? Aren't these all learned concepts? And therefore, aren't these all just thoughts coined together by some basic sensory perceptions which by themselves are also not real? They are a result of vibrations occurring in different sensory organs, which have then been combined together, as we mentioned before. by the mind consciousness. Nobody's doing it. There is no doer here. It is just a system, the natural phenomena of the mind, just like the seasons. Just like a plant that grows into a tree, into a sapling, and into a tree. This is just the natural way of things. And so too the mind works in a similar manner. The manifestations of the sense faculties are pieced together, interpreted to form various names and labels, but that by itself is not the problem. The problem is that man, due to ignorance and delusion, takes this world that gets manifested to the sense faculties as real. And when they take it as real, there is a clinging, there is a value that is given to it. Whether they like the sense, whether they like that world and the worldly objects, or whether they don't like it, that they are averse to it. And some can be, what shall I say, immune to it. Some can be non-committal about something. In whatever way that is that one reacts to it, it is always a reaction to something. So if you say you're depressed, or if you say you're worried, it is always worried about something. You're depressed about something. You're happy about something. You're sad about something. Isn't it? Just think about it for a minute. Always the experience, the feeling, it is felt in any state, in any current state. It's always in relation to something. Something is what? Something is whatever the thing that arises in this thought in this very moment. The stimuli, in other words, the mind object. But what is there in that mind object? He just spoke of an apple that flashes in the mind's eye, where there was no apple. There is no apple inside the mind. There is no tree inside the mind either. Wasn't this only just a perception? What? The color of the apple flashed. The sound of the apple flashed. The texture of the apple flashed. What? None of that was there in the perception. But we said, didn't we, that the vibration that occurs in the eye gives rise to light. But wasn't that also a perception of light only? The vibration that arises in the eye gives rise to a feeling. It is the feeling that is then represented or given a name or a symbol called perception. What do we perceive when the vibration happens? And that, due to the speed of it continuously occurring, then is separated and differentiated by the word consciousness. And then it is the feel that the light exists that is the ultimate output there. But then it doesn't end there, like we explained before. In a similar fashion, whatever that gets manifested to the other sense faculties, the sound, the color, the sound, the touch, the taste, the smell, each of these are perceptions. The feeling that gets generated by the sound occurring in the eardrum is then perceived to be a sound, and it is differentiated as a sound, i.e. the sound consciousness. But again, it doesn't stop there. The sound, the light, the touch, the taste, in varying combinations, then gets combined and a thought occurs. A mental picture. And in that mental picture of the apple, there was the light perception, the color of the apple, so the light perception, and the word apple. The sound of the apple is reverberating now. How did that happen? At some point in time in your childhood, there was a learning. A sound was associated with the image of an apple, and now that is reverberating apple, apple, apple in the mind. So wasn't the sound also just a perception? The same thing with the texture of the apple. At some point in time, through the eating of the apple, the texture, the sweetness of the apple, all that were taken as from the taste consciousness, the smell of the apple from the nose consciousness, all this was taken in through perceptions. And these perceptions, if the frequency of the earlier perception is similar to the perception that arises now when one says apple tree, they telepathize to give rise to a thought of the apple. And in that thought that arises in this moment, that perception, the entire experience of the color of the apple, the texture of the apple, the sound of the apple, the smell of the apple, everything is contained in that thought. You may have learned each of those features of the apple separately, disparately, at different stages in your childhood. But now, when it comes, when one of those aspects is mentioned or is discerned by the senses, in this moment, the entire experience of all those perceptions put together, the light, the touch, the taste, the smell of the apple, everything telepathizes in this very moment. Isn't that what is happening for every thought, every stimuli? So when you say mother, every perception of your mother that has been your collective experience right through from your childhood days are just individual perceptions that are now combining to form this perception occurring in this very moment called the mother. So when the thought mother occurs now, to you it will telepathize the sound of your mother's voice, the picture of her appearance, where she grew up in, where she brought you up, how she is, her mannerisms, her voice, the things she loved to do, happy memories with her, painful memories with her, if she's already dead and gone, some sad memories of her. All these things would telepathize in this very moment when one utters the word mother. How incredible is that? But all that is arising only in a perception. There is no sound here of the mother. There is no picture of the mother. There is only a thought. There is no voice of the mother. Nothing. It is all occurring in a thought. So, these basic perceptions that we thought got combined and formed a thought or the mind consciousness. We know that even those basic perceptions were just a manifestation, isn't it? So if those were also just a manifestation, an appearance of it being there, not that it was actually there, but an appearance that it was there, then doesn't it follow logically that the combination of those perceptions to form what we call the thought of the mother, the thought of the apple tree, are also nothing but just a manifestation, something that does not exist, something that is only a mind construct. So this is the profound truth that was exposed by Lord Buddha. And to take this further, what happens is not understanding the truth, and through ignorance, what we do is, what humans do is, as long as they are in ignorance, they take these mind objects as actually being true. They take the apple tree to be true, they take the mother to be true, they take the children to be true. Because the moment the thought arises, it is not considered as mere thought, it is immediately projected outside. As the apple tree that exists outside, the apple tree that you saw in an orchard, the apple tree that you like to go and see in a different orchard, the apple that you had during your childhood days, and the apples that you ate with your friends, all you are associating by picturing something happening in the outside world. This is the great deception. And the Buddha said, what? It is impossible for anyone to ever experience an external world other than what gets discerned or manifested internally within these sense faculties. And that too because of the speed of vibration and vibration only. And yet, what do we do through ignorance? This external world is true. We believe it. But again, another fundamental truth. The Buddha said this is no self, no soul Dhamma. The notion that there is a person here itself is again through ignorance. Because it is that wrong belief of an external world being true that then evolves to the point of giving an existent field. And who is experiencing this existent field? There is an I and a self that is created out of nothing really. Out of a mere thought where a stimuli became real. And of course, we don't call it a stimuli, it is the mother, it is the father, it is the child, it is your job, everything that is very near and dear to you, or even things that are not so near and dear to you, but they are real. Yeah, at least they are considered to be real, and then the person to whom these things are real is born at that very moment. So the I, the self-concept, this wrong self-view, when there was no self at all, but this self-view gets born, gets created, where? Only in the thought. Thoughts arise and fade, thoughts arise and cease. The mind, as we said a few minutes before, there is no static thing called the mind. The mind is a collective term used for these free-flowing thoughts that are occurring and ceasing, arising and ceasing, arising and ceasing. As long as there is breath in this human body, there is this, the sense faculties are functioning, the sensory organs are functioning, and there is a reaction to the vibration. And the vibrations occurring gives rise to perceptions, and then so this goes on. So understanding this whole concept will gradually help one see the profound truth of this so-called self, so-called existence, and that would then lead to the feeling of the sense of value that is given to these objects fading. The sense of self that was born purely out of ignorance will start to lessen in importance, and then gradually diminish. And all this is possible through penetrative thinking and the arising of wisdom within this system. I think I have run out of time, so I'll stop there. And apologies to the next person who is waiting to speak. You will continue to hear this kind of concept, this kind of philosophy, the true Dhamma and the truth explained from 1 hour to 1 hour. Each discourse will provide different aspects, different perspectives for you to see only one truth, that there is and there never was a self here, and that this whole thing is just a system and it should be understood as such in order to end this suffering and this never-ending cycle of birth and death. So thank you, Dhamma friends, for your attention. If you were listening to it, bring an open mind and a curious mind and explore this Dhamma, which is of immeasurable value. And the more you practice it, this would become a lived experience. The blessings of the Triple Gem to you, and I pay my respects to Buddothpada and Hansa. Tedwan Saranai.
Thank you very much, sister. Tedwan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Kalyan Mitrayan Mahanse, Aryan Mahanse, Father Namaskara Karami Aryan Mahanse Avasarai. Now I am going to start with reading page 40. This is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. The true Dhamma has awakened. Volume 3, page 40. I'm going to start from page 40. Upasaka. How about the children who talk about their previous lives? Aryan Mahanse. It is some kind of telepathy. It is a different subject. We should not get mixed up with everything. We will explain it separately. After explaining all the relevant things, we will come to that point. This is a frequency system. It is some sort of tuning Sirius TV. If the memory comes from the last life, it is no need to send the child to the preschool. Just he can make the pilot and offer the pilot seat. This is not practical. Please understand the core of this Dhamma. You can find there are only perceptions available. These are explained in the lectures on deep wisdom, Abhinya. Without getting mixed up at first, we will learn the way this mind arises. If we take this moment's mind which sees the book, the mind which sees the wall, then is the beginning of this mind. To do this inquiry, it is necessary to go to the beginning. Then you recollect the earliest incident, what still you can remember. This may be not in the smallest age, maybe not in the age of 1 year. During the time of preschool, you learn slowly colors. Maybe not at that time also, but in this inquiry, slowly but surely, you are coming to a certain place. This whole exercise is the recollection of past minds. That is where the place you have come from, which the Buddha has shown. From where the birth Jati started. The birth Jati is the birth of the book. This is the Jati. Then how this Jati originated? The scene is the eye. The eye is not one made out of flesh. Though the dead body also has the fleshy eye, it cannot see. The ability to see is an activity of a faculty, chakku faculty. Tinnang sangati passo. Three things meet together, contact. 6 faculties have to be formed. Then there is a question of how do these faculties originate? When the light, tree and ground are there, then the shadow will appear. We come to the point of Tinnang Sangati Passo. Passo means the contact. Here, the contact is the book. The contact occurred with the book. Then contact, Passo is the feeling. Vedana, perception. Sanya, formation. Volition, Sankara. Consciousness, Vijnana. These are the aggregates. Here, contact and passo both are called to the book. Upasaka. If the aggregates are the book, the form, rupa, eye reflection, chakku prasada, and eye consciousness, these three do not know it is a book. Is the addition of these three the contact? Aryan Vahanse. Eye consciousness does not know it is a book. What three kinds constitute the contact? Passo. Upasaka. The contact is the collection of the form, rupa, eye reflection, prasad, and eye consciousness. We don't get knowledge of this as a book at first instance. Only we know it as a color formation with the help of the eye consciousness. Aryan Vahanse. The gathering of three things is the contact. Tinnang Sangati Passo. When contact happens, the mind's consciousness will take place. This contact occurs in the mind. It is also the creation of aggregates, feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness. When all these happen, the outcome of the knowledge of the book by the mind's consciousness. Also, contact occurs means the faculties come together. The mind consciousness is the collection of the color to the eye, sound to the ear, and cold, warm, and hardness to the body all come together at the same moment due to the speed. The observance of arising and passing away of aggregates is the Aryakanta Silaya. The object here is the book. When seeing the truth of the mind object, which is the book, is also seen, arising and passing away of the aggregates. The contact is also the same thing. The self, the view of self, is also the same thing. The self is also another name for the mind consciousness. The system which created the book is also the creator of the self. That is why the Buddha explained here as Skandhanam Patibhavo. The thing is created for the mind. The faculty is called the point where the place of Tinnang Sangati Passo, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body, all are faculties, ayatana. These faculties are like a factory which produces style. This means the factory does not have a single task. It has a series of productions. Here the tile factory produces the tile, and according to our example, the aggregates come into operation and the mind consciousness produces the book. Then the faculties, ayatang patilabo. Profit is the book. It is the birth. Ayang uchati jati. This is the origin of the form. Iti rupam samudayo. This is also called the wisdom of ordination. Samudaya jnanam. Before this, the wisdom of recollection of past minds, ubbe nivasanusati jnana, has to be known. One has to inquire and come to the knowledge that how this mind originated and where this past memory comes from. This is where the mind object book comes into place. This is ignorance. The creation of the thing as a book is ignorance. This is a formation of color and sound. This is only a thought, chitta. It is not anywhere on the outside. Taken as the book on the outside is ignorance. Nothing is there, nowhere. These all happen in space. The eye reflection is Chakku Prasadaya, also a space. Without light, there is no vision. Don't look at the vision seen with self-identity. There is no self. Only nature exists. Then all are confined to the light. Light doesn't have individuality or self-story and sound either. Also the heat, warm and cold do not have self-story. We need to clearly understand the Dhamma here. Then we will come to the wisdom of origination. Samudaya jnana. This has to be acquired through the listening to Dhamma. Suttamaya jnana. This Dhamma is not the one somebody can see from the outside and understand. This is a wisdom of realization and has to be realized within and expressed to others. This has been explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutta in one line. That is Skandhanam Patibhavo Ayatanam Patilabho. To understand this, someone should have great knowledge. The Madhupindika Sutra, Sanchittena Sutra and Jati Dhamma Sutra are like rings of the chain, cannot be removed one without affecting the other. Without understanding one sutra, the other one cannot be understood. The one who understood all one block will be able to explain all for one destination. The Buddha has explained these sutras in different ways, in different situations to different people. But what the Buddha explained in all sutras is one thing. It is the ultimate truth. We need this Dhamma in these sutras as realize the ultimate truth. This is very important. Here all explained how arises of this form, iti rupang samudayo. Now you should not have any doubt regarding the wisdom of recollecting of past minds. Hubbe Nivasanussati Jnana. Then the wisdom of recollection of past minds is the ability to see past minds according to the order in which those minds have taken place. Like what is happening now, what happened at that time as such. The little child does not know anything when he was born. The Buddha said that the birth, jati, is the birth of the eye. When something is seen in idea is coming as this is gold, this is a gem, this is a book, this is a table as such. For these, according to the usage, likes and dislikes will arise. This nature varies from one another. This is not good. It doesn't work for me. Just throwing it away. Accordingly, aversion arises. Otherwise, the object is gold. It is valuable and I need to keep it. Then desire arises. This is how desire, aversion, and delusion come into play. Therefore, this is where the defilements, klesha, originate. Then he gets angry when he encounters an undesirable object, and he gets rejoices when he encounters a desirable object. That is where jealousy, anger, and stinginess all come in. This is the nature of a small child's behavior. He grabs what he likes and does not allow anybody to take it away. This is called the nature of tendency to become attached. This nature of the taints has been inbuilt into the cells since the time of the mother's womb. The cells have the nature of a tendency to attach. This is how the system is maintained by Mother Nature. These all are governed by the nature of speed. For example, when rotating two fireballs, we can see a ring of fire. But in a real sense, there is no ring. There are only two fireballs. The speed of nature is illusory like that. When someone's childhood doesn't have an idea to marry, he doesn't have the feeling of love. These ideas are coming to his mind when he is getting young. The reason for this is the continued build-up of volition formations again and again. What happened was the child took the addition of color and sound as a thing. Taking this process as a thing is ignorance, avidya. The combination of color and sound is the formation, sankhara. Showing a thing by adding sounds and colors is the task of formation, sankhara. It is itself ignorance. It is not possible to say whether ignorance or formation comes first. These both come together. There is no descending or ascending order in dependent origination. When writing it, there is no other way other than writing it in order. In an actual sense, it cannot be written like that. The reason for this, the formation, sankhara, is also ignorance, that taking as a thing. The formation happens due to names and forms, nama rupa. The combination of colors and sounds is the names and forms. It is ignorance that causes the formation and the formation that causes the consciousness, which is the knowingness. His knowingness also the formation itself, because here it came to know the thing as the book. This book itself is the formation, name and form. This book also ignorance, six faculties, the contact and the aggregates. It is also the desire. When the thinking is there, the clinging, upadana, comes in. When clinging leads to existence, bhavo, followed by birth, jati, decay, jara, death, marana, sorrow, dukkha, and lamentation, parideva, all come into operation. This happens because the form has been taken as true. Here the book was taken as a thing. The existence here is also the book. There is the book, there is the table, there is the bed. All these the extends. Attachment, desire comes considering there is a thing. This desire also leads to clinging. That is the reason we said that the dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada, has to be written one on top of another. These are all the same. Everything is a mental object. Aramuna. The mental object here is the book. Then everything here is the formation of the book. The realization of this process in the moment is the Shana Sampatti. This happens at the moment. When one realizes the truth of the mind object, Aramuna, he sees everything momentary. This is the Shana Sampatti. Without the wisdom of recollection of past minds, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, the wisdom of death and birth of the mind, Chutupa Jnana, will arise. In other words, this mind ceases only knowing its way of origin. This cessation of the mind is called Iti Rupam Attagaman. One who sees the origination of the mind, Iti Rupam Samudayo, only would be able to see the cessation of the mind, Attagaman. Upasaka. What is the Sinhala meaning of the word Atthagamanta? Aryan Vahanse. Atthagamanta is the wisdom of cessation. Vajnana. It is the detachment from the mind. If it is taken with the Four Noble Truths, the noble truth of the origin of suffering, Dukkha Samudaya, is the book. The book has become true. If there is the book, then there is the origination of suffering, Samudaya. Then there is suffering. If there is a book, then there is desire, aversion, birth, decay, death, sorrow, and lamentation all come into play. In this example, one sees the book outside and thinks it's true. It is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. Samudaya, Sakka. Taken this as the book is the noble truth of suffering. Dukkha Sakka. If he sees the truth, how this book originated, Iti Rupam Samudayo, he sees the cessation. It is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. Dukkha Nirodha Sakha. See, this scenario is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of suffering. Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Sakha. All these happen in the same mind object, Aramuna. This cannot be realized through meditation. A bhikkhu asked the Buddha whether it is necessary to reach the fourth jhana to do vidarshana, development of insight. The Buddha has replied that any kind of mind concentration is sufficient for this. Fourth discussion, awaken to the moment the two Dhamma has been awoken. Aryan Vahansi. It is easy to explain this Dhamma to a youth who is new to Dhamma, but it is difficult to make someone understand who is already bogged down into the learning Dhamma. Like the 5 ascetics, they could not give up their prejudiced knowledge. If one has experience, then only he comes to know the determinants of it. After meditation for a long time, we realize that the realization of the truth cannot be achieved through meditation. Now we come to the Dhamma. We saw this form, iti rupang, and how this form is originated, iti rupang samudayo. Once one sees the origination of the form, he sees the cessation of the form, iti rupang attagamaya, as well. Then he realizes that the form is not true and he eradicates the attachment to the form. It is the wisdom of origination and cessation, udaya jnana. This cessation of the mind does not happen until the Dhamma is not seen, until the wisdom of the philosophy of Dhamma is not seen, until the wisdom through listening and reading of Dhamma, Suttamaya Jnana, is not acquired. That's why the Buddha told Bhikkhu Ananda, if someone realizes the philosophy, his defilements would be released. The magnitude of receding defilements like the Himalayan mountain. The Blessed One asked the Bhikkhu Ananda, showing a little stone in his hand, whether the Himalayan or the stone was big. Then Bhikkhu Ananda replied that the stone on the hand could not even compare with the Himalayan. Now we can understand if someone acquires the wisdom of philosophy, he is left with only small amounts of defilements, impurities. These defilements are completely eradicated only through realization. What we do to help make understand the philosophy? Noble friends, Kalyana Mitra, task is to make the listener understand the philosophy. Then he starts to see the unreality of everything he encounters. It is called seeing the truth of every object coming to the mind, Aramuna. A gentleman earlier asked us how the mind could be seen. Then we told him that before seeing the mind, the Dhamma has to be seen. It is the Buddhist philosophy of Dhamma. The mind can be seen through this philosophy. Then he asked us how the philosophy could be seen. For this, listening to Dhamma is necessary. The person who saw the philosophy is only able to preach it. After explaining the philosophy, the listener gets the understanding that nothing in the world is true. After that, he starts seen all the objects come into his mind as unreal. Then he may try to see the mind object. That is what we call seeing the mind. A Muslim or a Christian may say that though he does not know Buddhism, he can hear the word of seeing the mind. Then, is it possible for me to attain nirvana? We say then having the Quran on hand and seeing the mind not leading to attain nirvana. The reason for that is your belief of God has created the world. What happens here is awakening the eye of Dhamma, Dhamma Chakusha. It awakens within. Then he sees the truth of everything he sees. It is the wisdom of truth, the wisdom of actions. Krutyajnana is there for those who already have the wisdom of truth, Satyajnana. The one who doesn't have the wisdom of truth not be able to see the mind. It is impossible. When the realization of the truth has taken place, the wisdom gained through listening and reading, Suttamaya Jnana, is getting experienced. Here, learner, Suttaya, and wisdom, Jnana, are different from each other. It is something like our earlier example of sharpening the knife. You will realize that something is happening inside. You feel that you are getting revealed from the world. It is the reason the Buddha has told that defilements like Himalayan get received with the deep understanding of the philosophy of Dhamma. It cannot be done purposely. It happens itself automatically. These defilements, like desire, cannot be eradicated forcefully. But if you see the truth, then the desire, aversion, and delusion gradually diminish. This is the start of the total eradication of ignorance. Avidya asesa viraga nirodho. If ignorance is eliminated completely, it is nirvana. It is the reason ignorance comes to the last of 10 fetters. Dasa Samyojana. Upasaka. Aryan Mahansa, in the dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada, it is said that desire comes first. Aryan Mahansa. You see, now a small child does not have those type of questions. Even if you give him gold jewelry, he may throw it to the ground because he doesn't have the attachment or desire for it. Why is that? When an object is seen as a thing, it becomes valuable. Not knowing only colors and sound are there. Then attachment or aversion comes into play. This is called desire, tanha. If one realizes the truth of this, what happens? Like the small child, he sees everything as usual, eats, drinks, and does the basic necessities as before. Nothing is going to stop everything as before, but knowing that like nothing is in the mirror, what is inside. Likewise, he realizes that nothing in the appearing world. Upasaka, just like that mother plays with kids in the play store. Aryan Mahansa, yes, we have understood that there is nothing inside of the mirror as the previous example. As such, we are getting realized that there is nothing in the so-called real world. It is seen as the truth through realization. Sankitte Nibbidaya. What he has lost, he sees and hears like before. For those things, seeing, hearing, the state of attachment and aversion has been lost. Desire has been lost. Tanhakayo Nibbano. The colors and structures are all same. Those things are seen as pictures. As before, colors are seen, sounds are heard, but no burning inside. Not going to steal, not going to murder. It becomes a state of no value. Here you need to do only one thing. It is to realize the philosophy, vision. Then whatever is left is the perception. These perceptions getting updated again and again. After being seen again and again numerous times, they are so common to appear before us as things. Now when we start to see other way around, these would gradually be getting diluted. This is called the wisdom of practice. Kruta Patipada Jnana. That is the reason we said this process was a sort of vibration, a wave. Aryan Vahanse. Now you have come through the path up to a certain extent. Then the rest is on your hand. For this reason, the Buddha has said, monks, there were no made rafters. You have to make it for yourself to sail to the other shore. You need to compare this Dhamma with experience and practices of day to day. If you do this, you are acting in the wisdom of practice. Krutyajnana. The wisdom of practice is the way of doing things day to day. If you practice this way, what will be your end? The wisdom of practice leads to liberation. You will feel this gradual liberation. This is a very pleasant story, isn't it? Now we know Visakha at the age of 7 realized the truth. She was a daughter of a big businessman and she was also a businesswoman. See, this realization did not hinder her household life. Instead, it helped her to lead a successful household life. If there is a mind, there is also a liberation from it. It is not relevant to the clothes he wears, whether it is yellow, white, or black. These all become irrelevant when he is getting liberated from the mind. Whatever living in a Whether living in a cave or a palace like Jetavanaramaya is immaterial when the mind does not have feeling over them. Upasaka. Then, Venerable Sir, whatever is done, there is a feeling that I am there. Even when we walk through this path, we are to use the word I am. Aryan Vahanse. Even though a word is uttered, there is an inner knowledge that the word is meaningless. Therefore, the word which was uttered is not forceful. Maybe it is true for others, but not for him. Nirvana is in this moment. Nothing is later. The Buddha has preached Tatra Tatra Vipassati, noticing the mind arising in this moment and seeing the truth moment to moment will lead to Nirvana. According to the Buddha, the realization happens at the same time when listening to Dhamma. This Dhamma is realized by the self, it is understood by the self, and also it is eternal, timeless. At this moment, one realized that the liberation from the mind occurs. It is nirvana. After seeing nirvana, all the minds arise, followed by seeing the nirvana are also seeing nirvana. It is called Patinissagganupassi. Upasaka. Is it necessary to practice frequently at the beginning? Aryan Vahanse, it doesn't happen overnight. The mind is getting scattered. Once he realizes the truth, he will enter into the path without a doubt, not getting into the lower lives. As he doesn't have other perceptions, he will be a definite stream entrant. All the perceptions are not true for him. Through all the perceptions coming in, he sees the world as unrealistic. He comes to know that the world is not existing outside and it is the creation of the mind within. These all mean the stream entrant does not fall back into the ordinary Pruthagjana world. The reason is he has already a stream entrant. He sees the unrealistic nature of the world. For the worldly person, it is not true. If he is told that the world is not true, he doesn't accept it. He will tell what you are talking about. See this, touch here. Oh, there, this is the world. But if he tells, see and touch a person who has realized the Dhamma, he would say that he can't feel that there is a world outside and in turn. He may ask whether does the other person have a world. He can show a world outside, but the person who realizes the truth cannot show that there is no world. It is the difference between the one downstream, anusote, and upstream, patisote. Both sides get changed. Upasaka, if we talk like this, people would think that we are mad. Aryan, if we talk otherwise, nobody knows. Now where are now now where we live, nobody knows. This is a better way of living. We have great freedom over there, very pleasant. That's why the Buddha frequently walked into the Andavana. The Andavana is the place within where there is no thinking. If we explain this, it can be taken from the wrong side. Now we are talking about the present moment. There is nothing in this awakening stage. Even though everything is there, he doesn't feel any value. He doesn't feel any value in them, what he sees or hears. Because he has an insight like he is awakened from a dream. It is called awakening to the moment. When you realize this Dhamma and get used to it, you will feel that you are entered into a monkhood. The bhikkhu, monk, is the one who experiences this truth. These were the ones the Buddha offered instant monkhood, a bhikkhu, and also in the ordination, upasampada. These have been asked to bear the robes. This is the real monkhood offered by the nature. In the Bhikkhu Sutta, the Buddha has shown that the bhikkhu was the one who sees the truth of the object coming to the mind. Also, the Buddha explained in Sattasana Kusala Sutra, the one who sees this is the form, iti rupam. This is the origin of form, iti rupam samudayo, is the cessation of the form, iti rupam attagamam. This is the pleasure of the form. This is the pain of the form, and detaches from the form is called a bhikkhu. The Buddha has said that one who does not see these 7 things of the form is not a bhikkhu. Taken as a thing itself is the pleasure, asat, asata, pain, adhinava, and the detachment, nisaranaya. If it is a thing, it is pleasure. If it is seen as nothing, it is pain. Seen as nothing is also detachment. This is the whole Dhamma. This also is called seeing the truth of the mind object. Seeing the origination and cessation of the aggregates and getting liberated from aggregates is observing percepts by novels. Aryan. Arya Kanta Silaya. Then one who sees this philosophy is called the noble, Arya. The one who is clever to see this Dhamma is called Aryan, Aryan Dasavi, Aryan Dhammesu Kovilu. The discipline here is getting rid of every mind object while seeing its true nature. It is called Arya Dhammesu Vinayo. Discipline comes from within. Sanvarattena Silana Aryan Dhammesu Kovedu. One who acquired this ability is called an Aryan. Now, if you realized and see the things as explained above, you will become an Aryan. This is the real highest ordained, the real bhikkhu. According to the Sramana Sutta, he is the actual clergyman. That's why the Buddha offered instant monkhood and asked him to bear it. This is the Buddha Sasana. When the self nature of the mind has been reared into the state of emptiness, whatever object comes to mind, it is empty, formless, and not pleasant. There are no things such as the book, table, and bed. It is the place where there are no forms, animitta, the empty and empty. Here there is no idea of self, non-self, anatta. It is the liberation of thoughts, cheto vimukti, liberation from the mind, chitta vimukti, becoming the state of freedom from the mind. This state is Buddha nature. When the state self disappears, the Buddha nature starts to appear. One can experience Buddha nature when his view of self becomes recedes. This stage cannot be called simply emptiness. In this emptiness, everything is there, nothing is lost. Able to see like before, able to hear like before. This is just a wisdom of realization, and this wisdom is called Buddha. Upasaka, not getting deceived from the moment onward. Nothing is getting accumulated. Aryan Mahanse, what is needed is to see the Buddha's nature. Natti me saranang anyang, Buddho me saranang varang. As the thoughts have been considered true, suffering is inevitable. When the truth of the thoughts is in, it is the realization of the truth. That is where the Buddha nature is met. Therefore, there is no refuge other than the Buddha. Here, the Buddha means the realization of the truth. There is no other refuge. To see this, one needs to see Dhamma first. The Dhamma here is the nothingness. Ida pachatave. Idam imasmin sati idang hoti. Imasmin sati idang nahoti. Understanding the dependent origination is the realization that there is nothing outside. There is nothing outside of what we think. Dhamma is the sense of nothing outside. Natti me saranang anyang, Dhammo me saranang varang. Seeing there is nothing outside as we think, then we do not have any refuge than Dhamma. That is why it was said that there was no father and mother other than Dhamma. Dhammang vina natti patichamata. Natti me saranang anyang, Sangho me saranang varang. While seeing the truth of everything, object coming into the mind and getting the freedom from them is the Sangha, the one who gets liberation from all the objects in the mind while seeing the truth of them is getting the refuge of Sangha, who practice to handling mind objects in this manner experiences the pleasure beyond the world. Lauturu Suvaya, emotional, no death, no fear of death, no person to die. Now I have read up to page 59. I think we have run out of time now. So I would like to say Theruvan Saranai to everybody. Also, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse, Aryan Mahanse. Father Namaskara Karami Aryan Mahanse, Avasarai, Theruvan Saranai. May the triple gem bless you all our Dhamma friends. Thank you very much.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ වහන්සේගේ පාද නමස්කාර කරන්නේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඔබ සියලු දෙනාටම. අදත් අපි එකතු කරන්නේ රාත්‍රී 7 ප්‍රධානතම සහ ඉතාම දුර්ලභම ආందోලනාත්මක දේශනාව එක්ක අවුරුද්දකට හෝ වැඩි කාලයක් නිවන් මඟ කටයුතු කරන යෝගාවචරයින්ට තමන්ගේ ගැටලු ප්‍රශ්න විසඳ ගන්න අදහස් දක්වන්න තියෙන සුවිශේෂීතම වේලාව. ඉතින් හැමදාම මතක් කරනවා වගේ ඔබේ තියෙන ගැටලු ප්‍රශ්න ඉදිරිපත් කරන්න. මේ කාලේ ඉතාම වටිනා කාලයක් මේ ගත වෙමින් පවතින්නේ. ආරයන් වහන්සේ සම්බන්ධ වේවි ඔබට ඒ ගැටලු නිරාකරණය කරලා දෙන්න. හැබැයි ඔබ ඉදිරිපත් වෙන්න. ඉතාම සියුම් තැන් අපි මේ ආందోලනාත්මක දේශනාවේදී සාකච්ඡා කරන්නේ. කෙනෙක්ට තනියම විසඳා ගන්න බැරි මඟ පැටලෙන්න තැන් ගොඩාක් තියෙනවා. එක්තරා අවස්ථාවකදී මම හිතන්නේ ස්වර්ණමාලි මහත්මිය සඳහන් කරා මාළුවෙක් සමහන් මම හිතන්නේ ආරයන් වහන්සේගේ උපමාව මාළුවෙක් කවදාවත් වතුර නැතුව ජීවත් වෙලා දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ අත්දැකීම ගැන අදහසක් නැහැ. ඒ වගේ මේ අනවර්ග සංසාරයක් මම කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත වෙලා ජීවත් වෙච්ච පෘථග්ජන පුද්ගලයෙක් මේ ධර්මය දකිමින් යනකොට එයාට කවදාවත් අත්දැකීමක් නැහැ මේ අනාත්ම සංඥාව කියන එක. තමන්ගේ ආත්මය නැතුව කටයුතු කරලා ගනුදෙනු කරලා ඒක හිතා ගන්න පුළුවන් එකක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක හිතලා ගන්න පුළුවන් එකක් නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් ඒක හරි දුර්ලභ අවස්ථාවක්. අනාත්ම සංඥාව දැනෙන එක මේ හැම තැනම ආත්මය කටයුතු කරන හැම තැනම ආත්මයට ඇවරිලා තියෙනවා. ඒක ඔබ දන්නා ඔබ මෙතනට ඇවිල්ලා කොයි ආකාරයෙන් කතා කරත් ඔබේ සියුම් ආත්මය සැඟවිලා තියෙන තැන ආරයන් වහන්සේ මැනවින් පෙන්නනවා. මේ දැන් නම් මට සැහැල්ලුයි, දැන් කරදරයක් නැහැ කියලා කොයි විදිහට කිව්වත් ඉස්සර මේ ආකාරයට තිබුණා දැන් මෙහෙමයි කියලා. ඒ සියුම් ස්වභාවයෙන් මමත්වයේ සැඟවී තියෙනවා, ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත වී තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ හැම තැනම එහෙම වෙච්ච එහෙම සැහැල්ලුවටපත් වෙච්ච ඉස්සර නම් මෙහෙම දැන් නම් හැබැයි එහෙම නොවන මම ඉතුරු වෙලා තියෙන බව ඔබට දැක ගන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නොවෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඒක හැබැයි ඔබ කොයිතරමින් ගැඹුරින්ද සත්‍ය දකින්නේ ඒ තරමින් ඒ මමත්ව ස්වභාවයට ඇවරිලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද මාළුවාට පුරුද්දක් කොච්චර කිව්වත් ඇත්තෙම නැහැ. ඒ වතුර නැතුව ජීවත් වෙලා. ඉතින් ඊට පිටින් කිසිම දෙයක් මේ මනුෂ්‍ය අත්දැකීම තුළ ආත්ම ස්වභාවයෙන් ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත කරගැනීමෙන් ආත්ම ස්වභාවයෙන් තරව කිසිම දෙයක් කරලා පුරුද්දක් නැහැ මේ අත්දැකීම තුළ. මේ ධර්මය හම්බුනාට පස්සේ තමයි අපිට ඒ අත්දැකීම කුමක්ද කියන එක පිළිබඳ අදහසක් හරිය නිසි ආකාරව හම්බුනේ. අපි කොච්චර ධර්මය කියලා දේවල් ධර්මය කියලා නම් කරපු දේවල් ඇසුරු කරාට හැබැයි සැබෑම පරම සත්‍ය හම්බුනේ අපි දන්නවා බුදුත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේගේ කල්යාණ මිත්‍ර සේවනය තුළයි. ඉතින් ඒ ආකාරයට එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ කටහඬින් පෙන්නන ඉතාමත්ම සුවිශේෂී කෙනෙක්ගේ කටහඬක් තුළ කොච්චර ඒ ආත්මීය දෝලනයන් පවතිනවද කියන එක අපි මේ දිනවලත් දැක්කා ඉතාම සියුම් ලෙස ඒ කටහඬේ තියෙන ආකාරයන් තුළ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ ආත්ම ස්වභාවය පෙන්වා දෙන අය ඔබ කාලයක් තිස්සේ මේ දේශනාවලට ආందోලනාත්මක දේශනාවට විශේෂයෙන් ශ්‍රවණය කරනවා නම් ඔබ දන්නවා මෙතන නිතර කතා කරන පිරිසක් ඉන්නවා. ඒ පිරිසගේ ඔබ කටහඬට අවධානය යොමු කරොත් ඔබට දැක ගන්න පුළුවන් ඒ පෙන්වන ආත්ම ස්වභාවයන් එක්ක ඔවුන්ගේ තිබිච්ච කටහඬවල් කාලයක් තිස්සේ සෙමින් වෙනස් වෙමින් ආපු ආකාරය. ඇත්තටම ගොඩාක් උදාහරණ තියෙනවා ඔබ නිසි ආකාරව මේ දේශනා අධ්‍යයනය කරා නම් ඔබට දකින්න පුළුවන් මේ දේශනා අහන කට්ටියට ඒ වෙච්ච ආත්මීය ආරෝප
Good evening, everybody. Therun Sana Master. Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue the discussion. I'll take a reference page from The Truth Has Awakened, Volume 3, page number 31. It's the third discussion, named Awakening to the Moment does not take place without having the Buddhist philosophy. So in here, Aranwase says, it means you are talking about the object of mind or uparambana. So we have to look at this very carefully. When this mind object surfaces, we need to see this is the form. So it cannot be done by any person. Only a person who have acquired knowledge and acquired the wisdom through listening to these Dhamma can get like can see it through. So with the wisdom of practices of what they have learned, which is also known as Suttama Jnana, it followed by the wisdom that completed the process of realization. It is a gradual direction of the path to Nirvana. It is also the philosophy of this true Dhamma and the, and the wisdom of a real Buddhism, real Buddhist vision. And also this is the Buddhist philosophy. So in our Buddha's teaching, it says we do not see the world externally. We do not meet the form and self. It teaches us that outside is not true. There is no external world. And so with this knowledge, we should start to practice. It is called the wisdom of practice. And it is there to practice the path. But none of those things are meditation like usual concentration or also known as samatha meditations. We have to leave this concentration meditation aside for a while. So in this Dhamma, completely this process is the realization of the dependent origination. Dependent origination is also known as the only it's possible to realize the truth of the mind through the keen knowledge of this dependent origination. There were different jnanas, both form and non-form, but those knowledge cannot let us cannot lead or give us a guide to find the ultimate truth, which is the Nibbana. Therefore, even Buddha has had to leave his teachers because he realized that practicing under them it's not leading to the cessation of the self. He also understood that until the cessation of the perception of I, the circle of birth and death could not be stopped. Till then, any person will go through the samsara. So he had to look deeper inside to understand how this self or me concept, me, mine, myself concept had been created. Then he realized this perception of I was a creation of mind. It is created in the mind itself. After knowing this, he tried to understand how the mind is been creating these thoughts and this I-ness, the self. Then he saw the mechanism of the creating mind is the dependent origination. Dependent origination is the way of making the mind. Though it said ignorance is cause the volition, but the self is created by the mind. In real speaking, if we take that there is a thing outside, that same knowledge of which there is thing is also the self. There is a self, a me or mine. There is a self who sees the outside, who sees there is a thing outside, which is a real. Then we consider it as a form. We take it as this is the form. Then the origin of this form is also emerging. We get the perception from our six sense faculties, which are sound, color, smell, taste, and contact. So this Dhamma is not actually in the books. It is a thing, a philosophy we have to see from being practical. It is a practical philosophy. It can be seen by the ones who follow it. A person who follows this Dhamma is the one who can realize it himself, and it becomes his own experience. And after once he realizes it, this Dhamma can be experienced every moment. In here, we talk about the wisdom of knowing how the mind was formed in the past. So the both mind and the perception are a same concept. The perception is the mind is the perception of ones. The object which comes to the mind at the moment is also the mind as well as the perception. Because mind generates thoughts, it keeps generating thoughts. In a deep study, it can be found that the mind is a creation due to a certain factors. To see this, we need to go to the beginning of the mind of a small child. When a child was born, he doesn't have a mind. It is empty. But then we reach to a point. This is the origination of the form. When the child start to learn it, then he start to get the thoughts. Then we recognize what is the form, which is the object of the mind, which becomes the perception of a person, a perception of a form. The next thing is we need to see how this form, also known as rupa, has been created. We know how that perception is also the mind. Therefore, we need to know how these perceptions arises. So, if we go to the point where the infant is born, we can easily understand this. People can say the perceptions like a book, table, a chair, which have come from the past memory. These are all forms. Then there is a question of how this form came into effect. An infant didn't know this. So there is a question of how this form came into an effect. It cannot be disregarded by saying that it is merely a perception. To see the mechanism of how the mind has been created, one has to understand the point of this is the form. So it is called the wisdom of origin. Without getting to know how the mind is formed, we cannot understand anything else further. Since the mind is the perception, so if someone sees the mind, means he's seeing the perception. The mind and perception are both same. When one sees the formation of the mind, he is of the view that the mind object has come from the past memory. Then we know that it has been talking about the object. Now we can get our usual example of the book, which is the object. Therefore, this form has to be realized. The realizing of the object is also the realizing the forms. All questions getting solved here. Knowing the form explained in the Dhamma and realizing the perception are not two different kinds, and both are the same. Then he wanted to know how this has been taken place. Realizing this process is the realization of the dependent origination. In Dhamma, they know that the object came from a past memory. For example, the perception is a book. How does this book appear in the mind? Then we say that he recognized the appearing object as a book due to past experience or a memory. So where does this past memory come from? There is nothing as such, actually. As most laypersons cannot understand this concept, this scenario right away. But actually, there is nothing as such past memory. For instance, a memory or a past has gone without leaving any traces. Future hasn't come yet. Present is also not existing. Only when there is a cause, there is an effect. Moment to moment, this truth has to be seen. There is no a particular place that keeps these memories, that the memories are stored. They just come into effect when there is a cause. It's a place, an empty sky, a sound or a previous sound, nothing of that sort. It is only the unknown. Not knowing of the thing is also unknowingness, isn't it? It's like looking through a mirror. When animals look through a mirror, they think there's something inside, but would never understand that there is nothing inside. If somehow the bird could understand there is nothing in the other side of that mirror, it would understand that pictures seen from the front side of the mirror are not really exist. People are also in the same ground. Once they understand the pure truth, they start to see the right perception in the real perception, like those animals. But people cannot understand this Tamil just by meditation. just by sitting and doing a concentration. They have to see it through the knowledge. They have to use the knowledge of this Dhamma to understand, to realize, and see through this perception. When this Dhamma is seen in depth, it is called Abhidharma. The wisdom, also known as Jnana, becomes a deep wisdom. Then it becomes an Abhijna. As the deep wisdom of Dhamma has been built up within, we are able to realize the truth. Most who listen to this message are becoming closer to this reality. Once they reach to this realization, they are becoming a state of not meeting anything. That means the materialistic world becomes irrelevant. Nirvana is the extinguishment of all defilements. Nobody can realize or achieve Nibbana without having the wisdom of recollection of the past mind. So also without having 3D wisdom, not a big thing to acquire these 3D wisdoms. Even some small children get these wisdoms without any effort. The path to Nibbana is very simple one. One is trying hard and careful to climb a mountain. But after the climbing, he doesn't care because he knows that he is in a place which is safe. These three deeper wisdoms mentioned are the vehicles which carry one to a Nibbana. The wisdom of passing and arising is also known as the awakening to the moment. By the time we were born, we didn't know anything. A child didn't know anything. His mind was pure. He didn't have thoughts, but he can see the world through all the senses. He can hear, he can see, he can taste, but there are no thoughts. The consciousness arises and passes away at the same moment. It is the truth. This explanation will benefit for you, therefore, please be mindful. We know that as far as you have issues, doubt will go, not go away. This Dhamma has to be understood in a clear mind. So that the infant at the time who comes from the mother's womb doesn't know anything. He doesn't have perceptions. He doesn't have thoughts either. So he doesn't get angry or jealous or greedy for anything. So even if we show something valuable to him, he won't know it. He won't know it's valuable. He just sees it. So the origination of aggregates, formations of faculties are called birth. The birth is the birth of the I, birth of a faculty is the birth. In this Dhamma, we are trying to do is to find out the beginning of this mind. The previous memory is not coming from the last life. For example, a memory of a chair is not coming from the last life, not at all. If so, why then the preschools the kids are taught like yellow, blue, red, and different objects? If this knowledge comes from the last life, they should have already known the color yellow, blue, or the names of the objects outside. If we take this moment's mind, we seize the book. The mind which sees the world, when is the beginning of this mind? To do this inquiry, it is necessary to go to the beginning. Then you recollect the earliest incident, but still you can remember. This may not be in the smallest age, maybe not in the age of 1 year. Usually during the time of preschool, people start to learn slowly about things like colors, shapes, and different objects. Maybe not at that time also, but in this inquiry, slowly but surely, you are coming to a certain place. This whole exercise is the recollection of past lives. That is where the place you have come from, which Buddha has shown. The birth is the birth of the book. It is also known as Jati. So how it is originated? The seeing is the eye, and the eye is not one made out of flesh. Though the dead body also has the flesh eye, it cannot see. So the ability to see is an activity of a faculty. Even a blind person has eyes, but he cannot see. So it's the ability which makes us see. Six faculties have to be formed. Then there is a question of how do these faculties originate? When the light, sea, and ground are there, then the shadow will appear. We come to the point of Inna Sangati Passo. Passo means the contact. Here, the contact is the book. The contact occurred with the book. Then contact is the feeling, perception, formation, or volition. And the last one is consciousness. These are the five aggregates. Here, contact and passo both are whole to the book. So the I consciousness or the ability of seeing does not know it is a book. It just grabs the color. Also, small child don't get the knowledge of this as a book at first instance. Once they learn it, when they learn it as from the color formation with the sound, they get that thought. Before that, they know it as a color formation with the help of the eye consciousness. When the contact happens, the mind's consciousness will take place. This contact occurs in the mind. It is also the creation of aggregates. When all these happen, the outcome is the knowledge of the book by the mind consciousness, which is a thought. When contact occurs, all the faculties comes together. They create the mind consciousness. So the mind consciousness is the collection of the color to the eye, sound to the ear, and cold, warm, and hardness to the body. All come together at the same moment due to the rapid speed. So the object here is the book. When seeing the truth of mind object, which is the book, is also seen, arising and passing away of the aggregate. The contact is also the same thing. The self, the view of I-ness, the self, is also the same thing. It is another name for the mind consciousness. So also the system which created the book is also the creator of the self. That is why Buddha explained the thing is created for the mind. Our faculties, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, are like a factory which produces tile. This means the factory doesn't have a single task. It has a series of productions. Here the tile factory produces the tile according to our example. The aggregates come into operation and the mind consciousness generates the book, the thoughts. It is the birth. Everybody.